Chapter 10, A Princess, Nymphs, and the Imprisoned Queen. January 20, 2025, Dicey Cave. Inside of a place known as the Dicey Cave, a restaurant in Akachimachi, we find Kazuto going over to none other than Agile aka Andrew Gilbert Mills, a Japanese citizen whose parents are African Americans, the businessman and axe welder that made shop in Algade, and who was very good friends with Yuzagi aka Serena and Kazuto, talking with Kazuto about ALO and how it related to the picture with Asuna. Kazuto asks, Agile, can I borrow this for a couple of days? Andrew responds, sure, it's cool. Are you going? Kazuto says, yeah, I've got to check this out. A game where it is okay to die shouldn't be that much of a deal. People these days are so spoiled. Kazuto says, crap, I've got to buy the gear to go with it. Andrew says, it's good with what you have. The atmosphere is just a nerve gear with better security. Kazuto says with a smile, that's a relief. Andrew asks, the battle isn't over until it's over. You hear me? Kazuto says, yep. Andrew tells Kazuto, what about Yuzagi? Kazuto freezes at that and he says, I met her some time ago. Kazuto asks, surprised, you did? Andrew says, yep, met her boyfriend too, bro. Flashback, January 7, 2025. In the morning hours, Andrew is working with his back towards the door when he hears the door open and footsteps enter his cave. Andrew says, turning around, hey, welcome too. He then gasps to see Serena, Darien, and Rinny enter with Darien closing the door behind him in which he yells out, Yuzagi. Serena says with a smile, hey, Agile, still running down the suckers. Andrew says with a grin, nice to see you too. Saw you on the news on New Year's. Serena asks with a nervous smile, really? Andrew says with a nod, seems like you have got your hands full. Serena says with a sigh, you have no idea. Andrew asks Serena, looking at Darien, this is your prince. Darien responds, I'm Darien Shields. It is nice to meet you, Andrew-san. Darien extends his hand, Andrew takes it, and he says, shaking his head, I'm Andrew Gilbert Mills. Darien asks curiously, American? Andrew responds, my parents are, but they fell in love with Japan and stayed here where they had me. Darien says with a smile, I see. Andrew asks, looking at Rinny, who is the girl that looks like you expect for the pink hair? Serena and Rinny say in unison, there is no way that I look like her. Andrew gives a surprised look and Serena responds, nervously, she is my cousin Agile. Andrew asks, really? Andrew says, I'm guessing she is the pink-haired sailor scout that I saw on the news with you. Rinny says, amazed, wow, you figured it out already. Serena says, with a smile, Agile is quite perceptive like Kirito. Rinny responds, unlike a certain meatball-head sailor scout I know. Serena yells out with a glare, you little rat. Rinny tells Serena with a giggle, come on, Serena, you know that I'm just teasing look like in the old days. Serena says drolly, those are the moments that I wish to forget, Rinny. Andrew asks Serena, so, Yuzagi, what brings you to my neck of the woods? Serena says, with a weak smile, I just needed someone to talk, Agile. Andrew asks, it's Asuna, huh? Serena says, with a nod, yeah. I didn't want to disturb any of you since you are rebuilding your lives after what happened, but I don't want to talk to Kirito since I'm afraid to upset him. Andrew says, nodding his head in understand, I hear you. Andrew asks, have your girlfriends had any luck? Serena says, shaking her head, nothing, Agile, and it has been 2 months since then and they aren't any closer. Serena asks, anyway, which of the girls came to you? Andrew says, it was that sailor Pluto lady. She was kind about it, though she let me know that she would do anything to protect you. Serena says, with a sigh, sorry about that. The outer sailor scouts, minus Saturn, tend to be a little more overprotective at times. Andrew says, with a grin, I didn't get it as bad as Klein. He got a visit from Neptune and Uranus, and from what he told me, Uranus got a bit irritated when he took a shining to Neptune. Serena nearly slammed her head on the bar counter, and she says with a sigh, oh, geez, Klein. Uranus. Andrew says, anyway, the surviving members of 75 Boss Raid Party made an agreement that we don't say a thing about your other identity. You are a hero, in this world and back there, Yuzagi. After what happened on that day, the other players really sympathize with you and they are really thankful for what you done. Serena replies with a weak smile, "Thank you, Agile, but I don't think of myself as hero. Just a fellow survivor like the rest of you." Rinny tells Serena with a smile, "Don't be modest, meatball head." Andrew tells Serena, "Despite what you think, all of us think that you and Kirito are the real heroes over there, Usagi." Serena responds, "Thanks, Agile. Oh, anyway, my real name is Serena Tsukino." Andrew says with a smile, "Nice to finally meet you, Serena. And you know my name now." Serena says with a nod, "Yes, it is finally nice to see you again, Andrew." End flashback, return to the present. When Andrew finishes telling on how he met Serena/Usagi for the first time in the real world, Kazuto asks, "Guess we had the same idea, huh?" Andrew responds with a smile, "But at least she took me getting used to real life in consideration." Kazuto asks, "You are going to put that one over my head?" Andrew smirks and he asks, "Did you meet her here?" Kazuto responds, "Actually, I did. I had seen her floating outside of." Andrew says, "I get you, bro." Kazuto says, "My first actual reunion with her was around several weeks ago." Flashback, December 25, 2024. Within Kazuto's home, he is in his room while his aunt was out, and his sister is training inside of the dojo on the property, and looking at the ceiling thinking about none other than Asuna when he hears a tapping at his window. He looks over to see eternal Sailor Moon floating in the window in front of him. Kazuto rubs his eyes and he asks, shocked, "Usagi?" He goes over to the window, opens up, and allows Sailor Moon to fly inside. Sailor Moon says with a smile, "Hey, Kirito." Kazuto asks, "Couldn't you have used the door?" Sailor Moon says, "Geez, I come all this way to see how you are doing and this is the greeting that I get. Nice way to greet a friend." Kazuto says with a smile, "Nice to see you too, Usagi." Sailor Moon and Kazuto share a hug and she says, "It's actually Serena now, Kirito. I mean Kazuto." Kazuto says with a nod, "I know, I'm still getting used to it." Sailor Moon says with a nod, "I feel the same way." Sailor Moon says, with a sigh and looking out the window, "I feel kind of weird being without my swords, and even though I know that monsters won't attack me, I'm still quite on guard even with my friends." Kazuto says, "In your case, you need to be since you fight real-life monsters." Sailor Moon says drolly, "Thanks for reminding me." Kazuto says with a sigh, "But I know how you feel, Usagi. I feel the same way, the real me. The real us is Kirito the Black Swordsman and Usagi the White Valkyrie." Sailor Moon says with a nod, "Yeah, Kazuto, Serena, they feel like personas now. It's crazy, but what happened to us was pure insanity." Sailor Moon says, "And it won't end until I fulfill that promise. To me, SAO hasn't ended yet." Kazuto says, nodding his head in agreement, "I know." Sailor Moon tells Kazuto, "Kirito, we'll bring her home. My friends and I won't stop until we figure out what's going on and bring her home." Kazuto says with a nod, "I know, Usagi." Just then a female voice calls out, "Big brother." Kazuto says, "Oh crap, that's my sister." Sailor Moon says with a smile, "I had better go." Kazuto says, "Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be able to explain to Sugu how Sailor Moon is in my room right now." Sailor Moon giggles, and she takes off out the open window where Tuxedo Mask is waiting for her on the roof of a nearby house. End flashback, return to the present. Back with Andrew and Kazuto, Andrew tells Kazuto, "What will do you? Asuna is her best friend after all." Kazuto thinks about his memories of SAO and he says, "She has a right to know about this, but I can't. Usagi was among the worst affected by this whole ordeal, and she already has got enough on her plate. I'm sure that you saw the news." Andrew says, "Yeah, the monster attacks in Juban are happening in broad daylight, and now, she and her friends are on the news though what kind of magic that she and her friends use help keep their identities safe by making people unable to see their facial features." Kazuto says, "Yeah, but if they are smart like Kayaba, they might figure them out through their high styles." Andrew says, "Good point, bro." Kazuto says, with a plain tone, "Usagi really believed in her uncle, and he betrayed her in the worst way possible. Remember, Kayaba didn't just ruin the lives of all those that died. The people of Argus had their lives pretty much ruined, since now they have the stigma of working for the company that helped Kayaba create his death game, and Uzaga's family ties to Kayaba had to be hidden or erased to make sure no one would find out that her family is related to Kayaba. His own parents are under government protection because of what he did to us. Andrew says with a nod, "I hear you, bro." Kazuto says, "You are right. She has the right to know. You really think that I want to keep this from her, but if anyone deserves peace, it's her. I'll rescue Asuna and I'll put her ghosts to bed for good." Andrew says, nodding his head, "Not sure if it is right to keep it from her, but I understand. I won't say a thing to her." Kazuto says, "Thanks, Agile." Andrew says, "Get her out and come back safe, man." Kazuto says, "Sure, Agile, and when I do, let's meet up here, Agile." Kazuto and Andrew bump their fists together, and Kazuto heads home with ALO game card to venture into ALO to rescue Asuna, not knowing that there was already a rescue effort already happening in there. January 20, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Elder Forest. Within an area known as Elder Forest, which is neutral territory between the lands of the Sylphs and the Salamanders, two of the fairy races in Ulfheim Online, we find Uzagi and Mikaru flying through the air heading towards Sylph territory to meet up with Makoto and Haruka, the ALO names of Lita and Amara respectively, in which they plan to meet up with the other Sailor Scouts and Darien in their ALO avatars around Ulne, the neutral town at the base of the World Tree. Uzagi's gear consists of a tight-fitting white shirt with a silver-armored breastplate, blue miniskirt, silver-armored elbow and knee pads, white fingerless gloves, and white high-heeled knee-high boots in which she has two sheaths to carry her swords, Escalon and Lunar Excelsior, with one on each side of her skirt. Mikaru has an aqua-blue headpiece with silver wings on each side. On her torso, she wears a sky-blue bikini top breastplate with choker on her neck. She has a long armored skirt that goes up to the bottom of her navel and down 3/4 of her thighs. There are white armored arm guards going from her wrists to just below her shoulder blades around her arms, and black thigh-high armored high-heeled boots with leg guards, and on her legs with wings on the side of each ankle. In her hands, she has a silver trident. Uzagi asks Mikaru, "Are you really sure that's not too suggestive?" Mikaru says with a kind smile, "For some reason, they don't really say a word about it." Uzagi says nervously, "Gee, I wonder why." Mikaru says, "Anyway, Uzagi, we had better be careful. This is neutral territory bordering the Sylphs and the Salamanders, in which the Salamanders tend to hunt Sylphs, but they won't hesitate to attack any non-Salamanders that wander into these lands. They have gotten a bit confident, since they are the strongest of the fairy races in ALO currently." Uzagi says with a nod, "Right." Just Uzagi sees a bright flash some distance away from them, and she asks, "What's that?" Mikaru says with a serious tone, "That looked like the light from a fire spell. Most likely, it has hit its intended target." Uzagi then heads in that direction, and Mikaru asks, "Where are you going?" Uzagi responds, "I don't know why, but I've got to see what's going on." Uzagi then takes off, and Mikaru can only smile at this, in which she follows after her. Later on, a beautiful sylph woman with bright green eyes and wears white and green clothes with black combat boots in which the clothing around her chest area has a slight V-cut shape. She also has a white and green collar on her neck. She has long blonde hair, often tied up with a flower-like hairband. In her hands, there is a long katana. This lovely female sylph is surrounded 3 red armored warriors, with lances in which their red fairy wings show that they are salamanders. The leader of the group says, "Sorry about this, but we are on a mission. Give up your items and money and we'll let you go." One of his team tells the leader, "Why are you being such a gentleman, Cagemune?" The other one says, "Yeah, we haven't killed a sylph chick in ages. Let's waste her." The sylph woman sneers and she says, holding up her katana, "Go on, try it. But I'm taking one of you with me. Whoever isn't afraid of dying, come on." The leader of the group, Cagemune, says, "My, aren't you a stubborn one? Suit yourself." The 3 salamanders prepare to strike her down with female sylph with their lances, but there is a loud yell in which something, or should I say someone, crashed down to the ground and landing on his head hard. The person in question says, "Damn, I've got to work on those landings." The person gets to his feet, and the 4 others look to see that this person has wild spiky hair, large slanted dark eyes, giving him a mischievous appearance, and he is wearing all black clothing with a simple long sword strapped to his back. As the person rubs his head, a familiar female voice shouts out, with a loud yelp, "Watch out!" Everyone then looks to see Usagi coming out of the trees and bushes in which she lands on the ground, but she stumbles forward and lands flat on stomach. Usagi groans out, "The flying part I've got down, it's the landing that I need work on." Usagi groans as she gets to her feet. The sylph woman thinks in her mind, first a Spriggan and now an Undine. What are they doing so far from their territories? The black-haired male, a Spriggan fairy, thinks in his mind, surprised, that voice and that hair, could it be? The male then asks in a familiar male voice, Usagi. Usagi reacts in surprise, looks at the Spriggan male, sees an image of Kazuto's SAO avatar, Kirito over him, and she asks, stunned, Kirito. The Spriggan male, now revealed to be Kazuto Kirigeya in a new Kirito avatar, and Usagi yell out in unison, "What are you doing here?" Cagemune then clears his throat. The two of them look at the situation, and Kirito says, "We can talk about this later, Usagi." Usagi responds nervously, "Good idea." The sylph female shouts out, "What are you two doing? Get out of here." Kirito says, "Can someone explain to me why 3 big guys are fighting 1 girl? That's seriously lame of you, ask me." One of Salamanders with Kagemaru yells out, angrily, "What was that?" Usagi thinks in her mind, sweat dropping, "That's Kirito all right, only he would be so blunt." The other one says, "Better get your ass out of here, newbie, and take that chick with you." The 2 salamanders with lances gang up on Kirito and Usagi, and the first one says, as Kirito smirks at them, "Fine, we'll start with you and the Undine chick." Usagi thinks in her mind, drolly, "Oh great, they just love picking on me." The second salamander shouts out, "Get ready to die." The 2 salamanders charge at Kirito and Usagi, ready to impale them, and the sylph closes her eyes, unable to watch this. But Kirito and Usagi easily grab the lances, stopping the attack, causing the sound of a successful guard to happen, in which sylph female looks on in shock as she sees Kirito and Usagi easily holding them back by their lances. Usagi says, amazed, "Wow, they aren't as tough as they look." Kirito tells Usagi, with a smile, "All bark and no bite, Usagi." Kirito says, "See you." Kirito and Usagi throw them backwards, in which they crash into each other, causing them to crash to the ground, in which they stumble back to their feet. Kagemaru thinks in his mind, stunned, impossible. Kirito asks curiously, "So, am I allowed to waste these guys here?" The sylph female responds, "They were kind of trying to do that to you, too." Kirito says with a nod, "Good point." Kirito asks, "So, you don't mind me butting in?" The sylph female replies, "I guess if you really want to. I don't think that they are going to let you go after this." Kirito says with a smirk, "Then sit back and let me at them." Kirito asks Usagi, "Want to join in?" Usagi responds with a smile, "I'll leave it to you, Kirito." Kirito says with a nod, "No problem." Kirito draws his long sword, takes 1 step on the ground, and he vanishes in a shockwave, in which he is on the other side of the 2 salamanders, in which he looked like he swung his sword. One of them asks, "Where'd he go?" But then that salamander yells out as he vanishes in a burst of data flames, causing the other salamanders and the sylph to be flabbergasted, while Usagi smiles at this, knowing that Kirito could defeat him with ease, and she knows that this death isn't to death. Kirito turns around and he asks, with a smirk, "Okay, who's next?" The other salamander spins around in confusion, looks at Kirito, and Kirito zips over to him, in which he cuts him in half, causing him to vanish in a burst of data flames. Kirito then asks Cagemune, "How about you?" Kagemaru responds, "No way, pal. My magic skill is about to reach 900. I rather not risk the penalty." Usagi says, "Well, at least you're honest." Kirito says with a nod, "Yeah." Kirito asks the sylph female, "How about you, miss? Do you want to take on this guy?" The sylph lady sighs and she says, "Guess I'll pass, but next time you're mine." Kagemaru says, "Well, I couldn't beat one-on-one anyway, but I'll bring more friends next time." Just then a female voice says, "But you had better careful that she might have powerful friends in high places." Everyone then looks to see Mikuru floating down and Kagemaru, and the sylph woman gasp in shock. Kagemaru says, You are the water siren of the Undine, Lady Mikuru." Usagi thinks in her mind, surprised, Lady Mikaru. Mikaru asks with a sweet smile that says danger. Now, you wouldn't be threatening my fellow Undine, would you? Kagemaru responds, nervously, no, ma'am, I was just leaving. Kagemaru then flies off into the distance while Mikaru goes over and lands in front of the two of them. Mikaru says, with a smile, my Usagi, I leave you for a second and you are causing trouble. Usagi was about to protest when Mikaru points to two flames left behind by the two salamanders that Kirito just PK, and she says, easy, Usagi-chan. Those are remain lights. The players that just died are still here and they remain there for a minute, and if no one revives them, they resurrect back in salamander home territory, but they can see here and see us until then. A brief time afterwards, the two flames vanish and she says, okay, we can talk now since they have gone back to their home territory to be revived. Usagi thinks in her mind, there is a lot of new stuff that I got to learn about here. Mikaru looks at the sylph female and she asks, aren't you Lifa? The female sylph responds, a bit nervously, yes, Lady Mikaru. I've seen you with Lady Makoto and Lady Haruka, but we never formally talked. I'm Lifa. Mikaru says, it is an honor to meet one of the 5 great sylphs. The female sylph, Lifa, responds, thank you, Lady Mikaru, but I'm nothing compared to you or the other 8 great nymphs of ALO. At least, I'm not there yet anyway. Usagi thinks in her mind, 8 great nymphs of ALO? Something tells me that the girls are more famous than I thought. Mikaru says, with a kind smile, you shouldn't put yourself in such a high standard, Lifa. Makoto-chan and Haruka-chan tells me that you were incredible in previous tournaments. Lifa says with a smile, thanks. Lifa asks, looking at Usagi, anyway, is this a friend of yours? Mikaru responds with a nod, yes she is, Lifa. Her name is Usagi. She actually started this game recently despite making the account ages ago. She was busy with a different VRMMO. Lifa looks at Usagi, causing her to be a bit nervous, and she thinks that explains her reaction ability to block that spear. She is a bit curious, but she decides to let it go for now. Lifa asks, so, does that mean that she knows? Mikaru says with a nod, yes, she knows all of us IRL Lifa. Lifa says with an interested look, oh wow. Lifa then asks Usagi, hey Usagi. Usagi asks a bit nervously, yeah. Lifa asks, pointing to Kirito, how do you know that Spriggan? Kirito responds, she and I played the same VRMMO before. My avatar in there looked quite a bit like this one. We're really good friends. I was surprised to see her here. Usagi says, with a nod, yeah, same here. Usagi thinks in her mind, a bit nervously, something tells me that Kirito saw the same picture that I did. Just then a female voice calls out, you know this lady, Daddy? Everyone looks to the source of the voice and Kirito yelps as out of his shirt pocket, a 4-inch tall female with long flowing black hair, big bright black eyes, and she is wearing a long pink dress shaped like a flower with same colored detached sleeves, pink anklets, and a blue flower in her hair with 2 translucent wings, and she asks, how do you know this lady, Daddy? Lifa and Usagi say in unison, shocked, Daddy. Kirito grabs the pixie-like female humanoid and he says nervously, it's, Lifa asks, is that one of those private pixies? Kirito asks, huh? Lifa responds, you know, one of those given to buy lottery by those that pre-ordered the game. I never saw one before. The pixie-like female says, I'm not. However, Kirito covers her mouth up and he responds, nervously, yeah, I just got lucky on the draw. Lifa looks over Kirito and she asks, okay, what's a Spriggan like you doing over here? Kirito responds, I kind of got lost. I was trying to meet my friend Usagi here. Lifa gives a surprised look and she then says, laughing, how could you get lost? Spriggan territory is way to the east and it borders Undine territory. You are so funny. Lifa then says, anyway, thank you for saving me. As you already heard, I'm Lifa. Kirito says, I'm Kirito, and this is Yui. Kirito then points to the little pixie with him, who bows her head while sitting on his shoulder. Lifa tells Kirito, okay, Kirito, is you busy? I mean, I can buy you a drink. Kirito says, a drink sounds great, and I would like to prick your brain about some stuff if you don't mind. Lifa asks curiously, about what stuff? Kirito says, about this world and that tree. Lifa responds, the world tree, huh? Yeah, sure, I might look like it, but I know a lot about this game. Lifa says, anyway, there is a neutral village to the north of us. It is a little out of the way. Kirito responds, well, okay, but isn't Swilving closer? Lifa tells Kirito, you really don't know anything about this game. Swilving is Sylph territory. Kirito asks, so? Lifa replies, you aren't a Sylph. If you are in their territory, you can't attack them, but they can attack you. Usagi thinks in her mind, with a winch, that's a scary thought. Kirito says, with a smile, as long as I don't do anything to provoke them, they won't do anything. And you'll be there with me, Lifa-san. Lifa responds with a shrug, just Lifa is fine. I can't guarantee your safety through. Lifa says, looking at Mikaru, however, since Usagi is good friends with Lady Mikaru, you have a good chance of getting through my hometown without much problem. Each of the 8 great nymphs of ALO is respected by all experienced players here on Ulfheim Online. Kirito says, they must be strong. Mikaru says with a smile, maybe a little Kirito-san. Lifa says with a smile, she is being modest. Lady Mikaru and the other great nymphs are 8 female players that are best friends in real life, and they have been playing this game from the beginning. You would expect them to be strong, but they are incredible. They are among the strongest players of Ulfheim Online, male or female, and you don't mess with them unless you want your ass kicked all the way from the world tree and back. Kirito says with a whistle, wow, it sounds like she is something else. Usagi thinks in her mind, shocked while looking at Mikaru. No kidding, Kirito. I know that the girls were elite players since they have been playing this game from when it came out, but I never knew that they were the top players in the game. Kirito asks, wait, that guy called her Mikaru the Water Siren, what's that mean? Mikaru says, it is just a little unofficial title that the other players call me. Lifa says with a nod, and well-deserved too. Undines are experts in water spells, but Lady Mikaru is at a different level. Her mastery of water spells is beyond excellent. She also uses magical music, which can be used in combat. Normally, the Puka use magical music in combat, but Lady Mikaru rivals the best Puka fairies in usage of magical music in both combat and non-combat situations. It is said that if you are Lady Mikaru's enemy and you get hit with her music, it will be the melody of your doom. Usagi says a bit nervously, yipe. Mikaru gives a giggle and she says, just someone getting carried away, I can assure you. Kirito tells Usagi, you have some interesting friends, Usagi. Usagi says a bit nervously, yeah, I know. Lifa says, anyway, you might meet 2 more of them since 2 of them sylphs like me. They are known as Makoto the Thunderclap Fighter and Haruka the Wind Reaper, and they also 2 of the other 5 great sylphs too. That's why Lady Mikaru is going to my home. Mikaru says with a smile, yes, I am. Usagi and I are going to meet them for some personal business. Lifa says with a nod, I see. I think that Makoto and Haruka would be glad to see you. Anyway, we should get going. Lifa creates a pair of leaf-green fairy wings, and they move without her bringing out a controller. Kirito asks, wait, you can use your wings without the need for the controller. Lifa asks, of course can't you? Mikaru tells Lifa, remember, Lifa, he may be just like Usagi and had the account, but it looks like that he just started playing the game. Usagi and Kirito did say that they meet in the same VRMMO. Lifa says with a smile, oh yeah, silly me. Lifa tells Kirito, I'm not sure if you can handle it since you just started, but there is a trick to performing voluntary flight. Some get it and some never figure it out. Turn around but don't access your controller. Kirito says, with a nod, okay. Kirito turns around so his back faces Lifa, and a pair of black-gray fairy wings appears on his back. Lifa then goes over and puts hand around the shoulder blades area of his back. Lifa asks, can you feel where my hand is touching? Kirito nods his head and she says, assume that there are virtual bones and muscles sprouting out of this spot and move them. Kirito says, virtual bones and muscles. Kirito twitches his shoulders and his wings start to tremble with this movement as they go up to flying position. Lifa says with a smile, that's it. Now you have got to do it even harder. Kirito then focuses and tucks in his arms as he extends his wings by the movements of his virtual body's bones and muscles in which Lifa shouts out, as Kirito's wings extend out. Go! Leafa gives him a push and Kirito wails as he rockets into the sky, causing branches crunching in his wake. Usagi says nervously, "Oh boy." Leafa says nervously, "Uh-oh." The pixie on Kirito's shoulders. Yui, who had left off Kirito when he went rocketing, looks at Usagi and Leafa, in which Usagi brings out her wings, in which she, Leafa, and Yui fly into the sky, and Yui yells out, concerned, "Daddy." Leafa yells out, "Kirito, are you okay?" They hear him wail and they don't see him at first, but when they do see him, Kirito is circling around in the air, flying in the form of an infinite sign. Kirito wails out, "How do I make it stop?" Leafa and Yui look at each other and they start to burst out laughing. Yui says, chortling in amusement, "I'm sorry, Daddy." Leafa shouts out, as she fully out laughs at the situation, "That's hilarious." Usagi rubs her head, nervously, and she thinks, nervously, "You wouldn't think so if you were the one on the situation." Usagi then remembers the past few days as she tried to fly with and without the controller, and she learned the hard way that flying in ALO takes a bit more work than flying as Eternal Sailor Moon in real life. Through her experience, flying as Eternal Sailor Moon greatly helped. After getting the chuckles out of her system, Leafa, with help from Usagi, stopped Kirito's wild flight, and after some time and help, Kirito is flying pretty well now. Kirito says, "Wow, this is awesome." Leafa responds, "I know, right? Now follow me." Kirito responds, "Okay." Soon after, Kirito, Usagi, and Mikuru follow Leafa as she flies off back to Swilvain, the capital of Sylph territory. Leafa says, "Take it slow until you get used to it." Kirito replies with a confident smile, "Don't worry about me. We can go faster." Leafa says with a mischievous smirk, "Okay." Leafa then zips forward, creating a shockwave behind her, and after a while she looks back, thinking that she will see Kirito begging her to slow down, but she gasps in surprise as she sees Kirito, little Yui flying beside him, Usagi and Mikuru easily keeping up with her, causing her to say, stunned, "Huh." Leafa thinks in her mind, "Lady Mikuru, I understand, but all three of them." Kirito asks, "Is that as fast as you can go?" Leafa glares at him, and she retorts, "Don't blame me if you crash." Leafa then pours on the speed, causing the mountains and the forest below to become a blur in which everyone else manages to keep up. However, Yui says, "I can't go on, I need a break." Yui then dives into Kirito's shirt pocket and takes a breather. Leafa giggles and she says, "Other than Lady Mikuru and her friends, you and Usagi are the only ones that I know that can handle flying at this speed." Usagi says nervously, "I guess we're naturals." January 20, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Swilvain. We are in Swilvain, capital of the Sylph Nation, where we see a large town with massive skyscraper towers seemingly made of jade in it, where Leafa, Mikuru, Kirito, with Yui in his pocket, and Usagi arrive. Usagi says awestruck, "Oh wow." Mikuru tells Usagi, "Welcome to Swilvain, hometown of the Sylph people, Usagi. It is also known as the Jade City." Usagi says with a nod, "I can see why." Kirito says, "We made it." Leafa says, "We're going to land at the base of Central Tower." Just then Leafa gets nervous and she asks, "Wait, do you know how to land?" Kirito says nervously, "No, not really." Usagi says nervously, "Uh-oh." Leafa becomes really nervous and she says, "Oh crap, sorry, you are on your own." As Leafa slows down and floats down, Kirito yells out, nervously, "Wait, you are kidding me." Usagi grabs the back of his collar to try to help slow down, but her hand slips, and she does some cartoon-like forward flips before she stops herself and covers her face as a loud bang is heard all over Swilvain. Usagi thinks in her mind, nervously, "That's going to leave a serious mark." Usagi then quickly flies down, in which she, Leafa, and Mikuru surround Kirito, who is down on the ground on his back facing the tower that he just slammed into, which caused him to lose about 1/3 to just under 1/2 of his health. Kirito says, "That's seriously not cool." Leafa responds, "That's what happens when you get carried away, and I'm surprised that you survived at all. I was sure that you would be dead." Usagi says with a smile, "Kirito is tougher than he looks, Leafa." Kirito says, "Thanks a lot, Usagi." Leafa says, "Stop whining. I can heal you." Leafa then says some kind of words while holding her right hand towards Kirito, and soon after, blue droplets surround Kirito as his health is restored to normal. Kirito asks, so this is magic? Lifa says, the Undine, like Lady Mikaru and your friend, are the only ones that can do high-level healing spells. But that's a basic one that anyone can learn, so you should remember it. Usagi asks Mikaru curiously, is that true? Mikaru says with a nod, yes, Usagi-chan. And like Lifa said, we also specialized in water magic. Kirito asks, different races have different skills, huh? Are the Spriggans good at anything? Lifa says, well, you guys are good at treasure hunting and illusion magic. Neither of those things are useful in battle. They are the least popular race. Kirito says, yikes, this is why you should research first. Kirito leaps to his feet, stretches, and he says, so this is a sylph town, it's very beautiful. Lifa says with a smile, yeah, isn't it? Just then a male voice calls out, Lifa. Everyone looks to the source to see a teenage sylph male with yellow-green bob-styled hair and green eyes in which he is wearing hooded long-sleeved green cardigan, under which he wears a long dark green shirt covered by a dark blue vest, pair of brown pants with armor around his shins, and a pair of dark gray shoes. Around his waist, there is a belt containing a sheath for a dagger. Lifa says, hey Recon. The teenage sylph male says, I knew that you survive. The male then sees Kirito and he yelps out, a Spriggan. He goes into a defensive stance and Lifa says, no, it is okay, Recon. He saved me from those salamander jerks. Lifa tells Kirito, this is my friend Recon. Kirito says, hey, I'm Kirito. The sylph male says, hi, nice to meet you. He then shakes his head and he yells out, no, wait, he could be a spy. Lifa says, no, he's cool, and I'm sure if he was spy, he would be such a ditz. Kirito says drolly, gee, thanks a lot. Usagi giggles at this and Lifa says, pointing to Usagi, and he is friends with this Undine girl who is friends with her. Recon then looks and gasps when he sees Mikaru. Recon yells out, LL Lady Mikaru. He starts to bow frantically and he yells out, I am sorry, I didn't see you there. Lifa facepalms herself and Usagi tell Mikaru, you must be famous. Mikaru says, with a smile, we don't let it get to our heads, but it is kind of problematic when you want to be discreet. Usagi thinks in her mind, I'll bet. Mikaru then asks, anyway, have you seen Mako-chan and Haruka-chan? Just then a familiar female voice shouts out, we're right here. We were wondering what all the commotion was about. Everyone then looks to see Makoto, Lita's ALO avatar, and Haruka, Amara's ALO avatar, walking towards them, and they get a good idea of what they look like in ALO. Lita's ALO avatar of Makoto looks a lot like Lifa, except that her hair is leaf green with the bow being pink in color, deep, full, and lovely pink lips, with her clothing looking a lot like Lifa's clothing. But it is light leaf green where Lifa's outfit is dark green and pink where it is white on Lifa's outfit. She also is wearing a pair of high-heeled ankle boots, and she has no sword strapped to her waist. Amara's ALO avatar of Haruka is a tall female sylph with short golden blonde hair, green-brown eyes, deep, full, and gorgeous pink lips, golden loop earrings in her ears, and she's wearing a tight-fitting brown shirt with long sleeves, a silver-armored breastplate over the shirt, black armored shoulder pads, elbow pads, wristbands, black fighting gloves over her hands, greenish-brown baggy pants, and black combat boots on her feet. Around her waist, there is a black belt for a sheath for a short sword, similar to her space sword as Sailor Uranus. Recon yells out, surprised, Lady Makoto, Lady Haruka. Haruka says, with a sigh, when are you going to stop calling us that, Recon-san? Mikaru says, with a smile, you can't really blame him, Haruka-chan. Makoto tells Lifa, hey Lifa, heard that you ran into some trouble. Lifa says, yeah, they were really organized. Haruka tells Lifa, with a sigh, I told you that going with that guy is going to lead you into trouble, Lifa. Makoto says, yeah, you are one of the 5 great sylphs, girlfriend. You shouldn't play second fiddle to that jerk just because he is Sakuya's right-hand man. Lifa tells Makoto, with a smile, thanks Makoto, but I'll be all right. Haruka says, all right, Lifa, but I'm telling you that being in his party will just lead you to tears. Mikaru says, pointing to Usagi, anyway, look who is. I think that this is your first time seeing her here. Makoto and Haruka look at Usagi and Makoto yells out, stunned, no way. Lifa says, Lady Mikaru tells me that you know Usagi in real life. Haruka says with a nod, yep. Makoto says, we're just surprised how much similar she looks in real life here. Rikon asks, shocked, wait, this Undine knows Lady Mikuru, Lady Makoto, and Lady Haruka. Lifa says with a nod, yep. Actually, she knows all of the 8 great nymphs in real life from what Lady Mikuru told me. Rikon yells out, stunned, no way. Haruka asks, looking at Kirito, who is this? Usagi responds, nervously, this is Kirito. He is that friend from that other VRMMO that I was playing, remember? Makoto and Haruka had to restrain themselves from jumping in shock because they knew exactly what Usagi was talking about. Kirito says, nice to meet you. Makoto says, trying to act as calm as possible, nice to meet you, Kirito, I'm Makoto. Haruka says, keeping a calm facade, I'm Haruka. Haruka glances at Mikuru, in which she made a motion that says, talk later. Rikon tells Lifa, anyway, Lifa, Sigurd and the others are waiting for us. Lifa says, oh right, I'm sorry, I'll pass. I promised Kirito that I would buy him a drink for saving me, take the items to others and divide them up. None of them fit me anyway. Lifa then opens a trade window and transfers some items to Rikon before dragging Kirito away. Rikon moans out, Lifa. Haruka says with a sigh, kid, when are you going to get it? Makoto tells Haruka, don't be like that, Haruka. Makoto gently pats Rikon on the head and she calls out to Lifa, hey, we'll meet up with you later, okay? Lifa shouts out with a nod and smile, right. Soon after, Mikuru, Usagi, Makoto, and Haruka assemble in an area where they can talk privately. Makoto asks Usagi, so that's him, huh? Usagi says with a nod, that's Kirito, Lita, I mean Makoto. Makoto says with a smile, no problem, Serena, I mean Usagi. This can get kind of confusing for a while, but you get used to it. Usagi tells Makoto, yeah, but you get too used to it and you might forget your real-world self. Take it from a girl with experience. Haruka says with a plain tone, yeah, for the first week or so, you didn't respond when we called you by your real name and you only responded when we called you Usagi. You were rebuilding yourself from the ground up. Usagi nods her head and Haruka says, I take it that he has seen the picture. Mikuru says, that's what we believe. He is probably on his way to the World Tree to rescue Asuna-san, and he didn't tell Usagi because he didn't want her involved because of SAO. Usagi says with a nod, that would be Kirito for you. Usagi give a solemn look at everyone and Makoto says with a smile, hey, don't worry about it. You are best buds. He'll understand why you didn't say what you said. Usagi says with a nod, I know that he will, Makoto. It just doesn't make me feel less of a heel. Haruka asks, what do we do now? Usagi says, we have to take him with us. He knows now and he'll do it on his own if he has to. Makoto says, love makes one do crazy things. Haruka says with a sigh, I guess that you are right, but he is new to the game. Mikuru tells Haruka, I think that he can take care of himself. Soon after, Mikuru explains about what happened earlier. When she is done, Makoto says, stunned, no way. Haruka asks, do you think that he is like Dumpling and his SAO avatar data transferred into this game? Mikuru says with a nod, I think so. Usagi says, well, let's go ask him. The 4 of them then enter the bar where Kirito and Lifa went to, and they see Lifa logging out and vanishing in streams of light. Makoto asks, did we miss anything? Kirito responds, Number Lifa just offered to go with me to take me to the World Tree. There are gasps and Haruka shouts out, what? Kirito asks curiously, is that a problem? Usagi, Makoto, and Haruka facepalm themselves, knowing what just happened puts their plans into a tailspin. Mikuru says with a kind smile, I think that we need to talk Kirito-san. Later on, Usagi, Mikuru, Makoto, Haruka, Kirito, and Yui, sitting on the shoulder on Kirito, are together inside of an inn room. Kirito tells Usagi, I take it that you already saw that picture. Usagi responds with a sigh, around 3 days ago. Kirito's eyes widen and Usagi tells Kirito, Kirito, I wanted to tell you, but I. Kirito responds with a sigh, I know, Usagi, you really have to stop with this guilt trip. Seriously, you need to get over it and move on. Yui asks Kirito, curiously and a bit suspiciously, so, you really do know this lady, Daddy? Haruka and Makoto get shocked and Makoto asks, "Stunned, Daddy?" Kirito becomes nervous and Usagi tells him, "I was about to ask you about that." Kirito says nervously, "Well, you see, her name is Yui and she is my daughter from SAO." There are gasps and Usagi yells out, flabbergasted, "What?" Makoto says, "I didn't know that you could give birth to children in a virtual world." Mikuru says, with a sly smile, "Usagi mentioned that you and Asuna-san were close as in-game husband and wife, but I didn't realize." Kirito gains a major blush and he yells out, nervously, "No, wait, it isn't what you think. Let me explain." Soon after, Kirito explains about Yui's origins to the others. When he is done, Haruka says, "So, she used to be an AI designed to help with mental and emotional issues of the players in the game. However, she couldn't do half of her job, consoling them, since she was ordered not to interfere with the other players." Kirito says, "That's right. All she could do was watch us, and the contradiction between her programming and her orders caused errors to pile up before she collapsed. However, she managed to evolve beyond her orders, and she came to us without her memories due to the damage that her programming suffered. She remembered when she got to that GM console that we told you about, but the system detected her, and the error detection system was going to delete her. However, I saved her to my nerve gear memory, which is how she is now." Usagi nods her head and she then asks, realizing, "Wait, you are using your nerve gear. They let you keep it." Kirito says, "Same as you, Usagi." Usagi then gets a nervous look and she laughs, in which Yui says, "So, you do know her daddy." Kirito tells Yui, "That's right, Yui. Actually, she is a friend of your mommy and I back in SAO." Yui asks, looking at Usagi, "She is." Yui then flies around Usagi, causing her to be a bit nervous, and Yui then says, her eyes widen, "Wait, I remember you." Usagi asks, "You do?" Yui says, with a nod, "You were that blonde-haired girl that was with Daddy and Mommy a lot when I watched them. The girl with the one-of-kind, rare item, the white concealment cloak which perfectly hide your facial features even when up close and also gave you an increased hiding ability. I recognize your unique hairstyle." Mikuru says, with a smile, "You do have a unique hairstyle." Usagi says, with a nod, "Good point." Yui says, "I remember that you were a lot like many of the other players. You were distressed, distraught, scared, confused, and when a player died, you were filled with so much grief and sorrow, especially when other players were killed. You took it quite hard since you seemed to be so kind and so gentle. You really cared about others." Kirito thinks in his mind, "That's Usagi for you, Yui." Yui says, "But there was something different about you than the other players." Usagi asks, "Different?" Yui says, with a nod, "Yes, I remember. You had so much determination in you. The other players were determined, but you had so much determination beyond any of them. You went out of your way to help other players to make sure that they died, and you were so determined to refuse to let die despite them being complete and total strangers to you. You also had a lot of guilt. You felt guilty for reasons that I didn't understand." Usagi becomes solemn at this, and Kirito says, "It is a long story, Yui. SAO was a hard experience on Usagi out of all of us for a major reason. First of all, I think you know what an uncle and aunt is." Yui says, with a nod, "Yes, Daddy. An uncle is the brother and sister to a person's mommy or daddy, and an aunt is a sister to a person's mommy or daddy." Kirito says, with a nod, "That's right, Yui." Kirito then looks at Usagi, she gives a light nod, and Kirito says, "You see, Yui, the creator of SAO is Usagi's uncle." Yui asks, surprised, "The creator of Sword Art Online is a member of her family?" Usagi says, with a nod and crossing her arms, "Yes, he was. His name was Akihiko Kayaba, and he was my uncle. My mommy was his sister." Kirito tells Yui, "I believe that he was the one that ordered you not to interfere with us on the day that Sword Art Online started, Yui." Yui asks, confused, why would he do that? And why would he put a member of his own family in that horrible situation? Usagi responds, solemnly, "I don't know, Yui. To this day, even though Kirito and I cleared the game, I still don't understand fully." Usagi's left hand clenches into a fist, and her friends put their hands on her shoulders to comfort her. Kirito tells Yui, "When she was younger, Usagi looked up to Kayaba, and he was like a second daddy to her. He really loved and trusted her, and she gave him ideas for sword art online, like not using magic like in this game. Yui asks, so in a way she helped create sword art online. Kirito responds with a nod, that's right, Yui. But she never thought in her worst nightmares before this that it would end up like this. You see, Usagi thought it was going to be a fun game that everyone can enjoy, have fun, form parties, and just enjoy the game. However, her dream turned into the worst possible nightmare, as you may remember, Yui. Yui nods her head in understand, and Kirito says, making sure to do his best to contain his emotions, Kayaba hurt Usagi in the worst way possible, and that's why you felt such feelings from her. However, please try not to think about it. I don't want you getting hurt again. Yui says with a kind smile, I'm okay, Daddy, really. Yui asks, looking at Usagi, so, is that why she was so close to you and Mommy? Kirito says with a smile, that's right. Usagi was our best friend in SAO, and we are among the few friends that she had. In SAO, Usagi was like a big sister and tended to be as annoying as one. Usagi yells out, annoyed, hey. Kirito tells Yui, in a way, she is like your auntie, Yui. Yui asks, she is. Usagi asks, surprised, huh. Kirito says with a smile, that's right, Yui, so, meet your auntie Usagi. Usagi was about to protest, but Yui then transforms into a small girl form in which she is only wearing a white dress and landing in Usagi's arms. Makoto asks, stunned, how did she do that? Kirito says, that's Yui's original form. Yui says with a smile, nice to meet you, Auntie Usagi. Yui kisses Usagi on the cheek and she thinks in her mind, first, I'm a 14-year-old mom and then I'm an 18-year-old aunt. No wonder I feel old. She then notices that Mikuru, Haruka, and Makoto are smirking, and Usagi says, nice to meet you too, sweetie. Soon after, Yui turns back into her pixie form and flies over to Kirito's shoulder. Haruka says, anyway, with that done, we have to get on to more important business. Kirito says with a nod, right. Anyway, from what Lifa told me, you, Usagi's friends, have been playing this game from the beginning, and you are known as the 8 Great Nymphs, since you are among the most elite players of this game. Makoto says, yeah, that's right, we never planned to be. We started playing this game for a reason. Kirito says, SAO. You noticed early on that there are similarities between this game and SAO. When I first got here and got Yui out of data storage on my nerve gear, she told me that this game world is using an exact duplicate of SAO's Sever. There are gasps and Haruka asks, are you sure? Yui says, yes, it is the reason that I can exist in my true form. The core programming and graphics systems are identical. The only thing that stands out is that this cardinal system needs an update, but that's about it. Makoto asks, cardinal system. Usagi says, it's the system that ran SAO. It manages the monster spawning, item and money drop-offs, quest creation, and everything in between. He told me about it during the creation of SAO. Yui says with a nod, Auntie Usagi is right. Mikuru says, so, we were right to think that ALO was similar to SAO. Kirito says, since Argus went bankrupt and RCT took over, they gained access to all of their technology, which allowed them to create this game at a fraction of the cost, and in the short time after the new Atmosphere came out. Haruka says, we had our suspicions at the time, but we didn't worry about that. We were more worried about getting you and Dumpling Chan out of SAO. Kirito says, you figured that by figuring out the programming of this world, you could figure what programs in SAO turned off the safeties in the nerve gear and killed the user to turn them off. Makoto says, that was basically the idea. We also had a plan to get into SAO using what we learned. Kirito asks, really? Haruka says, you and Usagi completed the game before we could use it. Kirito says, after the game was completed and Asuna and the 300 others that didn't come back, you had your suspicions about this game. Mikuru says with a nod, yes, we never told Usagi about it because all we had are just theories, until now that is. Kirito says, well, I can say that picture is Asuna. Usagi nods her head and Kirito says, looking at Usagi, I guess that we both had the same idea. Save Asuna ourselves and not get the other involved because we felt that the other had been through enough already. Usagi says nervously, yeah. Kirito says, I'm going to save Asuna and I'm not going to stay out of this. For the sake of argument, I think that it is better that all of us join up and work together. Makoto says, he has got a good point. Usagi says, the cat is out of the bag now. Haruka says with a nod, okay. Makoto says, we're going to have to inform the others about this. Kirito says, Lifa is going to help guild me to the World Tree tomorrow. Usagi says, actually, it works out for us. 2 of our friends are going to meet us along the way at a neutral city along the way, and there is going to be another friend near the World Tree. Mikaru says, there is going to be something important meeting between the Kate Sith and Sylph. And another friend is living in Ulne, the city at the base of the World Tree where the entrance to the Grand Quest is. Kirito says, wow, all of you are well placed. Makoto says, one of our friends isn't going to be able to come along. Her name here is Mizuno, and she is the leader of the Undines. And if the leader of a people is killed, the race that killed that leader basically gets a huge chunk of the fairy nation's money, and they get to occupy the territory for 10 days, charging any taxes that they want. Kirito says, yipe. Mikaru says with a smirk. However, Mizuno is known as Mizuno the Ice Valkyrie Tactician, since she was able to destroy a huge force of over 4 dozen salamanders, with just her and 5 other Undines. Usagi and Kirito gasp and Kirito says, stunned, whoa. Haruka says, with a grin, and she is just as powerful as we are, but she is more restrained than the rest of us. Makoto says, with a grin, the salamanders never forgot that battle and they don't want to face her ever again. Usagi says with a nod, I'll bet. Mikaru says, anyway, it is getting late. Since Usagi, Kirito-san, and I aren't sylphs, we are going to need to buy in rooms to log out quickly. Makoto says, with a nod, we'll go now and inform the others. Haruka and Makoto bring out their player menus and log out in which they vanish in a stream of lights. Usagi tells Kirito, we'll see you tomorrow, Kirito. Kirito says with a plain tone, right. Kirito tells Usagi, I think that Asuna will be glad to see both of us, and I was hoping that once this is over, we get her and the others out of here, and back to the real world, you would join us at Agile's cave at a party that we are planning. Usagi is surprised by this, and Kirito says, with a smile, it wouldn't be a party if the hero of SAO doesn't show up. Usagi says, with a weak smile, thanks, Kirito, I'll think about it. Usagi then walks out of the room, and Kirito looks at Mikaru. Kirito asks, it isn't about supposedly helping Kayaba create SAO, is it? It is about her inability to save those people that died, isn't it? Mikaru says, with a nod, we believe so. She did all humanly possible in that situation, but even if she had all of her powers and abilities back then, we doubt that she could have done much better. Kirito says, she might doubt that with what happened with the last battle with Kayaba. Mikaru says, point taken, Kirito-san. Yui asks, is Auntie Usagi going to be okay? Kirito says with a light smile, I really don't know what to say, Yui. Your auntie is a very good person. She is kind and gentle. She wouldn't hurt a fly unless really necessary. And she doesn't like people getting hurt, much less dying. What her uncle, the creator of SAO, did to her and made her experience really hurt your auntie, and she is still hurting because all of those good players that died. It is part of the reason that she really wants to save mommy. And your mommy is also a precious friend. Your auntie was separate from the people she loved for 2 long years, and it was that love for the people that she cared about allowed her to survive in SAO, but it was the few friends like me and your mommy that kept her from going into complete depression and even insanity. Yui says, Auntie Usagi really cares about mommy, doesn't she? Mikaru says with a nod that she does, sweetie. She will do anything that she can to save your mommy. Yui says with a smile, I know that she will since Auntie Usagi is a really good person. Mikaru says with a kind smile that she is. Mikaru thinks in her mind, however, I fear that she may not be the same person that she was before SAO. January 20, 2025, Ulfheim Online, World Tree. Around the top of the World Tree in Ulfheim Online, we are on one of the massive branches where there is a golden bird cage, and inside of the bird cage, there is a luxury suite type room, and inside of that room is none other than Asuna. But she is much different than before. Her hair and facial features remain mainly the same, but she has elf-like ears now, in which she is now white outfit with a long white skirt, a tube top showing her belly, and a red ribbon that goes around the topmost part of her top that comes together to make a bow. She goes barefoot and wears a white strip around her ankles. Finally, on her back, there is a pair of white fairy wings. She is sitting in front of a marble table and she extends her hand towards a few birds, but they fly off and she sighs, in which a male voice says, "Right now, the look on your face is lovely, Titania. The way that you look, you are about to cry. I wish that I frame it on a wall." Asuna says with a sneer, "What are you waiting for? Permission? You can do whatever you want. I have no say in the matter. You are the system administrator after all." Asuna then looks at the person that just talked to her. This person looks to be a male fairy, has green eyes and wings, shoulder-length blonde hair. He wears a crown, a long dark green robe and a green cloak, both with an emerald-like jewel. The male fairy asks, with a mocking tone in his voice, "Such harsh words from a pretty mouth. Now, have I laid my hands on you when I didn't want to, Titania?" Asuna responds, "Stop calling me by that stupid name. My name is Asuna Sugu." The male fairy, revealed to be the ALO avatar for Sugu Nabayuki, the head of RCT Full Dive Division, responds, "Now you are spoiling all of the fun. In this world, I'm Oberon, the Fairy King. There is nothing that a person wouldn't give to be the ruler of Ulfheim. And you are Titania, my breathtaking bride. So, as my queen and my bride, when will you give your heart to me?" Asuna responds, "Never. The only things that I will give you are disgust and hatred." Sugu, in his ALO avatar of Oberon, sits down on the table, puts his hand on Asuna's chin, and he says, with a sinister smile, "You are a stubborn one. You know, I have been thinking. Romance is good and all, but it might be more fun to take you by force." As he cups her face, and she sneers at her, in which he puts his hands on the top and plays around with the bow. Asuna closes her eyes and she says weakly, "Stop it." Oberon says, "Of course, my dear. I won't force myself on you. I won't have to. You will be filled for desire for me soon enough, Titania." Asuna says, "You are insane." Oberon says, "You won't be talking like that much longer. Right now, tens of thousands of players are enjoying this game, but none of them have an idea of the full potential of the full dive system. Did you know by expanding the brain's control regions, you can influence a person's thoughts, emotions, and memories?" Asuna gasps in shock and she says, "You can't. Technology like that is illegal." Oberon responds, "Oh, but you are wrong. Several countries are researching them as we speak. However, this is the brain that we are talking about. We need to translate this stuff so our minds can understand. However, when I watched the news one day, I saw them, 10,000 ideal test subjects." Asuna gasps at what, or should I say, who he is talking about, and Oberon says, "Kayaba-senpai was a genius, but he was also a fool. All he wanted to use his technology for was his game. He couldn't see the potential. I couldn't touch the servers, but I could alter the router and catch quite a few from the flow as they logged out. Just like that, 300 of my own test subjects. My research has taken great strides in the past 2 months. I've been developing a technology that can seed memories with objects and control emotions. My research is nearly complete now." Asuna says, as her hands turn into fists, "You are crazy. My father would never allow such research." Oberon responds, "He wouldn't if he knew about it, which he doesn't. It is being done in secret with a small team and me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sell it off." Asuna asks, "To whom?" Oberon says, "An American corporation. You can't believe how they want this technology. Soon, I will sell it and RCT to them for as much as I can." Asuna says, "That won't happen. I'll see to that. As soon as I get back, I'll report you to everyone, especially the police." Oberon responds, "You want to bet? Why do you think that I'm telling you this? If I wanted, I could alter your memories too." Asuna then gasps in horror and Oberon smirks evilly, but he then gets an audio message only he here can, in which he uses his menu to send a reply in which he says, "I'm on my way. Wait for my orders." When he is done, he turns to Asuna and he says, "Don't worry, I don't want to experiment on your brain and turn you into a porcelain doll. However, I hope that you will be a bit more submissive." He then goes over to a keypad, pushes buttons on it, which Asuna can't see, and when the cage opens, Oberon says, "Farewell, my love." He then walks away as the cage door closes behind him and keeping Asuna trapped inside. After he is gone, Asuna falls to his knees and she says weakly, "Kirito, you and Usagi need to save, please." Chapter 11, The Grand Journey to the World Tree. January 20, 2025, Kirigaya Residence. Within the Kirigaya home, we find 15-year-old Suguha Kirigaya looking up at a poster containing Lifa flying through the sky with birds flocking all around her. And she thinks about why she started playing Ulfheim Online in the first place. She remembers about how she hated VRMMO because of the SAO incident that imprisoned her brother cousin in the virtual world of Sword Art Online, as well as hiding people's true nature. She remembered on how she got curious and how she got her mother to get her an Atmosphere. She then talked with Hardcore Gamer at school, and he suggested to go to Ulfheim Online. She didn't know what to expect, and she was surprised at how she loved Ulfheim Online for one thing, the flight system. It is the ability to fly through the sky on her own wings, especially when she was able to fly without her controller, and that's the love that turned her into a fully dedicated VRMMO player. She wanted to talk to her brother cousin, Kazuto, ever since he came back from SAO, but the pain in his eyes stopped her from touching on the subject. However, the SAO incident wasn't over for him, not as long as she didn't wake up. Around 1 month ago or so, Suguha learned about Asuna from Kirito and what they shared in SAO, which brought pain to her heart. Once she learned that Kazuto wasn't really her brother, she went through similar identity crisis that he did when he learned the truth when he was 10. A feeling of love, a love beyond family relations, then formed in Suguha's heart, and she didn't understand the concept of cousins since her dad didn't have any brothers and sisters, and her mother's sister, Suguha's aunt and Kazuto's biological mother, was gone with Kazuto's biological dad. She didn't want him to be sad like he was a night ago, and she wished for his lost love to wake up through. It meant that Kazuto's heart was out of her reach. Suguha then thinks in her mind, and then there is her. Flashback around 1 month ago. Inside of Kazuto's room, he and Suguha are talking about stuff in which she learns about Asuna Yuki, the person that he fell in love with in SAO, but she also learns about someone else. Suguha says, shocked, "You are kidding." Kazuto says, shaking his head, "Nope, Kayaba's own niece was trapped with us." Suguha says, stunned, "I heard rumors, but I didn't know." Kazuto says, "And for good reason, Sugu. Remember, a lot of people died in SAO, and with Kayaba missing, who do you think that they would target for justice? It is the reason that Kayaba's own parents have gone into government protection." Suguha says, "But that's not fair. They didn't know a darn thing about what Kayaba was going to do, and he even trapped a member of his own family in there." Kazuto says, with a sigh, "It isn't fair, Sugu, but that's ugliness in human nature. Most likely, the government is making sure that her family is protected from any payback by idiots and jerks that just want plain revenge." Suguha asks curiously, "So what is she like?" Kazuto says, "Well, she is very kind, caring, and deep down, she hates to fight. She doesn't like to fight." Suguha says, "And when the game became real, she fought with everything that she had." Kazuto says, with a nod, "She wanted to live for one thing, but she also felt morally obligated to do what she can since this death game was created by a member of her own family, her uncle, in which she helped, not knowing the truth. She really thought that Sword Art Online was going to be this wonderful adventure that everyone can enjoy." Suguha says, "And then it turned into a hellish nightmare." Kazuto says, "Beyond her worst nightmares, Sugu, and all the time she was always crying." Suguha asks, "Always crying?" Kazuto says, with a nod, "For the players that died. Players that had family, friends, and loved ones that they would never see again and futures never to be made. It struck her in her kind and caring heart, and it hurt a lot. They died. They were murdered by her own uncle. An uncle that she loved like a second father and thought that he could never hurt a fly, but then." Suguha says, finishing, "He betrayed her and hers and his family's by sending her into this nightmare and turning Sword Art Online into a death game." Kazuto says, with a nod, "Yep. She fought with everything that she had and risked her life to try to save as many players as she could as well as protect them as best as she could. It was a sense of guilt and responsibility that she did, but because she valued human life so highly among other reasons." Suguha asks, "Other reasons?" Kazuto says with a smile, "A story for another day, Sugu." Sugyuha didn't understand, but she decided not to pry, and Kazuto says, while most of the players agreed that she was a victim of the game and Kayaba as much or even more so than the rest of us for various reasons, but due to various reasons, she was still an outsider, like me mainly by choice. She knew that it would be weird, that one of the people in your guild and even your party was a formerly beloved family member of that madman that trapped us in that nightmare. Sugyuha says, seems stupid to me. Kazuto says with a nod, and it was stupid, Sugu, but that's human nature. Kazuto says with a smile, I guess that since she and I were outsiders is the reason that we became friends in the game, and she needed a friend. All the people that she loved were here and she was cut off from them. Before SAO, she was never a day without any of her friends and loved ones. She was trapped without them for 2 long years. She knew that they were there, waiting for her, and hoping for her return, which gave her strength to fight on to get home. However, it was friends like me and Asuna that kept her from going insane. Sugyuha says with a nod of understanding, I'll bet. Sugyuha asks Kazuto, do you think that I will be able to meet her one day? Kazuto says with a smile, I'm sure that you will, Sugu. I would like to introduce you to all of my friends someday. Kazuto says with a sigh, however, I don't think that it is a good time. For her, SAO isn't over. Sugyuha's expression becomes solemn and Kazuto says, Asuna is her best friend from SAO other than myself, and as long as she and the other 300 don't wake up, it can never be over. Sugyuha says solemnly, I see. End flashback, return to the present. As Sugyuha lies down on the bed, she remembers on how Kazuto said that this friend, Kayaba's niece, was more like an older sister, and how Kazuto mentioned all of the times that she, Asuna, and Kazuto fought together, kind of like the 3 musketeers, or at least that's what Sugyuha thought in her mind. Part of her was afraid about losing a connection with Kazuto, but that fear faded away quickly in these days. She felt that his family experience, with that sister-like friend, was helping re-establish the family bonds. Though it was still a problem since she knew that Kazuto wasn't really her brother, and he didn't know that she knew the truth about that. Another part wanted to thank her for taking care of her brother, while she could only sit down by his body and watch waiting for the day that he could come home. However, something else was happening. Ever since about learning about her, she started to have strange dreams. Dreams of a gorgeous castle kingdom on the moon, and dreams of a strange and lovely princess with golden blonde hair and 2 long pigtails, blue eyes, golden crescent moon sigil on her forehead, and wearing a gorgeous white and golden royal dress and a lovely silver-haired woman that looks a lot like this mysterious princess, in which this princess is surrounded by none other than 4 of the sailor scouts she knew about: Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. But what was even weirder to her is that she was among them, but her hair was blonde, in a similar hairstyle, a golden crescent moon sigil surrounded by a rainbow version of the Milky Way on her forehead, and wearing a gorgeous silver and rainbow royal dress. The 2 of them were like sisters, and she then sees herself or her royal self dressed like a sailor soldier in which she is fighting someone that looks exactly like Kayaba's SAO avatar of Heathcliff, and the 2 of them were in a heated fight. And what was even weirder is that these dreams didn't feel like dreams at all. They felt more like memories. Memories of a past that she had forgotten, and she was afraid that she was going nuts or something. But she can't help to feel that she isn't going crazy, and that these memory-like dreams mean something very important. And as these dreams started, every time that she thought about Kayaba and his niece, she kept feeling a great rage towards him. Of course, she should be angry. She trapped her brother in a horrible death game that took him away from the people that loved him so much and could have killed him at any time. And he showed how heartless that he truly was by putting his own niece, a niece that trusted and beloved him, in danger of dying by trapping her as well. However, the rage that she felt was something like betrayal as well. That at one time, she trusted Kayaba very much, and he betrayed her in the worst possible way. It isn't possible since she didn't know a thing about him, much less was close to him. In fact, her brother, Kazuto, had read up much about him and knew him more than her. She just couldn't understand this unnatural anger that she felt towards Kayaba. Sugyuha thinks in her mind, maybe I am going crazy, but then again, maybe I can get my answers one day. As Sugyuha goes into a deep sleep, the same mysterious cat that has been watching them lies on the fence as the moon of night glints on the moon sigil on its forehead. January 21, 2025, Cherry Hill Shrine. At Cherry Hill Shrine, we find all of the Sailor Scouts, minus our Moon Princess, assembled together as they discuss the latest situation in ALO with the appearance of Kirito aka Kazuto Kirigaya. Mina says with a smile, "The Twilight Prince comes to save his knightly princess. Huh, that's just so." Ray smacks Mina on the head and she yells out, "Not now, Mina-chan." Lita says, "Anyway, he saw the picture that Molly showed Serena and he truly believes that's Asuna-san." Amara says, "And with that look in his eyes, I don't doubt him. And personally, we knew that there was something up since no one has beaten the game in over a year. There is something going on in that game and in that tree that certain person doesn't want to be found out." Ray says, "I have to agree. That's just more proof that there is something wrong going on. I can feel in my bones and the fire, while not showing me, feels the same way." Hataru asks, "So what do we do?" Lita says, "What can we do, Hataru-chan? The plan continues as always. We meet up at the World Tree." Mina says, with a smile, "Plus, Kirito might be a major plus. You said that she is like Serena and all of his SAO avatar data as possible were downloaded into his new ALO avatar, making him really strong." Michelle says, with a nod, "That's because that ALO is running on a copy of the SAO server, and since the way of saving data is similar if not the same, all the data possible was transferred and merged. The only skills and items not transferred were those not compatible with ALO." Ami says, however, it explains on how they were able to create ALO so quickly after what happened with Sword Art Online. Argus folded, and RCT took over, in which they gained all of their technology, which made them able to create the game at a fraction of the cost. Amara says, with a plain tone, with Sugusan, who is always jealous that he played second fiddle to Kayaba, in charge of the division of creating and maintains ALO. That's a major red flag. Trista says, "Yes, but he isn't under investigation. The task force that we are working with dealing with the finishing touches of the rehabilitation of the SAO players that have woken up, but the part of reintegrating them into regular life is still in full swing. They are planning to create an SAO survivor school for all of the people in school, mainly middle to high school, during the time that they were trapped in SAO. There is also the matter of our princess and her Earth family, including the situation of making sure any and all threats to them is at minimum levels." Ray says with a sneer, "That asshole ruined so many lives, and not just the ones that he killed with his fucking death game." Ami says, "I'm really curious about this adopted daughter of Kazuto-san and Asuna-san. It is amazing to me that an AI could evolve beyond their programming and become an independent entity." Michelle says, with a smile, "Well, don't get too curious. Kazuto-san and Asuna-san are really attached to their cyber daughter, and they might not like any attempts to study her like a lab rat, Ami-chan." Mina says with a grin, "Yeah, never mess with an angry parent, Ami-chan." Ami says with a nod, "Valid point, Mina-chan." Hataru asks, "How is our princess taking this development?" Amara says, "Well, she didn't want him to come along for obvious reasons, but I think that she is glad that he is coming along with us. He is a person that understands her need to save Asuna-san and the others more than we can, whatever we like it or not." Lita tells Michelle, however, "From what you said about what happened after Amara and I logged out, she sounded like a bit of a mess." Ray responds, "She is a mess, Lita-chan." Ray tells Lita, annoyed, "Geez, she has been back from SAO for just over 2 months. You think that she is just going to go back to the bubbly, joyful meatball head that we know and love just like that?" Lita yells out nervously, "Hey, hey." Ami tells Ray calmly, "We know that, Ray, we know. Lita didn't mean to offend." Ray says with a sigh, "Sorry, Lita-chan." Lita says, "Yeah, I know, we're all worried about her." Ray says, "She has been through a nightmare made by a member of her own Earth family. That asshole was an uncle that she loved like a second father, and he betrayed her in the worst ways possible, which you can believe that it is the worst possible betrayals of the heart, Lita-chan. She has been also fighting for her life in a war for survival, and she had been fighting for the survival of the other players. She had seen people truly died and never return. It is a good thing that she never saw the corpses of those that died. Personally, I think it would have been too much for Serena. Basically, it is like she has been at war for 2 years and she just got back. And you know how war veteran can be? The nightmares of war never fade from their mind. Ami says, with a nod, I've read articles from war veterans from the United States and about even after decades, later in their old age, where they remember the horrors of war, including the most gruesome moments like they were yesterday. Amara says, and it might be the same for our princess. Remember when Rinny arrived from the future and told us about how she knew about Sao? Serena's future self, Neo-Queen Serenity, remembers those horrible details as if it were this time. Ray says, and I also think that she may be suffering through PTSD. Hataru asks, PTSD. Ami says solemnly, post-traumatic stress disorder, Hataru. An anxiety disorder that happens to a person in the aftermath of a traumatic event, and what happened in Sao qualifies. And based on what information that Luna and Darien, along with what we have seen, she may have it. She has been constantly re-experiencing Sao in one form or another through flashbacks and those horrible nightmares that she is experiencing, trying to avoid talking about Sao as much as possible. Lita says, with a nod, and she has been avoiding going to the Crown Arcade. I mean, I thought that my eyes were going to pop out after she said no going to Crown Arcade. She said no to Crown Arcade, people. Ray says, annoyed, we get it, Lita-chan, that was totally not Serena, we get it. Ami says, that would be avoiding things that could be related to the traumatic events. Sao was a game, a death game, but a game nonetheless. And what Rinny said about Serena shaking when she took out her nerve gear also strongly suggests it. Amara says, our princess may also have plenty of survivor's guilt with it. Hataru asks, survivor's guilt? Trista says, it is when a person felt like they have done wrong by surviving a traumatic event when others did not, Firefly. Hataru says, but why would she feel that way? She didn't do any wrong. Ray says, we know that. All of us know, and heck, plenty of the Sao survivors know that and encourage that. She is a hero along with her friend, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't feel that way. Even the greatest of war heroes that done the most heroic things possible could feel survivor's guilt if they lost comrades, causing them to feel guilty of living while those comrades died, which causes a lot of emotional problems in the future. Personally, this is why I didn't want Meatball Head finding out about this. Lita says, well, she knows now. Trista says, and I think that it is for the best that she does do this, Lita-chan. I think that the only way that Serena can start to heal is that we rescue her friend and the other trapped former Sao players. For her, Sao isn't over. Just then a familiar female voice says, no kidding. The scouts whip their heads to see Serena right in front of them as Rinny, Darien, and Kazuto reach the top of the stairs. Mina asks, whoa, Serena. Ray and Amara think at the same time, I didn't sense her at all. Lita, Amara, and Michelle look at Kazuto, see Spriggan Kirito's image around him, and Amara says, this is Kirito, huh? He looks a bit more mature, but less impressive. Kazuto gives an annoyed look and Serena says, annoyed, Amara. Michelle tells Amara, now, Amara-chan, looks can be deceiving. Luna and Artemis then leap up and all of them assemble around. Kazuto tells Serena, so, these are your friends, Usagi. I recognize Mikuru, and while they look a little different, I can see Makoto and Haruka. Serena says with a nod, that's right, but their real names are Michelle Kayu, Lita Kino, and Amara Tenu. Kazuto asks, wait, Michelle Kayu, the famous violinist, and Amara Tenu, the famous runner and race car driver, are Sailor Neptune and Sailor Uranus. Michelle says, with a smile, I see that our reputation precedes us. Kazuto asks, shocked, Amara Tenu is a woman. Amara asks, got a problem with that? Kazuto responds, nervously, no, from the articles it seemed like you were a man. Amara says, with a shrug, well, I can't blame you for that one. Hataru says, Amara Papa dressed like a male a lot, and she is what is known as a tomboy. Kazuto asks, surprised, Amara Papa. Michelle says, patting Hataru's head, this is Amara's and my adopted daughter, Hataru Tamo. Our little firefly, and as you already realized, she is Sailor Saturn, Sailor Scout of Destruction and Rebirth. Kazuto asks, curiously, yours and Amara-san's adoptive daughter. Trista says, with a kind smile, I think that's a story for another day, Kazuto-san. Mina says, with a smile, so this is Kirito, the black swordsman of Sao? Huh, I've got to admit that he is quite the looker. Kazuto becomes nervous, and Serena tells Mina, with a glare, he already has someone. Mina says nervously, I know, man, you really are like a big sister to him. Serena thinks in her mind, yeah, I know, I just can't help myself. Ever since we met, I felt this weird bond between him and me. It is like I found a long-lost younger brother that I haven't seen for so long. Mina asks Darien with a sly smirk, hope that Darien doesn't get jealous, huh? Darien asks, curiously, why would I be? There are a bit of surprised looks from Mina and Lita, and Darien says, with a smile, Kazuto-sen took care of my Heim when I couldn't be there for her, and for that, I can't help to be grateful. Kazuto says, like I said, it was no problem. Usagi is like a big sister to me, an annoying big sister at times. Serena sticks her tongue at Kazuto and responds, with a glare, and you are just as annoying as my real little brother, Sammy. Ray says, with a groan, something tells me that they are going to be like this plenty of times. They really are like brother and sister. Rinny giggles at this, and Darien thinks, curiously, they are, Ray. It was the very instant that I met Kazuto-san, I felt something. It was like I was meeting a childhood friend that I haven't seen in years. It was just weird to me. I felt like I knew Kazuto, and we were like the best of friends, close to brothers. Soon after, Serena introduces all of her friends to Kazuto in order. When they were done, Kazuto says, it is nice to meet you all. Ami says, nice to meet you too, Kazuto-san. Hataru says, thank you for befriending and helping Serena when we couldn't do anything for her. Kazuto responds, no problem, Hataru-san. Usagi is my first friend in Sao, and like she said, we outsiders had to take care of each other. Lita says, it was a shock to learn that Serena was a solo player. Serena says, it was a complicated, Lita-chan. In a way, I didn't have a choice. Mina says, well, I think that it was pretty brave of Kazuto-san to play kind of the outlaw, to keep people from hating you just because of, you know. Kazuto says, she didn't deserve any of it. She was a victim as much as any other player, and despite having no responsibility for what happened to all of us, she took on herself to save as many players as possible. She is a better person than them, and that includes even me. Serena says, with a sigh, Kirito. Amara says, it must have been hard to watch people that you care about die. Kazuto says, you don't know the half of it. Amara responds, and you're right. I doubt that we could halfway understand what you and Dumpling went through in that nightmare, Kazuto-san. Kazuto says, looking at Serena, anyway, I was shocked to learn that Usagi was really Sailor Moon, but it makes more sense on how she could handle thinking and talk about her real life over there. She must have faced plenty of life and death situations when she was fighting the forces of evil. Serena responds drolly, tell me about it. Kazuto says, but it also explains why you really did so much to ensure the safety of the other players. Ami says solemnly, yes, even in our greatest of battles, everything seems to turn out all right in the end. Luna says, well, you girls have to learn that life isn't perfect. If it was, there would be no need for Sailor Scouts. Kazuto yelps out, nearly falling on his back, that cat. Ray asks Serena, in annoyed tone, don't tell me that you forgot tell Kazuto-san about Luna and Artemis. Serena responds, nervously and rubbing her head, oops. Luna says with a sigh, you might have changed, but you are still much the same old Serena. Luna tells Kazuto, I'm sorry about this. My name is Luna, Kazuto-san. I am Serena's guardian and advisor. Kazuto says nervously, nice to meet you. Artemis says, and I'm Artemis, Luna's companion, and I'm advisor and guardian to Mina, who was the first Sailor Scout given her powers as Sailor V. Kazuto says, I figured that she was the first since I heard about her from Sugu, and after she vanished for a while, I heard about a Sailor Venus with the Sailor Scouts, so I think that V is short for Venus. Mina says with a grin, you are a real clever guy. Luna says, anyway, let's get our facts together. Kazuto says, Usagi told me that her childhood friend, who recently became a Sailor Scout, gave her the information, and went to a person whose dad worked on the atmosphere to modify her nerve gear to be as close as safe to the atmosphere as possible. Ami says, "We were surprised to find out that Molly is a Sailor Scout." Lita says with a nod, "And she knows some people. She has got connections." Ray says, "Well, since her store is the where Meatball Head defeated her first Yauma and the first sighting of Sailor Moon, it isn't surprising that it would be a bit of a landmark." Serena tells Kazuto, "After I had gotten it fixed, I decided to go to ALO, but I didn't know that my friends were already players on it, though I get why they were on it." Kazuto says, with a nod, "From what Yui told me, I figure that your friends figured out that ALO had similarities in programming to SAO, and they figured that by figuring out the programming in ALO, they would figure out what programming commands the nerve gear to release the safeties to fry our brains when we die in the game." Amara says, "That was the basic idea, but it also made us suspicious on how similar ALO is to SAO, and your daughter's words confirmed things for us big time along with that picture." Kazuto says, "That's Asuna, I know it." Ray says, "We always felt something fishy in ALO, and this just makes our suspicions confirmed. I never liked that Sugu character the instant that I saw his face." Serena says, "Which is the reason that I didn't want any of you along. I know him. I met him back in my childhood and I just know that he is pure evil. I remember that look well." Serena puts her arms around herself, shivers, and she says, "That guy just spoke madman. He talked sweet words and he could fool most people, but I knew better. I had told Kayaba that he was a bad man, and he smiled at me in which he said he knew. Personally, I knew that Kayaba knew Sugu better, and he knew him all too well." Serena says, with a solemn tone, "I just didn't know that the person that I was warning about Sugu was just as close to insane." Darien puts his arms around Serena, and she looks at Darien, and she warmly smiles, nuzzling her head and body on him, causing Kazuto to lightly smile at this, knowing that Serena is happy, but he is sad as he wants the same feeling with Asuna in his arms. Serena looks at Kazuto, realizing that look, and she says, "We'll get her back, Kirito. I know that we will." Kazuto gives a nod and he says with a smile, "With all of your help, I know." Hataru asks, "But if it is Sugu-san, what does he want with them? And how did he get them to ALO in the first place?" Ami sighs and she says, "I think I know." Everyone looks at Ami and she says, "I've been looking over the data and managed to use my position as part of the SAO task force to examine the servers in which I found tampering with the router." Lita asks, "The router?" Kazuto then says, his eyes narrowing, "Now, I get it. The router is where all of the data goes in and out of SAO servers, and it is the way that all of our minds would have to go through to leave the servers and return to our bodies. Sugu must have tampered with router to redirect some of the players into the ALO servers where he can trap them. He couldn't get us all because there were too many of us, but that's not what he wanted. He wanted enough of us for whatever purpose that he wanted." Amara says, her eyes narrowing, "And he got what he wanted. It was by chance that you or Dumpling didn't get caught by him." Mina asks, "Okay, now, we know how he got those players, but what does he want with them?" Ami says, with a solemn tone, "I've been researching Sugu-san's life ever since we suspected him, and what I saw disgusted me." The others are shocked and Lita says, "You, disgusted. This must be sick." Ami says, "Based on what I know, Sugu-san went to the same school as Kayaba, and he is second only to Kayaba when it comes to the full dive technology, which he greatly resented. However, I also found out that he studied a lot of other things, including as much information on stuff like the CIA's mind control research during the 50s and 60s. There are gasps and Mina asks, shocked, "Mind control?" Ami says, with a nod, "And I've managed to use government resources to get records of Sugu-san's corresponds with an American company, and I managed to find out without anyone knowing is that this company is interested in technology that can alter human memories, thoughts, and emotions." There are gasps and Ray slams her fist onto her table and she yells out, "That's fucking sick. I get it now. He wants those players so he can use them in his sick experiments to perfect his mind control technology. And he is using the cover that they are SAO victims to make people focus on Kayaba instead of him. He must have had this all planned all along." Amara says, with an angered sneer on her expression, And just as bad, he is doing it just for profit. Most likely, he is just developing the technology to live high on the hog. For money. Just for money, and that's what makes me sick. Serena thinks in her mind, her eyes widen and her body starts to involuntarily shake. All that. For money. Stealing 300 people after surviving a nightmare. Entrapping them in another virtual world away from their friends, family, and loved ones. And doing things to them that could leave them mentally scarred for life in which they could already be. For money. Serena's breath was quickening, and her eyes were narrowing into a dangerous out-of-character glare, in which Rinny and Darien look over in which their eyes widen to see this, while Kazuto's eyes were also narrowing into a dangerous and enraged glare as he was in the same thought process as Serena. Mina asks, does that mean, Asuna-san? Serena's and Kazuto's eyes snap open at this. Amara says, her eyes narrowing dangerous and an angered look on her features. No, I don't think so. Based on what we know, he isn't planning to use her in his experiments. No, he is most likely keeping her captive to make sure that she can't get away and leak out to the world what she is doing. He doesn't plan to use his technology on her until he has perfected it and then. However, this causes Kazuto to snap, and with a mighty shout of anger, he slams his fist into the table, causing it to fly up about an inch or two, and Rei was about to yell at Kazuto. But she then winches when he sees the great enraged look in his eyes. Kazuto says with a sneer and a dangerous tone in his voice, no, I won't allow it. I won't allow that sick son of a bitch. I'll kill him first. Kazuto then leaps to his feet and Serena says, getting to her feet, no, he won't, Kirito. Everyone looks at Serena, and they are shocked to see an angered look in her eyes which is totally unlike and out of character for our moon princess before SAO in which she gets to her feet. Seeing the look, Rinny grabs her arm and she asks, where are you going? Serena says, with an eerie calm voice that's completely out of character for her, Rinny, sweetie, please let go of my hand. I'm not in a good mood right now. Lita tells Serena, whoa, you have to calm down, girlfriend. Serena yells out, in an angered tone not heard in her before, calm down, calm down. How can I calm down when one of the best friends in SAO is going to be turned into that sicko's love doll or worse? I'm not going to just stand here and let that happen. I'm going over there and kicking that jerk's ass all over the virtual world and beyond. As the memories of SAO, especially those that died and the pain of those that survived, flow back, tears of anger come down the once gentle moon princess eyes and she says, still feeling Rinny tugging at her, let go, Rinny. Rinny yells out, with tears of worry in her eyes, no, I'm not letting you go until you calm down, Serena. Serena was about to wrench Rinny's arm off her until Rei slaps her in the face, causing Serena to look at Rei in shock. Rei shouts out strongly, listen to you talking, meatball head. Do you know what you're saying? And do you realize how you are making us feel? Serena's eyes widen and she looks at her concerned best friends and she looks at Rinny, with eyes filled with concern and worry, in which she realized what to do and her expression becomes solemn in which she gasps as Darien wraps his arms around her. Serena says, I. Darien says concerned, I know. Kazuto tells Serena, Usagi. When Serena looks at Kazuto, he says, you should listen to your friends. I think that this is the reason that they didn't want you going on this mission, but I think that they will agree that unless we both go, we can't move on. When everyone looks at Kazuto, he says, to me, Kazuto Kirigaya is just a persona. The real me is Kirito, the black swordsman, and it is the same for Usagi. There is no Serena Tsukino. There is only Usagi, the white Valkyrie. There are surprised looks and Hadaru asks Serena, curiously and concerned, is that how you feel? Serena says with a nod and solemn voice, yes, Hadaru-chan, I know that it sounds crazy but not to me. Serena, she isn't the real me right now. I feel naked without my blades, and even though I'm fighting monsters, I'm on the lookout for them every single second, even though they won't pop out at me every single second. Until all of the survivors come home, SAO will never end for me. Serena says with a determined voice, that's why I have to do this. I need to do this. Kazuto says, we need Asuna back and Usagi needs to save the last SAO survivors. To put at least some form of final closure to SAO, and to be honest, we both need to. Agile said it to me. The fight isn't over until it's over. Our fight isn't over until the last SAO survivor has come home. There is silence for a few moments, and Amara says, "The plan should continue as we planned it, but Kazuto-san, as Kirito, is joining us at the World Tree." There are looks of surprise, and Lita asks, "What about Lifa?" Amara says, "She needs to remain in the dark as much as possible, and before you say anything, Lita-chan, you know how she can be in which when she puts her mind up to something. She never takes it back, and she is learning that Sigurd is just plain trouble for." Lita says, "Well, you have a point, Amara." Kazuto asks, "How much do you know about Lifa?" Amara responds, "Recon is actually her classmate in real life, so they know each other very well, and based on what he says, Lifa isn't much different than she is in real life other than when she is in ALO. She is a much bolder person through what she did with you is over the top for her." Lita says with a nod, "No kidding." Kazuto asks, "Any specifics?" Amara says, "She has been a player for about a year and she is a veteran with Recon, but compared to more veteran players like us, if ALO was a level-based MMO, she wouldn't be considered an elite Sylph warrior. However, she had shown much skill for a new player, which means that she has real-like swordsman training. Most likely, it is likely a form of kendo." Kazuto thinks in his mind, "Just like Suguha." Amara says with a smile, "She is a very tough girl and not one to be messing with. However, the thing is, she doesn't play ALO for gaining elite status or rare items. There is only one reason that she plays: flying." Kazuto asks, "Flying?" Lita says with a nod, "Yeah, Lifa loves flying, and even more so when she learned to do it without the controller. It is her dream to being an ALF and fly as long as she wants and as high as wants." Ray says, "Well, I'm afraid that she will be disappointed, since we are most likely right about what's really going on there." Hataru asks, "But why?" Kazuto responds, "Why not, Hataru-san?" When everyone looks at Kazuto, he says, "Sugu must have been setting this up from the start through. I doubt that nearly all of RCT, especially Asuna's parents, know about this. Asuna's father is not a man that would approve, so most likely it is Sugu and a small team. ALO is their cover. With all of the players, it is a perfect cover. Who would suspect such a popular and safe VRMMO would be harboring a secret as sick as the death game of Sword Art Online? And they made sure that the Grand Quest was unbeatable to make sure that no players could beat it until their research is done. Basically, the players of ALO are just pawns and screening his sick work, and they don't know it." Ray says with a sneer, "And we were part of it while we were trying to find a way to get Meatball Head out of SAO. Damn it." Kazuto tells Ray, "You can't blame yourself on it, Ray-san. Sugu must have had this planned for long months." Darien says, "But this situation does help us. Most likely, only Sugu and a few others that are very loyal to him know about this operation, and they can't monitor ALO day and night. We could sneak up into the World Tree and expose it for what it is. However, I doubt that Sugu would take anything to chance. Even if the players figure out a way to get by the NPC Guardians, he will have most likely a defense that only an administrator of his level would be able to unlock." Ami says, "Darien is most likely right, but I have been studying ALO, and I haven't been caught through. There have been close calls. However, I don't think that we will have much time. It has been over 2 months since the end of SAO, and I fear that Sugu may have gained much from the poor victims they are keeping trapped other than Asuna-san." Trista says, with a nod, "Agreed. If we wish to save Asuna-san and the other trapped SAO players, we are going to need to get to the World Tree and fast. Darien and I have already made our preparations to head for the World Tree. Darien is the former leader of the Spriggans and an elite player like the rest of us, despite him not playing as long as we have. However, like us, his real-life combat experiences as Tuxedo Mask and Prince Endymion have given him an edge since ALO is a skill-based game." Lita tells Serena with a grin, "Yeah, he is known as the Grand Cage, meaning Great Shadow, like an elite ninja." Serena says, "That did surprise me when I found out." Darien says with a slight blush, "Well, I wasn't playing that game for fun." Serena says with a warm smile, "I know, Darien-kun." Amara says, "Like it or not, we are going to have to keep Lifa out of the loop. When we get to Ulne, we are going to have to find a way to sneak off without her and find a way to the top of the World Tree." Ami says, "Well, I won't be able to come with you, but I think that it is for the best that I don't come with you. I can figure out a way for you to get access to the inside of the world tree. Darien is most likely right, and you will need a way in. Darien says, like Trista said, you are going to need to work fast. Trista is most likely right, and they are close to completing their sick research. Like it or not, you are going to have to our access way ready with 24 to 48 hours, since our trip to the world tree will take 1 to 2 days of real-world time. Ami says with a nod, I'll try. Ray says, okay, we have our plan. Meatball Head and Corrido will join up with Lita, Amara, and Michelle in Swilvain and take the short route to the world tree. It has more monsters and dangers, but with your stats, I doubt that you will have any problems. With Lifa, you are going to have to leave her in the dark. We can't get her involved in this. Kazuto says, no kidding, Ray-san. Amara says, Firefly and Rinny will be waiting for them at Legru within the underground caverns in the mountains, since you can't fly over the mountains that surround the world tree in the center of Ulfheim. After meeting them there, they will meet the rest of us, Ray, Mina, Darien, and Trista, at Ulne at the base of the world tree. Mina says, this works out since the Sylphs and Kate Sith have an important meeting at neutral territory at the lands near the world tree. Lita says with a nod, we know, Mina. There is going to be a treaty signing between them. Amara says, which means that we are going to have to hurry. Serena asks, why is that? Amara says, most likely, they are going to join forces to conquer the world tree. The Sylphs and Kate Sith have been on the best of terms, and the leaders of the two races are the best of friends, in which they are popular leaders, making the alliance so much easier since the players of the two races trust them so much. Trista says, and that means that we could land in the middle of their attempt, and it could make things complicated for us. Kazuto says, then we are going to have to hurry. I'll head home and log in as soon as I can. Serena says, we might be able to help you with that. Serena asks, do you think that you girls mind a sailor teleport? Ray says with a smile, just this once, Meatball Head. Amara says, all right, let's go. Everyone gets to their feet, and the scouts prepare to transform to use their teleportation powers to get Kazuto back home quickly, in which Serena tells Darien. Thank you for putting up with me, Darien-kun. I really don't know if I can be your meatball head. Darien tells Serena, with a warm, loving smile, you will always be my meatball head, Seer. You show that you are still much the same person since you care for your friends, and you care for others so much, and you don't want fight unless absolutely necessary. Darien says, with a kind smile, however, I can see that you are really hurting, and I am concerned that you are hurting more than you want to admit. When this is over, you are going to have counseling, Serena. And please don't argue with this, meatball head. Serena says, with a nod, I understand. Darien kisses Serena gently on the forehead, and Rinny can only wonder and be concerned her future mom and how much she is hurting due to SAO. January 21, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Swilvain. Within the tavern that Lifa took Corrido for a drink for Lifa to thank Corrido for saving her from that team of Salamander PK group yesterday, we find said sylph female entering the tavern, in which she sees Corrido, Yuzagi, Mikaru, Makoto, and Haruka materializing in front of her. Corrido sees her and he asks, hey there, been waiting long? Lifa says with a smile, not at all. I've actually been shopping for gear and just came in. Makoto tells Lifa, there have been changes in plans, Lifa. Yuzagi, Mikaru, Haruka, and I are coming along with you and Corrido. Lifa asks shocked, what? Haruka says, we have something important to do at Ulne, and we are meeting up with Hino there. Lifa says with a nod, I see. Mikaru says, with a kind smile, I hope that this isn't any problem for you. Lifa says, not at all. In fact, this will make the trip a whole lot easier. With 3 of the great nymphs along, I don't think that we will have much problems. Makoto says with a nod, you know it. Yuzagi tells Corrido, anyway, Corrido, I think that you are going to need to upgrade your gear. Corrido says with a nod, no kidding. Lifa says with a smile, I know a good weapon shop in town. Lifa tells Corrido, concerned, but do you have enough money? It isn't cheap. Corrido looks over his player menu and his eyes narrow at something. Corrido asks, wait, is this thing Eid money? Haruka says, it is the form of money here in Ulfheim. Makoto asks, you need a loan? Corrido responds, shaking his head, No, I have a lot of it. Kirito thinks in his mind, most likely, the core that I had transferred into this game and became the money of this game. Kirito then gently shakes his jacket pocket and he says, "Hey, Yui, it's time to go." The little pixie came out of Kirito's pocket and Yui says, with a yawn, "Okay." Usagi thinks in her mind, can an AI get truly sleepy? Well, it looks like she can yawn. Later on, they were going through town in which Kirito updated his gear in the form of a clothing-style top and bottom with better defensive properties and a long coat, but most of the time was Kirito looking for the right sword. Every time that the player shop owner gave him a sword, Kirito would swing the sword and he would tell him to get him a heavier sword. It isn't surprising to Usagi, since she knew that Kirito preferred swords with high strength requirements in SAO. Kirito finally agreed to a great sword nearly as long as he is tall, and it seemed to be suited giant players found with the gnome and imp fairy races of ALO. But Usagi knew that despite Kirito seemed to look like his Spriggan body was designed for speed and not strength, Kirito would be able to make that sword work perfectly. Lifa thinks in her mind, with a giggle, he is like a child playing a warrior. Soon after, the group headed for one of the large towers known as the Tower of Wind. Usagi asks, "What's this place?" Makoto says, "This is the Tower of Wind, Usagi-chan." Kirito asks, "What are we doing here?" Mikuru says, "When flying long distances, it is best that you start from a high distance up for extra attitude." Kirito says, nodding his head, "Good point." Haruka says, "Maybe we should give you a lesson in braking, so we don't have what happened yesterday when you came here happen again." Kirito says with a sigh, "I was hoping that you had forgotten that." Lifa then starts to drag Kirito inside and she says, "Come on, Slowpoke, I want to get to the forest before dark." The group goes inside of the tower, and once inside, plenty of the Sylph people were looking at them. Usagi says, a bit nervously, "They are looking at us." Mikuru says, with a kind smile, "That would be our fault since Haruka, Makoto, and I are so famous in ALO." Makoto asks, "Can you blame us for being that good?" Haruka says, "I can since I wanted to keep this discreet." Mikuru says, with a smile, "Nothing we can do about it now, Haruka-chan." Makoto says, "Anyway, follow us." With Makoto and Lifa leading the way, the group prepared to head to a platform on the tower where they can fly off and start their journey to the World Tree. Just then a male voice shouts out, "Lifa." Everyone then looks to see 3 male sylphs coming towards them. One of them is a taller than average sylph, with dark green hair, with green clothes to match and heavy silver armor, with a huge broad sword hung at his waist. He also wears a circlet with an amethyst on his forehead. Makoto says, with a groan and in a whisper, "And here comes the blowhard." Usagi asks, "Who are they?" Haruka says, with a whisper while pointing to the tall sylph male, "That's Sigurd, the person that we warned you about." Usagi says with a nod, "Oh." Lifa says nervously, "Oh hey Sigurd." The tall male sylph, Sigurd, tells Lifa, "What's this about you leaving the party? Is this true?" Lifa says, "Yeah, it is." Sigurd asks, "Do you know how much it is going to upset the other members?" Lifa says, "You said that it would be okay if I joined only when I had the time, and you also said that I could quit when I wanted to." Sigurd says, "Yes, I know what I said, but you have been with us for a while now and everyone knows you. And if you leave, you are going to damage the reputation of the party." Makoto says, annoyed, "You have got some nerve, Sigurd." Sigurd tells Makoto, "This doesn't involve you, Lady Makoto." Haruka says, "You asshole." Usagi then says, "Players are not items." Sigurd asks, looking at Usagi, "What did you say?" Kirito and Usagi step forward and Kirito says, "My friend is right. You have no right to treat your fellow players as items that you can fool around with. They aren't your sword and they aren't your armor. They aren't your equipment and you have no right to lock them down like in equipment slots." Sigurd yells out, "Bastard! How dare you?" Sigurd moves his hand to a sword in a sheath strapped across his waist in which Haruka goes to her sword, while Makoto raises her fist as a pair of gauntlets that she has on start to shine. Haruka says, with a stern and serious tone, "Sigurd, don't you dare draw that sword unless you intend to use it." Makoto responds, "No joke, and you know that we can reach you in time to stop you. And also, What would the people think if you attacked a player that can't fight just for standing up to your ass? Sigurd winches as he looks around, and a lot of other players in the area are watching them, in which he snarls. Sigurd says, Lifa, I can't believe it. You are abandoning our territory to be a renegade like these two pieces of trash. Lifa's eyes grow wide and Haruka shouts out, Sigurd, you are way out of line. Makoto tells Sigurd with an enraged glare, watch your mouth, Sigurd. I'll let you know that blue-haired girl is Usagi, and she is a friend of all 8 of us, the great nymphs of Ulfheim. There are multiple gasps, and Sigurd and his 2 companions are wide-eyed, in which Makoto says, and unless you want all 8 of us up your ass, you had better fucking get out of our sight right now. Haruka says, with a dangerous glare, or do you want to take this outside? I'm sure you can win a one-on-one duel with either Makoto or me, considering that you just insulted one of our friends and her friend. One of Sigurd's party members tells him, are you asking for trouble, Sigurd? Everyone is watching, and you know that you can't beat either the Thunderclap Fighter or Wind Reaper alone. Sigurd says, you had better run and hide once you cross our border, Lifa. I never expected you to betray me. Never. As Sigurd turns away, Haruka shouts out with a strong and stern tone, Sigurd. When Sigurd turns to Haruka, she says, once we get back, we are going to advise Sakuya to remove you from your command. Sigurd gasps and he yells out, what? Makoto says, you heard Haruka, you ass. We have had it up to here with your antics. We need a commander that's not you. Haruka asks with a dangerous glare, and if you try anything when we get back with Lifa, we are going to advise Sakuya to exile you for good. Is that understood? Sigurd says with a sneer, yes, Lady Haruka. Sigurd stomps away and he thinks, you are going to pay for making me look like a fool, you witch. Lifa gives a sigh and she says, I'm sorry, Haruka. Haruka says, no problem, Lifa. Makoto says, we were getting sick and tired of his attitude anyway. Makoto tells Usagi, sorry about that, Usagi. Usagi says, no problem, what a jerk. Haruka says, we warned Lifa not to go into his party. Lifa says with a sigh, I know. Kirito asks, are you going to be okay? Lifa says with a plain tone, yeah, I doubt that couldn't have ended any other way. Makoto says, let's go. Soon after, the group heads to the top of the tower to take off. On the platform, they look at the scenery and Kirito says, wow, this is an amazing view. Usagi says, amazed, the sky is so close it feels like we can reach out and touch it. Lifa says, I know, when I look at it from here, everything else seems so small. Anyway, the timing is perfect. I was thinking about leaving anyway. Makoto says, with Sigurd, I don't blame you, girlfriend. Haruka says with a nod, yeah, you need to get away from him. Kirito says, I feel kind of bad about that. Lifa says, like I said, I don't think that could have happened any other way. Usagi asks, what's that renegade stuff? Makoto says with a sigh, it means a player that has abandoned their home territory either by choice or by exile. One of us, Hino, is a renegade from the Salamanders since she didn't agree with the policies of the Salamanders and their leader, Mortimer, in which she felt that the Salamanders were becoming bullies, and she is right on the money. She left before she could be exiled. She lives in Ulne now. Usually when you are branded a renegade, you are usually looked down upon, but many of the other races look up to Hino-chan not only as Hino, the fiery archer, but she is also known as the samurai rebel. Mikaru says, with a smile, the Salamanders don't think about her in that fashion, especially since Hino-chan has been employed as a mercenary to help the other races, and she has crushed her former people quite well. They have a high bounty on her. Usagi says nervously, yipe. Lifa asks, I don't understand why we people are trying to tie each other down. What's the point of having wings, you know? Yui comes out of Kirito's jacket pocket, lands on his right shoulder, and she says, you humans are so confusing. Your psychology is so complicated. Why do you act so badly to each other when all you want is companionship? Lifa asks, what do you mean? Yui responds, if it were me. Yui kisses Kirito on the cheek and she says, I do that. It is straightforward, simple, and efficient. Mikaru says, with a smile, the human world is a bit more complex than that, Yui-chan. Everyone can't do it because it could cause problems. Yui asks, it is a matter of sequence and style, right? Lifa says, that's a remarkable AI. Are all private pixies like her? Kirito says, no, just her. She is just weird. Kirito then puts the pixie girl back into pocket. Lifa says, I guess that you would know. Lifa says, more to herself, all we want is companionship. Just then a familiar high male voice shouts out, Lifa. Everyone looks to see Recon coming up to them and Lifa says, hey, Recon. Recon says, you could have said something before you left. Lifa says, sorry, I forgot. Recon asks, so, you are really leaving the party? Lifa says, yeah. Makoto says, well, it wasn't too hard, Recon. Recon says, it doesn't matter. My sword belongs to you and you alone. Lifa says drolly, I don't need it, thanks. Makoto and Haruka both shake their heads while Mikaru is giggling. Recon says, what I meant is that I would like to go with you. Recon says, but I can't. There are some things that I need to check out, so I'm going to stay in Sigurd's party for a while. Recon glances at Makoto and Haruka in which they give gently nods in which Usagi notices. Recon then says, looking at Kirito, Kirito, she has a habit of getting into trouble. Please keep an eye on her. Kirito says with a smile, no problem. Recon says, and just so you don't get any ideas, Lifa is my. Ouch! Recon doesn't get to finish as Lifa steps on his right foot, causing him to yelp and hop around while holding his foot. Lifa says, we'll be in neutral territory for a while. Message me if you need anything. Usagi thinks in her mind, nervously, ouch, never get on her bad side. Lifa's wings appear on her back and she flies off with Kirito, Usagi, Mikaru, Haruka, and Makoto following her. When they catch up, Kirito asks, let me get this straight. In real life, he is your friend. Lifa says, yeah, something like that. Kirito gives an and Lifa asks, a bit annoyed, what's that supposed to mean? Kirito responds with a teasing smile, nothing really. Yui says, that person's feelings I can understand. He must like you a lot. Do you feel the same way? Lifa blushes and she says, I don't know, geez. Mikaru says, your daughter is definitely like a little girl. She is just so curious about everything. Lifa looks back at Swilvain and she then looks at Kirito and smiles. Lifa says, come on, everyone. Let's try to make it to the lake without stopping. Makoto says, good idea. The group flies off to get as far as they can to their destination, as their wings would allow them. January 21, 2025, Ulfheim, the World Tree. Back within the World Tree, we find ourselves back in Asuna's prison. She is sitting on the bed by Oberon, who is touching her shoulder and seemingly try to get a rise out of her in order to use the excuse to use the system to bring them into submission. However, he frowns as Asuna just sits there emotionlessly. Oberon asks, a bit irritated, unbelievable. You know, I can't really hurt you no matter what I do. That's not your real body, so why don't you loosen up a little? Asuna responds, I don't expect you to understand. I don't care if this body is real or virtual. It doesn't matter to me. Oberon asks, a bit evilly excited in his expression, are you afraid that you are going to be corrupted somehow? Oberon says, with a smirk, then you are going to need to take things a little less seriously while you are here. Asuna retorts, I don't plan on staying in this cage forever. You'll see, they'll come and save me. Oberon asks, whoever do you mean? Oh, you mean Kirito the hero, right? Asuna looks at him and Oberon says, enjoying the response that he just got, oh, please, you don't think that I know. What was his real name? Kirigea. I met him the other day in the real world. I can't believe that little boy helped beat sword art online. It took me a while to collect myself. And by the way, where do you think that I met him? He was in your hospital room. You should have seen his face when I told him that I'm marrying you in the upcoming month. It was like all of the color drained out of his face. You want to know what I think, huh? I bet that he won't have the guts to put on the nerve gear ever again. I should remember to give his wedding invitation. He would love to see you in your wedding dress. I should leave the hero a few crumbs. He laughs evilly as Asuna turns away, and Oberon thinks that she is about to weep, in which he says, deciding to hurt her even more. Maybe we should invite a mutual friend that we both know. Asuna asks, a friend. Oberon says, you know, the real hero, or should I say, heroine of sword art online. Yes, the one that defeated her uncle, Usagi. Asuna looks at him and Oberon says with a sinister smile, oh, yes, I know her all too well. Asuna asks, what do you mean? Oberon says, I've visited Kayaba-senpai many times, and I've met your friend way before Sword Art Online. Her real name is Serena Tsukino, the daughter of Kayaba-senpai's sister, Ikuko Kayaba Tsukino. Mr. Kayaba wasn't the only one with the brains in the family. Ikuko-san was a very bright student and could have been great as Kayaba-senpai and I, but she threw it all away to become a mere housewife. Oh, well. Her husband isn't much to look at, but he's pretty high up as an editor and manager of a popular magazine. I've seen that daughter of hers at Argus a lot. I can't believe that there is a hairstyle like that, but then again, it is perfect for a meatball head like her. She showed that she didn't inherit the brains of her mother. Personally, I was shocked to learn that Kayaba-senpai trapped his own beloved niece in the game. When she was a little brat, he fawned over her with love and affection, in which he gave her the honor of having the first nerve gear ever completed. Whenever they were testing new games, before the beta testing, he allowed her to be the first one to full dive in there. I was also shocked to learn that it was her of all people that defeated her own uncle and beat the game. Her. If you knew her as I did, it would surprise you too. Asuna thinks in her mind, with a mental sneer, I'm not surprised that Usagi beat the game since you don't know her as much as you think, Sugu. Oberon says, the girl was nothing more the crybaby brat that wailed from even just a little boo-boo. Sure, she was an expert full diver and gamer, but that's all she had going for her. She can barely handle Japanese and English, much less anything beyond that. She is just a plain klutz too. My brain racks over how she could beat the game, but then again, she had Kirito's help. I doubt she could have done it alone. Asuna thinks in her mind, like I said, it shows how much you really know Sugu. Oberon says, unlike your Kirito, she doesn't have guts to even come to your bed. But then again, she is probably hiding as usual since her family's reputation is in ruins because of what her precious uncle did. She can't bear to show her face in public knowing that she is related to the worst criminal of the 21st century and took her dream of Sword Art Online and turned into a living nightmare that she went through for 2 long years. Without the government keeping her and her family safe, she would be nothing but chum for those hungry lions looking for revenge. If your Kirito doesn't have the guts to put on that nerve gear, your meatball-headed friend won't even touch the thing, I bet. Oberon laughs evilly and he says, getting to his feet, anyway, I have to go. I hope that you won't miss too much Titania. Asuna thinks in her mind, they made it. Kirito and Usagi made it back and they're safe in the real world. Asuna, while looking that she is weeping, looks through the mirror to see the code on the pad that Oberon uses for the door. After he is gone, she thinks in her mind, you really think that you know them? You're wrong, Sugu. Usagi and Kirito are stronger people than you think. They won't turn their backs to what's happening. Once they realize what's going on here, they will come for me. I can't play the prisoner. I know the exit code now, and since he only has a few people helping him, I know there is a chance for me to make my voice. If I can avoid their gaze, I can make it back to the real world or at least send a message. You are truly a fool, Sugu. If you wanted to break my spirit, you should have said that you have captured them too. Now, I have hope. Kirito-kun and Usaga-chan made it home, and they are alive and well back in the real world. Asuna smiles as she is filled with new hope and resolve, knowing that the boy that she loves and one of her best friends from SAO managed to make it back to the real world and are safe from Sugu's grasp to allow them to help her once they know what's going on here. Not knowing that they already know, and they are on their way to help her. January 21, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Ancient Forest. Within an area known as Ancient Forest, neutral territory in Ulfheim, the group is now fighting evil glancers. Giant one-eyed winged lizard with a nasty power to temporarily reduce a player's stats with Mikuru is using her power to negate the curse effect that the evil glancers inflict. But Lifa wonder if it was necessary, as Kirito attacks the monsters in midair with berserk-like fury and cuts 2 of them down with ease, with the third one running away. But Lifa uses a wind spell, creating blades of wind to cut the final one down. After going through what they gained from the screens that appear in front of them, Lifa looks at Usagi and Kirito, especially, amazingly. Lifa says, nice work. Kirito says, thanks to you and the others for the awesome backup. Makoto says, didn't look like you needed backup to me. You fight like a crazy person, you know that. It is like defense and evasion doesn't mean anything to you. Kirito says nervously, well, it got the battle done faster. Haruka says, Fighting like a berserker might do well against monsters like that, but certain types of monsters or a group of players is a different story. They can hit you with long-range magic. Kirito asks, can't you avoid it? Mikaru says, based on what kind of spell it is, Kirito. The basic heavy blasts of magic move in a straight line, and that's easily avoided as long as you see it in time. But there are also homing and area of effect spells. With a mage using those spells, you have to keep moving at top or time it so you don't get caught. Usagi says, amazed, wow, there is a lot to figure out. Kirito says, scratching his head, no kidding. There was no magic in the last game that we played. I guess we have a lot to learn. Soon after, their fairy wings start to lose their glow. Lifa says, our wings are about to run out. We had better land. Lifa then points to a clearing in the forest and all of them land, in which their wings vanish afterwards, in which Lifa stretches, and Usagi gives a sigh in which Lifa asks, are you okay? Usagi says with a smile, I'm fine. Kirito says, good to go here. Lifa says, okay, tough guy, but there isn't going to be flying for us for a while. Kirito asks, why? Makoto says, pointing to the mountains ahead, the mountains are above the altitude limits that we can fly in the game, so we have go through the caves to get the lands surrounding the world tree. Haruka says, it is the trickiest part going this way to the world tree. Lifa says, Haruka and Makoto should know since they have been this way to visit Lady Hino in Olne. I never have been beyond this point. Kirito asks, are these caves long? Mikaru says, pretty long, but this is the shortest route from Sylph territory to Olne. However, there is a neutral town in the middle of cave, so we can rest there. Actually, we plan to meet up with Tomo-chan. Lifa asks, Lady Tomo, you mean the beautiful Silent Reaper? Haruka says, yeah, she and another friend of ours are waiting there. Makoto says with a smile, it's no big deal. Lifa says with a nod, okay. Lifa thinks in her mind, if the great nymphs of Ulfheim are assembling together, there must be a reason. Lifa shrugs it off for now and Mikaru asks, we're still good, but what about you, Kirito? Kirito says, it is a 7 in the real world. Yeah, I can keep going for a while. Lifa says, cool, I can too, so let's keep going. But for now, let's rotate out. Usagi asks, rotate out. Haruka says, it is a technique that groups of players uses out in the field. You can't log out right away unless you are in your race's home territory, have special camping gear, or rent an in-room. While one person logs out, the others guard the person's avatar. Kirito says, sounds like a plan. Ladies first, Lifa. Lifa says, don't mind if I do. See you in about 20 minutes. Lifa uses her player menu and uses the logout button in which her avatar slumps down to her knees. While Kirito takes out something, Usagi asks, the beautiful Silent Reaper. Makoto says, yeah, like us Hataru, who is using her last name of her avatar's name, has her own special nickname. Hataru. I mean Tomo uses a scythe not much different from her silent glaive, and she is an expert with darkness magic, which isn't surprising since she is of the imp fairy race and all forms of healing and revival magic that non-Undine can learn. She is also pretty good with illusion magic too. Kirito says, having some kind of candy stick in his mouth. Hopefully, your skills combined can get us to the top of the world tree. Haruka says, it won't be easy if what we theorized is right. Let's hope that Mizuno-chan can figure out something. Makoto says, looking at Lifa's empty avatar, I really don't like leaving Lifa-chan in the dark like this. But then again, she agreed to help Kirito, and when she makes up her mind about something, nothing is going to change her mind. Haruka says with a nod, no kidding, Makoto. Anyway, it is for the best. The less that she knows, the safer that she will be. Kirito says, agreed. I don't like this cloak and dagger stuff either, but it doesn't mean that I won't do it, especially to get Asuna back and stomp Sugu into the ground. Mikaru says, it's for the best. However, she will get suspicious as we gather our friends. All of us are well known, and nearly all of us assembling with Darien, in his avatar of Mamoru, are going to get players curious. Haruka says, that's why I don't like being well known here. Mikaru says, we'll have to make do, Haruka-chan. Usagi asks Kirito, what are those? Kirito says, holding what looks like a candy stick, this, I got a bunch of them from a shop in Swilvane. A NPC said that you could only get them there. Makoto looks at it closely and she yelps out, "What? How can you stand that stuff? That's hot stuff." Usagi says, with a sigh, "Kirito seems to have a high tolerance for spicy foods. It is completely unreal." Kirito says, with a smirk, "Not unlike someone that I know that eats 2 picnic baskets worth of food per meal." Usagi yells out, annoyed, "Hey, I'm a growing young lady. And plus, it isn't my fault that I have an accelerated digestive system." Haruka, Makoto, and Mikuru look at each other and Makoto thinks in her mind, "Man, they are really like brother and sister." Kirito asks, "Speaking of that, how are you doing in that regard?" Usagi says, with a sigh, "The others say that I'm past the point, since I've practically regained my full strength." Kirito says, "That's good. I've still got a ways to go. I really need to build up some more muscle before I am at the level that I was before." Usagi says, with a smile, "I'm glad, Kirito." A good time afterwards, Lifa picks her head up to show that she has returned to her ALO avatar. Makoto says with a smile, "Welcome back." Lifa asks, "Anything happen?" Haruka says, "Quiet for once." Lifa asks, seeing Kirito chomping on a stick, "What's that?" Kirito says, taking it out of his mouth, "Usagi already asked me about that. I got them at a shop before we left. An NPC said that you can only get them at Swilvane." Lifa says, "I've never seen them." Kirito tosses it to Lifa, and before Makoto can warn her, she put it in her mouth and she yelps out from a hot sensation racking her mouth. Kirito says with a smile, "Sorry to leave you like this, but it is my turn." Lifa says, "Get out of here before I hurt you." Soon after, Kirito uses the logout button and his body slumps as he leaves his virtual avatar. Lifa looks at Kirito's virtual avatar, and she yelps as Yui comes out of his jacket pocket and lands on his shoulder, in which Lifa says, "You can move without your master around." Yui says, "Well, of course, I'm me. And he isn't my master, he is my daddy." Haruka thinks in her mind, it isn't surprising that she can move on her own since she is an independent AI after all. Lifa asks, "About that, why do you call him your daddy? Did he set you that way?" Usagi and Makoto become a bit nervous at this, and Yui responds, "He didn't do anything to my setting. He saved me. He told me that I was his daughter and he is my daddy. See how that works." Lifa replies nervously, "Yeah, I guess. Do you like him?" Yui retorts, confused, "I'm sorry, but I don't understand the meaning of like." There are surprised looks from everyone, and Mikuru thinks in her mind, with a smile, she may be an advanced AI, but she has so much to learn like a child. Lifa says nervously, "Well, it means that you want to be with him all of the time, and you are excited being with him all the time or something like that." Lifa starts to blush, and she then goes all red. Makoto thinks in her mind, slyly, Mina-chan would have a field day if she found out about this. Mikuru says, "It seems you are thinking someone, Lifa-chan." Lifa yells out nervously, No, it's nothing like that, Lady Mikuru." Makoto says with a smirk, "Your red face says otherwise, Lifa-chan." Lifa shouts out, "I told you that it is nothing." Kirito's voice says, "What's nothing?" Lifa yelps as she sees Kirito's head up and looking at her. Yui says, "Welcome back, Daddy. Lifa was explaining about how." Lifa yelps out, interrupting, "No, I said that it was nothing." Kirito asks Usagi, "Did I miss anything?" Usagi responds with a nervous smile, "Not really, Kirito." Lifa tells Kirito, "You got back quick. I hope that you got something to eat." Kirito responds, "Yeah, my family left me something." Lifa says with a nod, "Great, let's get going." Kirito says with a nod, "Okay." All of them activate their wings, but then Usagi and Kirito look over their shoulders. Lifa asks, "Is something wrong?" Usagi says, "I felt like we were being watched." Kirito says, "Same here, Usagi." Kirito asks Yui, "Are there any other players around?" Yui says, "No, Daddy." Lifa asks, "You felt it. Is there some kind of sixth sense in the game?" Haruka says, "There is a theory about that. Remember, inside of a virtual world when a player looks at another player, the system has the scan you and read the data that it gives to them, right? Well, the theory goes that your brain can sense that process happening, but that's only a theory and it hasn't been proven yet." Makoto says, "Oh yeah, Mizuno-chan told us about that theory." Usagi thinks in her mind, could Kirito's and my 2 years in SAO combined with constant use of our search skills have given us some kind of virtual sixth sense? Something Rei-chan's senses in the real world. Kirito says, well, if Yui says that there is no one, we could have imagined it. Usagi says with a smile, nerves, I guess. Mikuru says, not exactly, Usagi-chan. Haruka says, we could be watched by a tracer. Usagi asks, a tracer? Lifa says, it is a tracking magic that creates a small animal or insect-like creature that tells the caster the target's position. Kirito asks, can you dispel it? Makoto says, sure, if you can find it. Lifa says, however, if the user's magic skill is high, the tracer can track you from far away, and with a field this size, it would be a miracle to find it. Kirito says with a sigh, great. Kirito says, shrug, I guess that Usagi is right and it is just nerves. All of them then fly off into the distance, in which they don't see what looks like a sinister-looking bat flying some distance away from them. January 21, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Legru Corridor. At the entrance to a cavern known as Legru Corridor, our group is assembled together, with the entrance to the cave having a monster statue just above the top of the entrance. Usagi says nervously, creepy. Haruka says, this is the Legru Corridor, with Legru being the neutral city that it is named after. As they start into the cave, Usagi asks, any monsters? Makoto says, typically orcs, Usagi-chan. Haruka asks Kirito, have been using your magic, Kirito? Kirito responds, not really. Mikuru says, your magic is actually best used for a situation like this. Kirito says with a nod, okay. Kirito asks Yui, do you know what kind of magic is best for this situation? Yui says with a pout, oh, Daddy, you should at least read the manual. Soon after, Yui gives him the instruction on the spell, and Kirito uses a night vision spell to allow all of them to see in the dark space of the caverns. Lifa says, wow, so this is Spriggan night vision magic. I guess that you, Spriggans, aren't half bad. Kirito says, nervously, I don't know to consider that a compliment or a diss. Lifa says, you are practicing the magic that you are using. You are real good with illusions. Kirito asks, illusions? Makoto says, magic that creates illusions that you can trick people with. Lifa says, but it really doesn't in combat. However, who knows? Your lame Spriggan magic might come in handy. Kirito says with an annoyed tone, okay, that was a diss. Makoto says, don't take it personally. Haruka says with a grin, this is why I like her. Mikuru says, with a smile, I find Lifa-chan's personality very enjoyable. The group continues on, and they are involved in fights with groups of orcs in which Kirito showed his power by cutting them down, but Usagi also showed her ability too. She uses quick strikes similar to linear, causing the orcs that she fought to stumble, and she then struck back hard with something similar to the Vorpal strike or fell crescent. When they are done, Lifa tells her, wow, for a girl that doesn't like to fight, you look like you are a master swordswoman. Usagi responds nervously, really? I can't be that good. Maybe I'm a bit lucky. Lifa thinks in her mind, lucky? Luck had nothing to do with it. Those moves were excellent. For a new player, she is really strong. Who is she? Later on, both Usagi and Kirito were studying magic spells from the manual and not doing very well. Lifa tells them, no, you are just memorizing the words. You have to learn the meaning of all the words of power, and then you can figure out the spells based on the combinations and their effects. Kirito says, I never thought that I would be in a game, and I would have to memorize words in a different language. Usagi says, yeah, aren't you supposed to play games to get away from those kind of things? Makoto says, and by the way, the top-tier spells have about 20 words at least. Usagi face faults and she yells out in disbelief, you have got to be kidding me. Kirito says, yikes, I'll stay a pure fighter. Lifa asks annoyed, would you quit complaining? Mikuru tells Usagi, you are an Undine and Undines are healers. If I can't heal the party, you are going to be there. Usagi says with a sigh, all right, but I barely can handle English and Japanese. French, don't remind me about figuring that out and all of this, is Latin to me. Makoto says, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Latin or Greek, Usagi-chan. Usagi says, sarcastically, thanks for cheering me up, Mako-chan. Lifa then hears a loud beeping, and she sees a message icon in front of her in which she says, "Oh, someone is messaging me. I'll have to get this." Kirito says, with a nod, "Okay." Lifa pushes the icon button, and a message screen pops up in front of her, giving her a confused look. Haruka asks, "What's wrong?" Lifa says, "It's recon. It says, just like we thought, be careful S, and that's it." Haruka asks, "Can I see it?" Lifa says, "Sure." Lifa makes the message screen visible to everyone, and Haruka's eyes narrow at this. Haruka says, "It looks like that he was cut off before he can complete his message." Lifa asks, could he have pushed the send button by mistake? Yui then says, "Daddy, I'm picking up movement behind us." Kirito asks, his eyes narrowing, "Are they monsters?" Yui shakes her head and she replies, "No, they're players. A huge amount, and they are 24 in total." Makoto asks, stunned, 24? Haruka says, "I've got a bad feeling about this. We need to hide." Usagi asks, "Hide where?" Lifa says with a smile, "Leave that one to us, Usagi." They go into 2 divots with Lifa, Usagi, and Kirito in one, and Makoto, Haruka, and Mikaru in the other, with Lifa and Haruka cast concealment spells on them. Lifa tells Usagi and Kirito, "We need to keep our voices down to a whisper. Anything louder will break the spell." Kirito says in a whisper, "Right." Yui whispers, "They will be coming into view soon." They wait for a while, and then Usagi and Kirito narrow their eyes. Usagi asks, "What's that?" Kirito says, "You see it, it's not a player." Usagi says, confused, "Yeah, it looks like a creepy bat with red eyes." Lifa's eyes widen, and she looks in the same direction as Usagi and Kirito, in which she then looks in the same direction, and then sees the same eyes. Lifa then leaps out of the cover and breaking the concealment magic. Kirito asks, "Why did you break our cover?" Coming out of their concealment, Haruka yells out, "That's a high-level tracer. We need to destroy it." Lifa says, "On it." Lifa uses a wind spell to create a rain of needles that strike home and destroy the bat. Makoto says, "We need to get out of here now." Usagi asks, why? As they start to run, Haruka says, "They already know that we destroyed their tracer, and any attempt to go back to cover will be useless since they will use tracking magic to easily find us." Usagi asks, "Who sent that thing?" Makoto says, "It is a fire elemental tracer, and that means..." Kirito says seriously, "The salamanders." Lifa asks, "What's a part of salamanders doing down here, and why so big a party?" Makoto asks, "Could it be possible that they know that Mikaru, Haruka, and I are with you?" Haruka says, "Most likely, but I don't see how, and I don't get how they could get a tracer on us. They would have done it from Swilvane somehow." Makoto yells out, "That's not possible. Since we recognize the salamanders as enemies, the NPC guards would attack them the instant that they stepped into our territory." Mikaru says, "It doesn't mean that there aren't ways to avoid that, but I can't see how." The group then find themselves on a bridge in an underground lake with a city in the center of the lake. When they see the city, Makoto says, "It doesn't matter. Once we are in the city, we'll be just fine. They can't attack us in that city." But then pair of beams of light flies over them and lands right in front, creating something in front of the gates to the city. Lifa says, shocked, "Oh, crap." Kirito draws his large sword and leaps towards the forming obstruction, in which Lifa yells out, "Hey, Kirito." However, it is too late as Kirito strikes the large rock wall and flies back down to the bridge on his rear. Usagi asks, concerned, "Are you okay?" Kirito says, "Just my pride, Usagi." Lifa tells Kirito, "That won't work, Kirito." Kirito asks, "Why didn't you warn me that before?" Mikaru says, "Well, you were the one that flew off before allowing Lifa to warn you, Kirito." Usagi asks, "What is this?" Makoto says, "An earth magic barrier. You can bash on it all day and you won't get through it. We have enough attack spells to beat it down, but..." Kirito says it would take too long. Kirito asks, "What about the lake?" Lifa says, "Normally, that's not an option unless you want to be lunch. However, your friend and Lady Mikaru are undines, and they can take those kinds of things on." Usagi asks, a bit nervously, "Really?" Lifa says, "However, since your friend is a new undine, Lady Mikaru is the only one that we can really count on." Usagi says with a droll tone, "Thanks a lot." Haruka says, and the real problem is that they could snipe at us while we struggle against them, even with Mikuru-chan's help, especially since they have a high-level mage. That's really high earth magic spell. Makoto says, and that means we can only fight. Usagi says nervously, I was afraid that you were going to say that. Usagi, Lifa, Haruka, and Kirito draw their swords. Kirito says, don't take this the wrong way, but can you leave the fighting to me? I need the rest of you to stay back. Lifa asks surprised, huh? Kirito says, you are going with a sword, Lifa, but I need you and Usagi to remain back as backup. In fact, I need you, Haruka, and Makoto to attack with spells to keep the mages busy while Mikuru focuses on healing. That way, I can fight with all of my strength. Makoto says, no way. Haruka says, I see. When everyone looks at Haruka, she says, that huge sword that you weld. It is hard to weld it in a confined space, and even worse when you have allies close by. If we stay out of the way, he doesn't have to worry about a backlash of hitting us while attacking them at the same time. Makoto says with a nod of understanding, smart thinking. Usagi says, let's try it Kirito's way for now. Mikuru says with a nod, okay, Usagi. Mikuru asks Lifa, is that okay with you? Lifa says, nodding her head, sure. Kirito steps forward, while the others step back as they look ahead to see a group of 24 opponents, with 6 of them being red-armored warriors with large shields and maces, while the other 18 are wearing robes and wielding wands of mages. Usagi and the others can see that they are in for a hard battle. Chapter 12, Illusions, Swords, and Grand Quests. January 21, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Legru. Within the underground neutral city of Legru, there are various players inside, but we focus on 2 of them. One of them looks to be a teenage girl, has pink hair in Rinnie's classic hairstyle, violet eyes, elf-like ears, milky white with a hint of violet skin. And she is wearing an outfit that's similar to Lisbeth's outfit from SAO. Expect that all of the parts that are red are pink in color, and where it was white, it is silver. The armored plates on her outfit are violet in color. She has violet fingerless gloves, and she has violet-colored combat boots on her feet with dual daggers strapped to her back. The other player looks to be a teenage girl of 16 years of age with short violet hair in Hataru's hairstyle, violet eyes, elf-like ears, milky white with a hint of violet skin. And she is wearing an outfit similar to Asuna's Knights of the Blood outfit. Expect that anywhere that it was white, it is violet on this player's outfit. She has no stockings on, and she is wearing violet knee-high high-heeled boots with 3-inch stiletto heels. And strapped to her back is a scythe weapon similar to Sailor Saturn's silent glaive. As the 2 of them move by, they notice plenty of players look at the violet-haired player, and the pink-haired player says, in Rinnie's voice, wow, Hataru. I mean Tomo-chan, you must be famous. The violet-haired player responds, in Hataru's voice, I have been playing the game as long as the others, and we have become very good, Chiba-USA-chan. The pink-haired player, none other than Rinnie in her ALO avatar of Chiba-USA, says, back in Crystal Tokyo, I've become very good at the version of ALO there, and I've become pretty well known. The violet-haired player, none other than Hataru in her ALO avatar of Tomo, responds, well, I would suspect so since imps usually prefer violet, not pink. Chiba-USA says with a giggle, I did cause a bit of a stir. Just then they hear a loud boom and Chiba-USA asks, what was that? Tomo says, it sounded like an explosion and it is near the gates. Chiba-USA says, they can't fight here. It is neutral territory and a safe zone for all players. Tomo says, it doesn't mean that they can't fight just outside of the city, Chiba-USA. Soon after, Tomo and Chiba-USA head off in which just outside of the gates of the city, Usagi, Lifa, Mikuru, Haruka, Makoto, and Kirito are together in which they are preparing to fight a group of salamanders, which consists half a dozen heavy armored shield and mace welders, while there are 18 more wearing the robes and welding the magic rods wands of mages. As the shield users rush forward, Kirito does the same and Usagi thinks, good luck and be careful, Kirito. When Kirito gets close to the shield users, he strikes, but the shield users slam their shields onto the bridge and create a wall of shields in which they easily withstood Kirito's powerful attack. Lifa says they withstood his attack. Haruka says, I get what's going on here. Mikaru says, I'll get ready to heal. Makoto says, Lifa, we need to prepare attack spells and fast. Lifa says, with a nod, right. Soon after, some of the salamander mages heal the minor damage to the shield users, while others unleash a wave of fireballs at Kirito in which Lifa, Haruka, and Makoto unleash 2 powerful wind spells and a lightning spell that manages to destroy most of the fireballs, but enough get through to hit Kirito and cause significant damage. Lifa says, shocked, Kirito. Mikaru says, I have this. Mikaru then uses a healing spell to restore Kirito's health back to normal, and he attacks again. But it is the same result with Kirito, only somewhat denting the health of the shield users. Some of the mages healing them completely and instantly, and the others unleashing their attacks in which Makoto, Lifa, and Haruka manage to count, but enough get through to cause Kirito significant damage, which Mikaru manages to heal. Haruka says, I knew it. They know about this guy's powerful physical attacks, and they have designed a tactic against him. Usagi asks, they have. Mikaru says, yes. This type of formation is used against boss monsters with powerful physical damage. The shield users aren't to attack. They are to act as a wall and a sponge to absorb his attack damage, while some of the mages heal them and quickly restore their strength, in which the other hit them with long-range magic attacks. Makoto says, it is an attrition-type battle in which it is either his health or their mana runs out. Usagi says, shocked, oh no. Usagi then says, then we need to take out the mages. Haruka says, just what I was thinking. Makoto, Lifa, hit the mages hard. Makoto says, with a nod, you got it, Haruka. Makoto, Lifa, and Haruka then unleash a powerful magical assault against the mages, but they only took some minor damage. Haruka says with a serious tone, damn it, those robes are magic resistant. They knew that we would be here. Usagi asks, shocked, are you sure? Mikaru says, it looks like it, Usagi. Since we have been here since the start of ALO, you know that we must have high magic skills, and they somehow knew that we were here, so they outfit themselves with magical armor that resists magical attacks, most likely our type of attacks of water, wind, and lightning. Usagi says drolly, just great. As the mages heal themselves, Makoto says, this is an attrition-type battle, and the numbers are on our own side, in which skills don't mean crap. Lifa says with a sigh, yeah, there is nothing that we can do. Once you are in the system, all you can do is to wait around until the lethal numbers game to play out. However, the words of lethal and game strike a chord in Usagi as memories of SAO, still fresh in her mind, especially with the current situation, flow into her mind. Makoto says with a sneer, I hate this kind of battle. Lifa, unable to stand Kirito getting attacked with nothing to go, says, Kirito, that's enough. It is just a few more hours of time to get back together from Swilvain, and we can rebuy the items that we lose. Let's just give up while we can. Usagi thinks in her mind, give up, accept death. Soon after, images of Diaval, Kobets, and all those that died and suffered in SAO, including Lisbeth with the loss of her comrades before she met Usagi and Kirito, when the moonlit Black Cats Guild was destroyed, came into her mind, and it caused her left hand to tighten into a fist. Usagi then shouts out, in a strong tone that's unlike her, no. When everyone, minus Kirito, looks at Usagi and Makoto asks, surprised, Usagi. Usagi says, her eyes blazing with determination that wasn't like her before SAO, just give up. Accept fate given by a system. Just roll over and die or let your comrades die. I can't accept that. I won't accept that. Kirito shouts out, I agree. When everyone looks at Kirito, there is a powerful fire in his eyes as those same memories dominate his mind, and he says, as long as I am alive, I won't stand to see a party member killed, especially a friend. It is the one thing that I refuse to allow ever. The others, minus Usagi, are shocked by this, and Kirito tells Usagi, want to try the old up and over. Usagi responds with a nod, you got it, Kirito. Kirito replies, give me the signal. Kirito then gives a scream of fury that scares ally and enemy alike as he charges into the attack. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland starts. Usagi tells Makoto, Lifa, and Haruka, with a very serious tone that's not like her usual self, Lifa, Makoto, Haruka, when I tell you to, hit the mages with the strongest attack spells that you have. Don't let them get off their spells. The three named people look at Usagi with surprise, and Usagi yells at them, pleadingly, "Please just do it." The three of them become nervous, and Makoto responds nervously, "Okay." Lifa thinks in her mind, stunned, what has gotten into them? As Lifa looks to see Kirito force his way in between two shields, shocking the shield bearers of the group, she thinks, this is a game. This death isn't real, and everyone who plays knows it. But they, Kirito and Usagi, are trying to overcome the mathematical odds in order to survive in a world that isn't even real. Yui flies over to Mikuru and she says, "Please, you need to be ready to shield Daddy and Auntie Usagi, just in case they get off magic attacks." Mikuru says with a nod, "Okay." When Usagi sees the mages of the group start their spells, she yells out, "Now!" Quickly, Lifa, Makoto, and Haruka unleash their attacks fast enough, and while it doesn't seriously damage the salamander mages, it disrupts them long enough to force them to start their spells all over again, in which some of them have to heal the mages that got hit. Yui yells out, "Now, this is your chance." Usagi, at incredibly fast speeds, zips over towards Kirito and draws her swords in a cross draw in which she welds her blades like she and Kirito did with Kirito's dual welding skill of SAO, in which Usagi used her mimic skill to replicate. When she gets close enough, Usagi shouts out, with a serious tone, "Kirito now." Kirito then leaps back, spins around on his heels, and lays sword like a board across his hands, in which Usagi steps onto the sword, and Kirito gives a mighty roar as he flings Usagi into the air, in which she goes over the shield wall in an arc, towards the mages, causing everyone else to be shocked. Lifa yells out, shocked, "No way." Makoto says, stunned, "Took the words right out of my mouth, girlfriend." However, several of the enemy mages prepare to unleash a magical counterattack. Yui yells to Mikuru, "Do it now." Mikuru then casts a protection spell just in time, in which when the fireballs slam into Usagi, they barely do any damage to her, in which she winches, but she continues on and prepares to strike. However, as she looks at the enemy mages, she hesitates for a moment since they were players and not monsters, but she then sees the enemy mages as enemy monsters of Sao, and Usagi continues her attack and cleaves one of the salamander mages in half, causing him to turn into Remain Lights, signifying his death. Before the shocked mages can do anything, Usagi impales another with her two swords, and he turns into Remain Lights as well. Another mage screams out, "Oh, crap." However, 3 more salamander mages fall to Usagi's blades in quick succession, and then zips over to the shield welders, in which she grabs one by the back of his collar and impales him with her sword, causing him to yelp as his health drops to 0, in which he turns to Remain Lights. The others are stunned, especially Mikuru, Makoto, and Haruka, and Makoto thinks in her mind, stunned, "Whoa, girlfriend. What has gotten into you?" When Haruka sees Usagi's eyes, she thinks, "I can see it in her eyes. It is the need to survive, the need to protect, and most of all, the need to win." Yui yells out, "Daddy, this is our chance. Do it now." Kirito then chants out a spell. Mikuru says, "That's illusion magic." Haruka says, "What is he thinking?" That spell turns him into a random monster, and most of the time, it is weak mob. It has no use in battle. However, a twister of smoke envelops, and out of the smoke emerges a monster that looks a lot like the Gleamice, the boss monster of Floor 74, except there is no tail in the form of a cobra, it has no sword, and the eyes aren't glowing blue, but red. Makoto says, nervously, "That's not a weak mob." The Gleamice-like monster gives a mighty roar, and everyone looks at it, in which Usagi's eyes widen, as she remembers that monster all too well from Sao. Usagi and Lifa ask in unison, "Kirito?" Soon after, the Gleamice charges and easily impales one of the shield welders, causing him to turn into Remain Light, in which the shield welders start to break up in panic. The leader of the mages, a chubby salamander with red, spiky hair, shouts out, "Idiots, stay in formation, it's not real. He can't hurt us if you stick the plan and stay in formation. Focus on." However, the others in the group weren't sure, and the Gleamice-like monster that Kirito causes more panic as he bites and eats one of the remaining shield welders while cutting through the rest with its clawed hands. The mage leader, looking in a panic, shouts out nervously, "Hit him with an explosion spell." However, before they can start, Usagi roars out, "I don't think so." Before they could even start, Usagi charges in and cuts down 2 more of the mages, in which the transformed Kirito leaps in and cuts down 2 more mages with a swipe of his tail, in which Usagi quickly leaps out of the way. The leader of the mages then shouts out in complete panic, "Retreat! Retreat!" However, the transformed monster Kirito doesn't let them, and one after another, the mages end up as end lights, until only 2 of them are left, including the leader, who tries to escape by leaping into the water. But he is impaled in the chest, while Usagi throws one of her swords at him, causing him to turn into and remain light, while Kirito picks up the last mage and prepared to crush his head. The others then snap out of their stupor, and Leafa shouts out, running over, "Kirito, wait, don't kill him, we need him alive." Leafa's words seem to reach the monster, and he, like a piece of dirt, drops him to the ground, in which he lands on his butt with a thud. Sword Art Online music, Swordland ends. Yui asks, "Isn't my daddy amazing?" Makoto says nervously, "That's one way of putting Yui." The others run over to the salamander mage, in which he says, "Ow, my head." He then looks to see Leafa and Haruka pointing their swords at him. Haruka says with a stern tone, "Okay pal, it is time to talk." Leafa adds in, with a stern tone, "Who sent you asses after us?" The salamander mage is nervous, but he manages to say defiantly, "Never. Kill me if you want." Makoto says, cracking her virtual knuckles, "You got it, jerk." But before the others can do anything, Kirito's voice booms, "Oh, wow, that was cool." Everyone looks to see smoke dispelling, and Kirito is back to his regular self, in which he comes over and he says, with a smile, "That was an awesome battle. Your plan wasn't shabby either. If I was alone, I wouldn't last a minute against you dorks." Leafa yells out, annoyed, "What are you telling him that for?" Usagi says, with a sigh, "Leave it to Kirito to compliment his opponent." Kirito says, with a smile, "Let me handle this." Kirito then shows a prompt like the one when a player wins a monster fight with gains of money and items to the salamander mage, and he says, "Let's make a deal. This is all of the Eid and items that I won after beating your asses. All you have to do is answer my questions, and they can be yours." The salamander mage then looks around to see if any salamander, remain lights, are around, and when he sees none, he asks in a whisper, "Seriously?" Kirito responds with a smirk, "Totally." Kirito and the salamander trade devious smirks and giggles, and the others look at them disgusted. Leafa says with a snort, "Men." Yui says, nodding her head, "It is like we aren't even here." Soon after, the salamander mage then says, explaining, "This evening, we got a text from Gtax, the leader of the mage squad which your Undine friend just impaled." Usagi gives a surprised look, and the mage says, "Anyway, he sent me a text saying to get into the game, and when I got here, he said that he needed a unit of 24 of us against a group of half a dozen players. I thought that it was way overkill, but then I heard that 3 of them are 3 of the great nymphs, Mikeru, Haruka, and Makoto, in which then it made sense, since a small squad against 3 of them would be a massacre of the assault team. And to make more sense, he said that 2 of them, a sylph girl and especially a strange Spriggan, took out Kagemaru's squad." Kirito asks, "Kagemaru?" The salamander mage responds, "He is the leader of the Lancer squad, and he is known sylph hunter, but he got his ass kicked and had to retreat. That must have been you, right?" Kirito and Leafa share a look, and Leafa asks, "Why is Gtax so interested in getting rid of us?" Makoto says, "Most likely, they wanted the glory of taking out 3 of the great nymphs. Because we are such elite players, we have targets on our backs, and there are plenty of players that want to become well known by taking at least one of us out at least once." The salamander mage says, "I really don't think so. The order came from the top. It was said that you would be a major threat to the plan." Haruka asks, "The plan?" The mage replies, "Hey, I'm just a grunt. They don't tell me lower-level grunts anything. However, when I logged in today, I saw a massive swarm of salamanders flying up to the north." Leafa says, "No way. They must be attempting to clear the world tree." Haruka says, "I don't think so, Leafa." The mage responds with a nod, "Lady Haruka is right. Someone figured that in order to complete that, we need ancient-level class weapons for the whole army, and we can't afford that stuff. That's everything I know, I promise." Mikaru says, "I know that he is telling the truth." Makoto says, "Based on what we know about the organization of the salamanders, I doubt that he has any more useful information. Let him go. The mage asks, you weren't lying about your part of the deal. Kirito says, nope, I'm a man of my word, partner. The others groan as Kirito uses a trade prompt to send said money and items to the salamander mage, and he happily starts to skip off. Usagi asks nervously, aren't those your comrade's items? The salamander says, you don't get it. They show off this rare stuff all the damn time and in my face too. I'm not going to wear it. I'm just going to sell off and buy myself a nice house or something. Later. Haruka says with a smirk, basic payback. But then again, I don't blame the guy. Makoto says with a nod, yep, players do that all the time even to their own comrades. Mikaru says with a smile, it seems he came out of this happy. Just then a female voice shouts out, hey, meatball head. Everyone then looks to see Tamo and Chibiusa running towards them. Usagi thinks in her mind, looking at Chibiusa, that's Rinnie's ALO avatar. She looks like Liz. An image of Lisbeth from SAO appears over Chibiusa in Usagi's mind as the two of them goes over to them. Haruka tells Tamo, hey kiddo. Tamo says with a smile, nice to see you, Haruka papa. Mikaru says, good to see you too, sweetie. Lifa says, oh wow, you're Tamo. Makoto tells Tamo, Tamo, this is our friend Lifa. She is one of the 5 great sylphs like Haruka and I. Tamo says with a bow, nice to meet you. Lifa's eyes widen when she sees Chibiusa and she asks, who are you? Chibiusa responds, a bit nervously, I'm Chibiusa. Lifa says, looking at Usagi and Chibiusa, Chibiusa, does that stand for Chibi Usagi? You look a lot alike. Usagi and Chibiusa yell out in unison, in annoyed tones, no way that I look like her. Lifa yelps and Usagi says, nervously, she is my real-life cousin. Tamo says, she plays as an imp like me, and we are friends here and in real life. Lifa says with a nod, okay, but usually imps have an affinity for violet, not pink. Tamo says with a smile, pink is more of Chibiusa's style. Chibiusa asks, what happened here? We heard an explosion and we came to the gate to find an earth magic barrier in front of it. We were preparing to knock it down when it vanished. Mikaru says, quite a tale, Chibiusa-chan. Let's talk about it inside where it is safe. The others then decide to head into the city where the others, minus Kirito and Usagi, talk about the battle. When they are done, Tamo asks amazed, really? Lifa asks Kirito, about that. Kirito, was that you that was the monster or was it an illusion? Kirito responds, I really don't know. Makoto asks, what do you mean that you don't remember? Usagi says nervously, sometimes, when we get into a really big stressful fight, Kirito snaps and he doesn't remember a thing that he did. The others, minus Kirito, are shocked and Lifa says nervously, whoa, scary. Makoto says with a nod, you said it, Lifa. Usagi says, rubbing her head nervously, actually, I don't remember anything from the time that Lifa talked about giving up until the battle was over. There are plenty of anime face faults and Chibiusa shouts out, flabbergasted, you have got to be kidding me. Usagi responds, nervously while rubbing her head, actually no, it kind of happens to me too. Makoto thinks in her mind, nervously, okay, super scary. Yui tells Usagi, well, you and Daddy were incredible anti-Usagi. Chibiusa asks, wait, anti-Usagi? Mikaru says, we'll explain in a minute, sweetie. Yui says, Daddy helped you fly over those shield warriors, and you cut through those mage guys left and right. Usagi asks curiously, I did. Kirito says with a nod, yeah, you did. I do remember some of this battle, and I remember we used our old up and over trick that we did when we were partnered as a team, Usagi. I also used that spell that Yui suggested, and I remember that I got big. It was cool. Usagi says nervously, I don't think so. I think that I remember that part, Kirito. Kirito says, well, I thought that it was awesome to be the monster for once, Usagi. Then I remember cutting and grabbing people with my hands. Yui asks, and you were chomping on them too, remember that? Kirito says with a smirk, oh yeah, I really felt like a monster. All eating people and anything were pretty cool. Lifa asks nervously, so what did they taste like? Kirito responds, just like grilled meat just before it gets burned. all crispy. Leafa says nervously, "Okay, good, sorry I asked." But before anyone could say or do anything, Kirito takes one of Leafa's hands and bites down, in which a loud smack is then heard throughout the city. Within the city itself, we find our group, now joined by Tamo and Chibiusa, with Kirito rubbing the cheek that Leafa smacked. Leafa then states with a smile, "Wow, so this is Legru." Kirito says, "Ow, that hurt." Yui says, "Well, it is your own fault, Daddy. You shouldn't be biting people." Leafa says annoyed, "I'll say." Usagi says, shaking her head, "Seriously, Kirito? I thought that you knew better than that." Kirito says, "Why is everyone ganging up on me? I was trying to break the tension with a stupid joke." Haruka says drolly, "Really stupid joke, pal?" Makoto says with a nod, "Yep." Leafa says with a deadly glare, "Bite me again and I'll cut you in half." Kirito says with a winch, "Yes, ma'am." Leafa then goes over to check the wares at a stand, while Usagi tells Kirito, "You asked for it, Kirito." Kirito then tells Leafa, "I just remembered. Just before we got attacked, you got a message from your friend." Leafa says, "Oh, yeah, I forgot." Leafa brings up her party menu and check her friend list, in which she says, seeing Rikon's name grayed out, "Rikon's not online. He must be sleeping." Kirito asks, "So, why not log out and give him a call?" Leafa didn't like bringing ALO into the real world with her, but something in Rikon's message got to her. Leafa says, "Yeah, I better check up with him. I'll be gone for a second." Makoto says with a smile, "No problem." Leafa tells Yui and Usagi, "By the way, Yui, can you and Usagi keep an eye on my avatar for me?" Yui asks curiously, "Us?" Leafa says, "Yeah, I need to make sure that your daddy doesn't mess around with it." Yui says with a nod, "Copy that, ma'am." Kirito says drolly, "Give me a break." Usagi and the others can't help to smirk and or giggle at his displeasure, while Leafa sits down on a bench and she uses her player menu to log out, causing her avatar to slump forward. With Leafa temporarily logged out, Makoto asks Usagi, "So, you really don't remember what happened during that fight?" Usagi responds nervously, "I already told you, no, Mako-chan." Haruka responds, "Survival reflex." Everyone looks at Haruka and Tamo asks, "Survival reflex, Haruka Papa?" Haruka responds with a nod, "Yeah, remember, SAO wasn't any ordinary game. You die there, you are really dead." This meant that her survival instincts were really super homed, and all living beings, from animals to humanoids, have them. It is also known as fight or flight reflex, where your mind is telling you that you have to fight the danger or get away from it. When Leafa talked about lethal and game, she must have remembered her time in SAO, and something in our princess mind snapped and her SAO survival instincts kicked in. Haruka says, pointing to Kirito, "It must be the same for this guy too." Usagi rubs her head nervously, and Kirito says nervously, "I guess so." Mikaru says, "It must have been the same with the fight against Jadeite too." Haruka says, "Probably Mikaru-chan." Chibiusa says, a bit nervously, "Okay, meatball head, you are starting to actually scare me and worry me." Usagi says with a sigh, "Sorry, Chibiusa." Haruka tells Usagi, "And that's why you are going to talk with us when this mission is over. Usagi, got it?" Usagi responds, a bit nervously, "Yes, ma'am." On the meanwhile, Kirito gets some kind of strange food on a stick and sits down, but as he prepares to eat it, Leafa leaps to her feet to show that she is back in her ALO avatar body. Kirito says, nearly dropping his food, "Whoa." Leafa tells Haruka and Makoto, "Haruka, Makoto, we need to go now." Makoto asks, "What's wrong?" Leafa says, "We've been betrayed. Sigurd has allied himself with the salamanders, and he gave the salamanders the location where the alliance treaty between us, Sylphs, and the Kate Sith are going to be made. The huge force mentioned by that mage is going to attack Lady Sakuya and Lady Rue at the alliance treaty meeting." There are gasps, and Haruka says, with a sneer and slamming her fists, "I knew it. I knew that he was a rat." Makoto says, "Gut him later, Haruka. We need to get to Butterfly Valley now." Usagi asks, confused, "What's going on?" Kirito says, "They can explain on the way. It's going to take longer since we aren't allowed to fly." Haruka says, "Let's go." Lifa gives a surprised look, and the group takes off as Lifa explains about what happened when she talked to Recon in the real world. When they were done talking, as they continued running, Usagi says, "That's the important thing that you told me about." Haruka says, "That's right, Usagi." Makoto says, "Mina-chan is going to be there since she is the right-hand girl of Alicia Rue, the leader of the Kate Sith, but even someone as strong as her can't take on a whole army. She is going to need help and fast." Usagi asks, "Why? Is it for the ability to claim the money and occupy the land for 10 days, charging whatever they want to the players in those territories?" Haruka says, "Partially, Usagi-chan. The salamanders are the strongest single fairy race in ALO, but the balance of power could change if the Sylphs and Kate Sith join together. Not only do they have a better chance of conquering the World Tree, but they could invade salamander territory and do what they did to the first Sylph leader, in which they could kill the leader of the salamanders and strip them of the money that they have gained and weaken their position of power in ALO. That's what they are afraid of." Makoto says, "Be disrupting the alliance meeting and killing the Kate Sith leader. They could get rid of any chance for an alliance and make things worse if the Kate Sith learn that their leader was killed because of a traitorous Sylph. It could start a war between the Sylph and Kate Sith." Usagi says nervously, "Okay, that's bad." Chiba-USA asks, "What was your first clue, Meatball Head?" Lifa says, "Kirito, this is a Sylph problem. You, Lady Mikaru, Usagi, Lady Tomo, and Chiba-USA don't need to get involved. I mean, even with 5 of the 9 great nymphs, I'm not sure that we can win. And then we would have to start back in respective territories. Actually, this could work out for you, Kirito." Usagi asks, "What do you mean, Lifa?" Lifa says, "You and Kirito need to get up to the World Tree fast, right? You might be better off working with the salamanders." There are gasps and Makoto asks, shocked, "Whoa, girl, what are you saying?" Lifa says, solemnly, "If they can pull this one off, they can make their attempt at the World Tree, and since you are Spriggan, they could hire you as a mercenary. So, if you wanted to kill me, you could. I wouldn't hold it against you." After a few moments of silence, Kirito says plainly, "It is just a game in the end. Anything goes, right? If you want to kill, kill. If you want to steal, steal. A lot of people think like that, and I used to be one of them. But that's not true. There are things that you have to protect because it is a virtual world." Usagi says, with a plain tone, "Kirito is right, and you can't exactly separate the person from the player. If you give in to your impulses here, they will rule you in the real world. The person and the player are one and the same, and if one changes, so does the other. You are our friend, Lifa." Kirito says, with a nod, "That's right, and there is no way that I'm going to attack a friend for my own benefit." Lifa says, amazed, "Kirito, Usagi." Makoto thinks in her mind, with a smile, "That's our princess." Lifa says with a weak smile, "Thank you." Kirito says nervously, "Oops, that was a bit over the top, huh?" Lifa says with a smile, "No, it was cool." Kirito says, "Oh crap, we are wasting time standing here. Yui, lead the way." Yui says, "Okay, daddy." Kirito says, taking Lifa's hand, "Here, take my hand." Usagi asks nervously, "Kirito, you aren't going to?" Kirito responds, with a smile and a nod of his head, "Yep." Usagi says nervously, "Oh man, Mako-chan, grab onto my back." Makoto asks surprised, "Huh?" Usagi says, "Just please do it. Hurry." Makoto grabs one of Usagi's shoulders while Haruka grabs one of Mikaru's hands, in which Mikaru notices the smirk on her face, with Chiba-USA grabbing one of Tomo's hands. Chiba-USA says with a sigh, "Hold on, Tomo-chan." Tomo says with a sigh, "Okay, Chiba-USA-chan." Kirito then zooms off with Lifa screaming to hold onto his hand, with Usagi, Chiba-USA, and Haruka zipping off after him, in which along the way, a group of ogres appear, but they manage to zip by them without much trouble. Kirito says, seeing a light up ahead, "There is the exit." Lifa and Makoto screams as all of them zip out of the exit, leap high into the sky off a cliff, and Kirito, Usagi, Makoto, Haruka, Mikaru, Tomo, Chiba-USA, and finally, Lifa deploy their fairy wings, in which they fly through the air, in which Lifa looks back to see the ogres tried to follow them, with some of them falling down the cliff. Lifa looks at Kirito, and she says, in an irritated tone with the same kind of expression, "Are you trying to kill me?" Kirito says, with a smile, "No, I was just trying to save a little time, Lifa. Lifa says annoyed, you and your shortcuts. Usagi tells Makoto, sorry about that, Mako-chan. Makoto asks, with a sigh, warn me next time. Soon after, everyone looks to see what looks like a massive gray structure with some semblance to a tree trunk, in which it reached into the skies with the branches and leaves extending out like constellations in which they are miles away, and it still looked massive. Usagi asks with an amazed look on her face, is that it? Mikaru says, nodding her head, the world tree, Usagi. Usagi says, awestruck, incredible. Chiba asks, don't we have a meeting to get to? Kirito says with a nod, she's right, we need to hurry. Haruka says, the place is Butterfly Valley, we know the way. Tomo asks, how much time do we have? Lifa says, 20 minutes. Kirito says, then we aren't moving fast enough. All of them then speed up and fly faster. January 21, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Butterfly Valley. Over the skies near the World Tree in a place known as Butterfly Valley, Usagi, Kirito, Mikaru, Haruka, Makoto, Tomo, Chiba and Lifa are flying through the air to reach the meeting of the Sylph and Kate Sith leadership in order to warn them of the Salamander assault force. Kirito says, I wish that we could move faster. Lifa says, I know. Even if we manage to warn them, it doesn't mean that we can get the leaders out in time. We just may die with them. Makoto says, geez girl, you sound like we aren't here. Haruka says, while we are among the most powerful players in ALO Mako-chan, it doesn't mean that we can defeat a whole army. Yui says, I've got player signals. 68 in total, it must be the Salamander attack squad. Usagi asks, stunned, 68. Makoto says, oh man, that is a whole army. Tomo says, it is going to be tough even for us. I wish that we had Mizuno with us. Mikaru says, agreed. Usagi thinks in her mind, same here, Mikaru. When they see a break in the clouds, the group then sees the massive salamander attack force below them. Chiba says, amazed, there is so many of them. Yui says, pointing to a nearby plateau, there are 14 more players on the plateau. They must be the delegations of the Sylph and Kate Sith. The two groups of players will make contact in 50 seconds. Haruka says, crap, we aren't going to make it. Lifa says, solemnly, it looks like we didn't make it after all. Thanks for trying, Kirito. You and Usagi head for the World Tree. I'll try to save Sakuya with Makoto and Haruka. Makoto says, hey girl, you sound like we're finished. Haruka says, we still have the element of surprise on our side. If we attack them from behind, we could send their formation into confusion and allow them to escape, fight back, or both. Kirito says, your friend is right and running away isn't my style. Usagi, you and Lifa come with me. Have your friends do exactly as Haruka says, but wait for a signal. Tomo asks, signal? Kirito says, grabbing Usagi's hand, you'll know it when you hear it. Usagi yelps as Kirito zips off with her, and Lifa follows as quickly as possible while the others look at each other and quickly move into position. On the ground, we can see the Kate Sith and Sylph groups gasp as they see the legion of salamanders above them. With the Kate Sith, there is none other than Mina Aino and her ALO avatar. Mina's ALO avatar, known as Minako, has long flowing dark blonde hair similar to her classic hairstyle with white bow on the top center portion of the rear of her scalp. She has large white cat-like ears coming out of her scalp and no human or elf-like ears. She has yellow cat-like eyes, deep, full, and lovely ruby red lips, and a large white tail coming out of her tailbone area. She is wearing an yellow armored bikini-like top, silver armored shoulder pads and elbow pads, white fingerless fighting gloves, a short skirt that covers only up to the top of her navel and down to 1/4 of her thighs, revealing quite a bit of midriff, and black high-heeled open-toed sandals. In her hands, there is a pair of cat-like metal claws, and flying by her side, there is a small silver version of the feathered dragon from SAO with jade-colored eyes. Minako tells the small silver dragon, easy, Rena. The leader of the group prepares to lift his hand to prepare to attack, but they start to hear what sounds like a young lady screaming, and everyone starts to look around before there is a loud boom in front of the Sylph and Kate Sith, causing a lot of dirt and smoke to come into the air, surprising all sides in this confrontation. They hear the sound of coughing in which the smoke and dust clear to reveal the forms of Kirito and Usagi in between the sylphs and Tgthegood. Minako thinks in her mind, a Spriggan? Wait a minute, that Undine girl, could that be? Usagi yells at Kirito, annoyed, warn me next time. Usagi then looks up, sees the salamanders, and she says nervously, oh boy. Kirito yells out with a strong tone, salamanders, you will stand down. Everyone is surprised by this and Leafa shouts out, Sakuya? Leafa then come down in front of one sylph female and one Tgthegood female in particular. The sylph female is one with an excessively tall figure, with glossy, dark green hair so dark that it is nearly black hanging down her back, white skin, almond eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. Her attire consists of Japanese-style clothing, including a leaf green kimono with a katana that hangs from her obi. Her feet, clad in high crimson clogs, peek out from beneath the hem of her kimono. The Tgthegood female is a short, has dark blonde hair tied in multiple small pigtails at the rear of her scalp, dark skin, brown cat-like ears, yellow eyes, a brown cat-like tail, and a slim figure. She's wearing a bell on her neck, a tiny tiara with the golden crescent moon that's sideways on her forehead, brown one-piece swimsuit-like outfit dress, a cape on the left arm with a red stripe through it near the front, white stockings, and brown boots with similar cat-like claws attached to her outfit. The sylph female asks Leafa, Leafa, what are you doing here? Leafa says, it's too complicated to get into now, Sakuya, but our fate is in their hands. The sylph female, the leader of the sylph people, Sakuya, responds, you have got to be kidding me. Kirito yells out, I want to speak to your commander. Usagi asks in a whisper, Kirito, what are you doing? Kirito whispers in reply, please Usagi, just follow along. Usagi responds, nervously, okay. One of the salamanders, a male one that's a tall and well-built one with bristling flame-like, purplish-red hair that framed a face reminiscent of a dark-skinned bird of prey with blood-red and golden armor covering his well-built frame and a large sword with a dark violet and silver blade strapped to his back, floats forward and Kirito flies up to face him with Usagi following behind. The salamander, obviously the leader, responds, what the heck is a Spriggan like you doing here? I'm going to kill you anyway, but since you are brave enough to face me, I'll hear you out. Usagi thinks in her mind, drolly, he sounds like a real charmer. Kirito says, my name is Kirito. I'm an ambassador with the Undine Spriggan Alliance. To prove my point, I have brought me Lady Usagi, the ambassador of the Undines, and she is a very good friend with Lady Mizuno, leader of the Undines. I take it that you remember her. The salamanders gasp and one of them says, nervously, Lady Mizuno? She is one of the great nymphs. She belonged to a group of 6 Undines, but she managed to slaughter dozens of us in one battle. The salamander leader shouts out to the salamander attack force, annoyed, quiet down. Kirito says with a smile, I see that you remember her. Lady Usagi is a good friend of hers. The salamander looks at Usagi, causing her to be nervous, and he says, the Undines and Spriggans are allies, and you are supposed to be the ambassadors. Having ambassadors with no escort. Kirito says with a smirk, I have trained with Lady Setsuna and the former leader of the Spriggans before he stepped down. His name is Mamoru. There are more gasps and another salamander soldier says, nervously, Lady Setsuna and the elite knight of the Spriggans. No way. Kirito retorts, want to bet? And to further my point, I think that you should look out behind you. The salamander leader gives a confused look and he asks, confused? What? Then there are screams heard, and everyone looks to see 7 of their number turn into remain lights before Mikaru, Haruka, Tomo, Chibayusa, and Mikaru leap into the fight and each take out one of the salamander forces. One of the surviving salamanders scream out, fearfully, 4 more of the great nymphs are here. Kirito yells out to them, please hold it. The group stops and Makoto asks, surprised, huh? Kirito tells the salamander leader, I think that I have proven my point. If Usagi wasn't good friends with Lady Mizuno, why would some of the other great nymphs are here? And the others are on the way too. There are more gasps and Kirito says, with a serious tone, that's right. The last of the great nymphs are on their way as well as Mamoru himself. The Spriggans and Undine are just here to negotiate a trade treaty, but lately, your actions have been causing us all trouble. If you disrupt this, we will bring all of our race's fury down on you. Remember, Any minute the other great nymphs will arrive along with the former leader of my people, who you know all too well, and let me let you in on a fact. Usagi and I are just as powerful they are. There are gasps and another salamander shouts out, nervously, just as powerful as the great nymphs? Soon enough, the other salamanders start to become fearful, in which they are saying that dealing with 5 of the great nymphs is bad enough, but to deal with all of them and 3 more just as powerful as they are is suicide. Just then a female voice shouts out, I say bullshit. Just then everyone looks to see a female salamander with a gorgeous female figure covered in a blood red and black armor with long flowing flaming red hair and dark green eyes. Makoto says, oh crap, your flare. The female salamander says, with a smirk, nice to see that you remember me, Makoto. Usagi asks, you know her? Tamo says, yes, Usaga-chan, be careful. She is one of the strongest of the salamanders, male or female. She is only rivaled by 2 people, General Eugene, the younger brother of the leader of the salamanders, and Hino-chan, one of us. The female salamander shouts out, annoyed, don't mention that wench's name in front of me, Tamo. Haruka says, with a smirk, you are just sore that you lost to her fair and square, Flare. The female salamander, Flare, says, looking at Usagi and Kirito, a spriggan with crappy equipment and a meatball-headed Undine just as powerful as the great nymphs? Ha, I find that hard to believe. Okay, you two being friends with them, I don't find that hard to believe since Tamo and Mikaru are with you. Just as powerful? That's a bluff. Kirito asks, want to find out? Usagi winches at this and Flare says, taking out a rapier with a golden hilt and flame-designed blade, I would in fact. How about some 2-on-2? It will be the girl against me and you against General Eugene, who is right here before you and my rival along with Hino team for the title of the strongest salamander. The salamander commander, revealed to be General Eugene, says, drawing his sword, I actually like that idea, Flare. In fact, Spriggan, if you survive for 30 seconds, I will believe that you and the girl are who you say that you are. Kirito responds, drawing his sword, that's real nice of you. Flare asks Usagi, what about you, or are you too scared? Usagi says, drawing her 2 swords, like I have a choice. Flare asks with a smirk, what kind of trick is that? Dual welding? No one has been able to do that. The complexity of using 2 swords at once is impossible. Usagi thinks in her mind, that's what you think. Usagi flies away from Kirito while keeping a close eye on Flare while the others watch intently. Sakuya says, this isn't good. Take a look at that salamander's sword. When Lifa does so, Sakuya says, that's the demon sword Graham. You need a 2-handed sword skill of 950 to weld it. Lifa yells out, shocked, 950. Minako says, that's right. And there is only one player that welds this legendary weapon of ALO. It is General Eugene, the younger brother of the leader of the salamanders. They are also brothers in real life too. But while Eugene's brother is the brains of the salamanders, he is the brawn. He is one of the strongest players in the game and rivals even us. Lifa asks, stunned, rivals even the great nymphs. Minako says, with a nod, yeah, but that female salamander is just as powerful. Her name is Flare, and she lost to Hino-chan just once in which she never forgot it. She trained herself hard, and she is just as strong as us and General Eugene. Lifa says, drolly, just great. The 2 sets of duelers stay in midair, and then General Eugene shines sunlight into Kirito's eyes, in which he attacks, in which when Kirito tries to block the sword goes through his sword and strikes him, sending him flying into a rocky crevice nearby. Usagi says, shocked, Kirito. Flare yells out, pay attention, Undine. Usagi whips around to see Flare attack her with her rapier, but Usagi blocks it with one of her sword, however. Flames come from the sword and slam into her, causing a strong explosion. The others are shocked and Makoto yells out, Usaga-chan. Usagi flies out of the smoke, slightly burned, and she asks, what was that? Flare says with a grin, that's my sword, Dragon's Breath. When an opponent clashes with it, it unleashes a flame attack, and I can also use flame magic without using incantations. Flare then unleashes a series of fireballs at Usagi, in which she yelps as she dodges while the Kate Sith with Sakuya, the leader of the Kate Sith, Alicia Rue, explains about the Gram's bonus power in which it has the ability to go through a sword or shield when an opponent tries to block it. Kirito comes back and clashes with Eugene. Eugene says with a smirk, "Can't believe that you aren't dead." Kirito yells out, "What the fuck attack was that?" Kirito then counterattacks with a fury of slashes, but Eugene blocks them, and every time that Kirito attempts to block, Eugene's sword goes through his own to strike him. Kirito says with a growl, "Damn, he's good." Kirito tells Eugene, "Hey, Big Red, I think that your 30-second is up." Eugene says, "I've changed my mind. I'm not going to stop until I kill you, and now, you are going to have to survive until I do." Kirito says, "Bastard, I already figured that, but I won't go down so easily, and I can't wait to see the tears in your eyes when you lose." The two of them continue to clash, in which, while both of them are equal, the superior quality of Eugene's sword gives him. On the meanwhile, Usagi dodges some of the fireball attacks while using her two swords to deflect and negate most of them. Flare says, "Not bad, girl. However, you're going to have to survive until I kill you." Flare charges at Usagi and she yelps out, "Why me?" At one point, Kirito uses illusion magic to create a massive smoke screen, and she thinks in her mind, with a grin, "Way to go, Kirito." Eugene roars out, "A few seconds, that's all you bought." Eugene blows the smoke away with a swing of his blade, but Usagi and Kirito have seemingly vanished. Flare asks, "Hey, where did she go?" Alicia asks, "Where did they go?" One of the Kate Sith asks, "Do you think that they ran away?" Leafa yells out, annoyed, "Of course they didn't." Sword Art Online music, Swordland starts. Minako's ear perk up, she looks up, and she shouts out, "Above!" Everyone then looks as the best they can, in which they manage to see Kirito, using the sun as cover, to dive down on Eugene, in which he flies up to face him. Just then Flare hears one of the salamanders shout out, "Lady Flare, behind." Flare spins around to see Usagi nearly on top of her coming from below, in which Flare backflips, and she attacks with her sword, in which Usagi counters with her sword, causing her to get hit with flames. But Usagi then uses her other sword, perfectly, to knock Flare's sword out of her hands. Flare yells out, "Shit!" Flare draws another sword and tries to attack Usagi, but she does a forward flip to get behind her, and when Flare spins around, Usagi unleashes a series of blows with both of her swords perfectly, causing massive damage. At the same time, Kirito uses Leafa's katana and his large sword to defend against Eugene's sword, since it can only phase through one sword shield at a time, and using his dual welding skills, does the exact same thing to Eugene that Usagi is doing to Flare, until Eugene creates a flame shield and blasts Kirito off him for a moment. Eugene shouts out, charging at Kirito, "Die!" Eugene swipes at Kirito with his sword, but after he dodges the attack, Kirito impales Eugene with both blades, bringing his health into the red zone. Eugene tries one final desperate attack, but Kirito knocks his sword away and cuts him in half, causing him to explode in a mass of flames to signal his death. At this same moment, Flare tries to counterattack, but Usagi knocks the sword out of her hands, and after doing a perfect two-sword version of horizontal/one-handed sword skill, Flare is cut into pieces, in which she explodes into flames to signify her demise. Sword Art Online music, Swordland ends. For a moment, everyone is shocked that two of the most powerful players in the game have just been defeated by what most of them think are two unknowns. And then Sakuya yells out, "Excellent!" Alicia Rouge shouts out, "That was the greatest battle ever." The Sylph and Kate Sith cheer for the victory of Kirito and Usagi, and Sakuya shouts out, "Nicely done, both of you." The salamanders are also stunned and amazed too, and Chibayusa says, "They seem to be impressed too." Haruka says, with a smile, "That's because they have seen a high-level battle that far beyond even the dueling tournaments here in ALO." Leafa is smiling when she sees even the salamanders are standing down in respect to the victories, and admiring the incredible battle that they had witnessed despite two of their elite being defeated in the process. On the meanwhile, Kirito puts away his sword, gets Eugene's, Remain Light, and goes over to Leafa and the others while Usagi gets Flare's, Remain Light. Usagi asks, "Mikuru, could you revive her?" There are surprised looks and Makoto asks, "Are you serious?" Usagi says with a nod, "Yes, I think that we can settle this peacefully now." Chibayusa says nervously, "I don't know." Tamo says, with a smile, I think that we can, Chibiusa-chan. Tomo then uses a revival spell to restore Flare back to normal, while Sakuya does the same with General Eugene, in which everyone descends to the ground. Flare says, stretching her virtual body, "Ouch, man girl, you hit hard. Okay, now I'm believer." Eugene says, "I agree, Flare. Both of you are excellent fighters. Your dual welding skills and their mastery are beyond compare. Well done." Kirito says, "The two of you were pretty good yourselves." Usagi thinks in her mind, "No kidding, Kirito." Eugene says, "I never thought that Undines had a player like her and the Spriggan a player like you. This world is bigger than I thought." Kirito asks, "So are we cool? Will you withdraw?" There is an eerie silence for a moment, and just then a male salamander with spiky red hair, "General Eugene, may I have a word with you and Lady Flare?" Eugene asks, "Cagemune, what is it?" Lifa recognizes him and the salamander, Cagemune, responds, "You may find this interesting. Remember my party that was wiped out yesterday?" Cagemune says, motioning to Kirito, "This was the Spriggan that wiped everyone out and the Undine girl that fought Lady Flare with them, along with Lady Mikaru herself. That Undine blocked one of my team's attacks with her bare hands." Flare says with a whistle, "That's something." Eugene says with a nod, "Interesting. Then I have to believe you, just for the record. The last thing that we want is to go to war with the Spriggans and Undines. We'll withdraw for now, but I look forward to my rematch with you." Kirito says with a smirk, "Same here." After Kirito and Eugene bump fists, a female voice shouts out, with a serious tone, "Good choice, Eugene." There are gasps and everyone looks up to see Darien, Trista, and Ray, in their ALO avatars, lands in front of everyone. Darien's ALO avatar, Mamoru, is a tall Spriggan warrior with well-combined black hair, dark eyes, elf-like ears, and he is dressed in a black version of his outfit as Prince Endymion with a powerful-looking sword to match. Trista's ALO avatar, Setsuna, is a tall female Spriggan with long flowing black hair that reaches to her kneecaps behind her back tied in her classic hairstyle with a bun, violet eyes, deep, plump and gorgeous dark pink lips, elf-like ears, and she is wearing an outfit similar to her Sailor Scout outfit expect instead of a bow with a heart jewel. She has black chest armor, black armored shoulder pads and knee pads. She has black armored knee pads. And she has a dark green staff with a dark ruby red orb on top. Ray's ALO avatar, Hino, is a female salamander with flowing fiery red hair in her real-life hairstyle, pink red eyes, deep, full, and lovely shimmering ruby red lips, and she is wearing tight-fitting samurai-style armor to show her lovely feminine body's curves and lines while making it not look obscene. She has a bow attached to her back with a special magical quiver that constantly gives her new arrows. Flare says with a glare, "Hino." Eugene tells Flare, "Enough, Flare." Flare responds with a huff, "Fine." Flare tells Hino, "But one day, Hino." Hino says with a smirk, "See if you can keep up." Usagi thinks in her mind, with hearts in her eyes, "That's Darien's ALO avatar. Oh man, he is a hunk in any reality." Makoto tells Usagi, "Hello, Usagi." Makoto snaps her fingers and Usagi snaps out of her stupor. Usagi asks, "What?" Chibiusa tells Usagi, in a whisper, "You were ogling Darien's ALO avatar." Usagi says nervously, "Oh yeah." After the salamander attack force leaves, Kirito says, "I guess that there are some salamanders are cool." Lifa asks, "You are crazy, you know that." Kirito says, "Yeah, I get that a lot." Sakuya clears her throat and she asks, "Can anyone explain what's going on?" Haruka responds, "Sigurd betrayed us, Sakuya." Sakuya asks surprised, "What?" Makoto tells Lifa, "Lifa, can you explain about what Recon told you?" Lifa says, with a nod, "Right." Lifa then explain about Recon told her about seeing Sigurd meet with a group of salamanders in the sewers using invisibility cloaks to cloak themselves from most players through Recon managed to sneak up on the meeting, and an invisibility spell to cloak himself to watch the meeting in which the salamanders had passed medallions on them, giving them the ability to enter Sylph territory without getting molested by the NPC guardians. When she is done, Sakuya says, "I see. I could tell that there was something off about Sigurd. He seemed so irritated." Haruka says, "More like pissed off Sakuya." Lifa asks curiously, "Irritated? Sigurd was irritated about what, Sakuya?" Sakuya responds, my guess, the state of things. He couldn't stand that we had fallen behind the salamanders. Power is everything to man like Sigurd, not just his character stats, but also as a player in general. He craved power. Usagi says, yeah, I got that vibe. Lifa asks, but why would he turn spy for the salamanders? Sakuya replies, my guess that it is due to the 5.0 update that's going to happen. I heard a rumor that they are going to include a reincarnation system. Makoto asks, wait, you mean? Sakuya says, I'm sure that Mortimer put the idea in his head. Give me the head of your leader and I'll reincarnate you as a salamander. However, based on what I learned, the processes required a lot of Eid. And there is no way to tell that Mortimer, savvy as he is, would keep that promise anyway. Lifa asks, what will you do, Sakuya? Sakuya asks Alicia, Rue, have you raised your dark magic skill yet? Alicia nods her head and she asks, open a moonlight mirror to Sigurd. Alicia responds, okay, but it won't last long since it is still daytime here. Sakuya responds, don't worry, this won't take long. Alicia chants the spell, and then there is a dome of darkness that surrounds all of them in which a moonbeam appears and forms a mirror in front of Sakuya in which a picture bloomed in the mirror. The picture shows the meeting room in Sakuya's mansion where official business is made, and there was a large jade green table, and sitting on the chair of the leader of the sylphs, Sakuya's chair currently, is none other than Sigurd with a glass of wine in his hands with his eyes closed. Makoto says with a sneer, that jerk. Haruka says, don't worry, he will get his Mako-chan. Sakuya then says, into the mirror, Sigurd. The image of Sigurd jumps in surprise, and he looks at Sakuya showing that he can see her as she can see him. Sigurd asks surprised, Sakuya. Sakuya responds, nice to see you too. Unfortunately for you, I am still alive. Sigurd says, how? I mean, how did the treaty meeting go? Sakuya replies, very well, we were just about to sign the treaty. However, we had an unexpected guest. Sigurd asks, a guest? Sakuya responds, yes, his name was General Eugene. He sends his regards. Sigurd then looks in the direction of Lifa and sees her, Kirito, Usagi, Makoto, Haruka, and Mikaru along with Minako, Mamoru, Setsuna, and Hino. Sigurd says with a sneer, I see now, those worthless lizards have completely failed. Sigurd then says, with a confident smirk, what now, Sakuya? It's your move. Are you going to fine? Or do you want to take away my command? If you do, remember without me running your military, your rule won't last too long. Sakuya says, actually, I'm going to grant your request that you made to the salamanders. Since you can't stand being a sylph, you can go. Sigurd asks, stunned, what? Sakuya then creates her special menu screens, given only to the rulers of each fairy race in the game, and a prompt appears by Sigurd to say that he is being exiled from sylph territory, and he yells out, wait, you are banishing me. Sakuya says, I'm letting you live your life as a renegade. Maybe there you can find something to occupy your vital time. Sigurd yells out, I'll petition the GM. This is an abuse of power. Sakuya responds, do as you wish, Sigurd. Sigurd shouts out, you bitch. However, he vanishes from the mirror to show that he has been banished from Sylph lands and sent to one of the neutral towns other than Olne. Makoto says, goodbye and good riddance. With that, Alicia ends the spell and everything returns to normal. Sakuya tells Lifa, thank you, Lifa, you have no idea how grateful to have you around. Lifa says, actually, I didn't do anything. It was all Kirito and Usagi. Sakuya says, you're right. Whoever you two are, you have my thanks. Alicia tells Kirito, hey, handsome, you know that thing that you and that Undine girl being ambassadors for the Spriggan and Undines. It isn't true, is it? Plenty of the others get nervous while Hino, Setsuna, and Mamoru get confused looks. Usagi thinks in her mind, nervously, seriously busted. Kirito says with a smirk, yeah, it was a big fat lie. A con, a piece of negotiation. There are plenty of surprised looks and Sakuya says, shaking her head in disbelief, oh, God. You must be insane if you can come up with something like that so fast. Kirito says, yeah, but it worked, didn't it? When I'm dealt a bad hand, I always raise the pot. Usagi says, and raise the amount of troubles that go with it, Kirito. Kirito glares at Usagi and Alicia tells Kirito, going over to him, For a big fat liar, you are pretty strong. You are like the MVP of Spriggans. Are you like their secret weapon or something? Kirito says, of course not. I'm just your friendly neighborhood mercenary with a very good friend. I wasn't lying when I said Usagi was good friends with those guys. Minako says with a smile, we are best friends IRL. Sakuya says, I see. It must mean that she is really friends with Lady Mizuno, and you used it to your advantage to make a convincing lie. Usagi says, that's Kirito, Lady Sakuya. Alicia then laughs, and she presses his left arm to her in which she says, seductively, I like the strong and wandering type. Have you thought of becoming a mercenary for the Kate Sith? You get 3 meals a day with an afternoon nap. Usagi and Lifa say in unison, surprised, huh. Minako says with a snicker, that's Alicia-chan, she is such a feline. Sakuya goes over and she says, now, Alicia-chan, he helped the sylph first. I believe we should negotiate first. Sakuya presses his right arm to her body and she asks, in a seductive voice, now, Kirito, I know a good pub in Swilvane, my treat. Usagi and Lifa start to show signs of irritation in their expression at the actions of Sakuya and Alicia, and Lifa says, showing that same irritation in her voice, hold on. Wait. Alicia says with a pout, Sakuya-chan, no fair, you are totally seducing him with those things. Sakuya responds sternly, what do you think that you are doing? If you were any closer to him, he would be wearing you. Kirito's face becomes red with embarrassment, but he doesn't seem to mind much. Usagi yells out, irritated, that's enough, Lady Sakuya, Lady Ru, this is totally inappropriate. Sakuya and Alicia look at him and Alicia asks, and what are you, his girlfriend? Usagi responds, no. Usagi says, pointing to Mamoru, he is my boyfriend. There are gasps and Sakuya asks, surprised, you are Sir Mamoru's girlfriend. Usagi gives a nervous look and she responds with a nervous tone, well, IRL. Alicia says with a smile, no wonder he doesn't take a shine to any female players. Alicia asks, so, what's the problem? Are you like his big sister? Usagi responds sternly, and what if I am? Usagi thinks in her mind, what the heck am I saying? Alicia says, with a smirk, now, I think that Kirito is a big boy and he can take care of himself. I don't think that he needs big sister to watch out for him, especially a big sister with a hairstyle like that. You know that your buns look like a pair of meatballs. Usagi yells out angrily, why you? However, Makoto, Minako, and Hino hold Usagi back as she is ranting and raving. Minako says nervously, sorry about that, my lady. Usagi is overprotective of all of her friends. Hino yells out annoyed, cool it, meatball head. Kirito says, with a kind smile, I appreciate the offers, but Usagi and I are going with her friends and Lifa promised to help me to the World Tree. Sakuya asks, really? Oh well, so what do you plan to do in Ulne? Sightseeing. Lifa says, well, I plan to leave Sylph territory for a while. Makoto says, she needed to stretch her wings and not to mention that Sigurd was getting her pissed off, Sakuya. You can't blame her for wanting to stretch her wings after feeling confined by that creep. Sakuya says, giving a nod of understanding, yes, I understand. Lifa says, however, I would like to return to Swilvane at some point. Sakuya says, you are welcome at any time, Lifa, and also bring Kirito here as well. Alicia says, by the way, visit my territory, we'll throw you a party. Sakuya asks, also, why are you and Haruka doing here? If 7 of the 8 great nymphs are assembling together with the elite former leader of the Spriggans, it must be something. Hino responds, I had called them Lady Sakuya. There is something important that we have to do. I hope that you understand that we can't go into details. Sakuya says, with a nod, of course, Lady Hino. Even though you are a salamander, you are respected by the other races for standing up to your own people and its leader against their aggressive ways. Hino says, with a shrug, he was just a jerk and he really pissed me off, especially I kicked his ass before he became leader of the salamanders. Sakuya says, anything, thank you for coming. Lifa, Kirito, Usagi, and the rest of you. If you hadn't come, the salamanders would have become more powerful. Kirito says, oh no, it was nothing. Lifa asks, actually, wasn't the point of this meeting to attempt the World Tree? Sakuya responds, actually yes, that's the point of our goal. Lifa says, we would like to join in the attempt. We are in a hurry though. Sakuya says, we would love to have you along, but I'm curious why you are in a hurry. Kirito says, she isn't. Usagi and I are. We need to get to the top of the tree to find someone. Sakuya asks curiously, someone at the top of the tree? Oberon the Fairy King. Usagi says, no, Lady Sakuya. Kirito says, it is someone that we can't reach in real life. Usagi says, interrupting, at least at the moment, but we can find this person in here. Alicia says, well, getting ready for the world tree will take some time to set up, and it will take more than a few days even with pooling our resources together. Kirito says, I see. Well, I just want to get to the base of the tree first. Usagi and I can figure out the rest later on. Kirito then brings out his player menu and creates a bag in which he says, this might help you with your party's raid. Kirito hands Alicia the bag, and she nearly drops in which she gasps to see what's inside. Alicia yells out, Sakuya, look at this. When Sakuya looks inside of the bag, she yells out, 100,000 pieces of mithril eid. Sakuya asks, stunned, you don't want it. You could build a castle on prime land with that kind of money. Hino asks in a whisper, how in the heck did he get that kind of money? Mikaru whispers, I believe that we explained it before. Kirito tells Sakuya and Alicia, don't worry, I won't need it. Alicia says, you are so awesome. We just got enough to get the new gear that we need. Sakuya says, thank you. When we are ready, we will message you. Kirito says, yeah, you got it. Soon after, the Sylph and Kate Sith diplomatic parties, minus Minako from the Kate Sith, take off back to their territories to prepare for their attack on the World Tree. Lifa goes over to put her head on his shoulder with a smile on her lips. However, Yui says, annoyed, oh brother, I thought that I told you no more flirting, daddy. Yui emerges from Kirito's pocket and floats to face her father, in which Kirito says, nervously, I wasn't flirting with anyone really. Tomo asks, is that? Haruka says, yep, Kirito-san's daughter. Minako says with a giggle, she is a cutie. Yui says, when those girls got close to you, your heartbeat increased. Kirito responds, I'm a guy. That's what happens when girls get close. Yui says with a pout, seriously, daddy. Usagi says with a smirk, she isn't convinced, Kirito. Guess that she got your deductive skills, huh? Kirito responds, annoyed tone in his voice, very funny, Auntie Usagi. Hino asks, Auntie Usagi. Chibayuase thinks in her mind, okay, when did I get an AI cousin? Lifa asks, what about me? I'm a girl. Isn't that a problem? Yui says, no, you seem pretty safe to me. Lifa asks, what do you mean safe? Kirito responds, I think what she means that most of the time, you don't seem that girlish. Lifa says, looking about to draw her sword, say that again, I dare you. Kirito says, nervously, I meant that you are easy to get along with in a good way. Makoto slaps her forehead and she asks, seriously, Kirito? Mikaru tells Haruka, with you, it might be a compliment. Haruka says with a blush, I can be feminine. Mikaru giggles at Haruka's embarrassment and Kirito takes off into the skies. Kirito says, anyway, we have a ways to go to Ulne. We need to hurry since it is getting dark. Lifa says, all right, I'm coming. Soon enough, Lifa and the others join them in the skies and they head off towards Ulne and the World Tree. Minako tells Hino, by the way, Usagi beat the crap out of Flare. Hino yells out, stunned, what, Meatball Head beat Flare? Usagi asks, annoyed, what's so surprising about that? Hino responds, I don't know because maybe you are a ditz when it comes to fight. Usagi yells out, annoyed and glaring at Hino, hey Pyro, I'm very good when it comes to gaming combat. Chibayuase says, believe it or not, Hino-chan, Usagi really did beat that Flare player. Usagi says with a proud smile, told you. Chibayuase says, I couldn't believe it myself. And I couldn't believe that she went berserk on those salamanders that attacked her, Mikaru, Haruka, Makoto, Lifa, and Kirito near Legru. Usagi and Makoto get nervous looks while Setsuna, Mamoru, and Hino get curious looks and Hino asks, berserk. Usagi responds, nervously, what she meant that I really kicked their butts, Pyro. It is what she meant. Hino says in a voice that says, I don't believe you, Usagi. Usagi thinks in her mind, nervously, thanks a lot, Chiba USA. Soon after, the group continues on to Ulne to continue their grand quest to save Asuna and the other SAO, and to stop what they believe is Sugu's mad plans. January 22, 2025, Ulfheim Online, The World Tree. Inside of Asuna's prison, when she finds that she is alone, she goes over to the control pad and she punches in the code. Asuna thinks in her mind, Usagi, Kirito-kun, I won't give up. After the bars are open, she leaps out and starts to run the large branch towards the inside of the tree, determined to find a way to escape or at least signal for help, not knowing that help was already on the way. Chapter 13, Assault and Revelation. January 22, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Jotunheimer. Within a dark and fridge world, we find Kirito, Lifa, Usagi, Minako, Makoto, Hino, Tamo, Haruka, Mikeru, Setsuna, Mamoru, and Chiba USA on the side of a long cliff while looking at an immense realm with Minako, Makoto, Hino, and Chiba USA shivering. Chiba USA says, cold. Hino tells Usagi, annoyed, I told you that village was a little too obvious, meatball head. Usagi responds, excuse me if I never seen a monster that can mimic a village, Pyro. Kirito says, we were all fooled, Usagi, but what I don't get is why we weren't killed instead of finding a way to this place. Tamo asks, where are we? Minako says, wherever we are, Tamo-chan, it is so cold. Makoto asks Haruka, why aren't you cold? Haruka says, you can ignore the cold if you are disciplined. Kirito says, I agree, Haruka-san. Hino says, lucky you, I'm freezing my butt off. Mikeru says, it is probably because you are a salamander, a fire fairy. Mamoru says, with a nod, you are probably most sensitive to the cold other than fairy races. Mikeru says, since Usagi and I are undines, we are more resistant to the cold. Usagi asks, surprised, really? Chiba USA says, lucky you, meatball head, I'm freezing my butt off. Makoto asks, what is this place? Kirito asks Yui, who comes out of his pocket, Yui-chan, can you find anything? Yui responds with a nod, yes, daddy. Based on my knowledge, this is place known as Jotunheimer, and it seems to be similar to a dungeon. Lifa says, ah, it means that we are under the surface of Ulfheim. Yui says, that's right. This place is under the surface of Ulfheim, and somehow, the worm monster was some kind of special entrance into this world. Usagi asks, is there any way to get out of this world without having to go through a monster's stomach? Yui says with a nod, there are. There are entrances to this place at dungeons located north, south, west, and east of Ulne City. There is a spiral staircase that leads directly to the city itself. Haruka says, that's good, but there is a problem. Mamoru says, since this place is like a dungeon, it means that we can't fly since flying isn't allowed in dungeons in ALO. Makoto says, that means that we are going to have to walk and find another way to reach an exit to get back upstairs. Just then, they hear loud booming sounds from nearby and Makoto asks, what's that? Minako says, looking in one direction, over there. When Minako points at what she is looking at, everyone looks to see what looks like a multiple-eyed dark brown-skinned and four-armed giant monster beating down on another monster that looked like cross between a jellyfish and elephant, with the multiple-armed humanoid monster beating down on the white animal-like giant. Makoto asks, shocked, they are huge, what are those things? Setsuna says, they are what are known as evil god monsters, through the name might not what it implies. Minako asks, hold up, both of them are NPC monsters, so why are they fighting each other? Haruka asks, don't you mean on how they are fighting each other, Minako-chan? Kirito says, NPC monsters shouldn't be allowed to fight each other. As they continue to watch, the humanoid giant is still beating up on the animal-like giant hard. Lifa says, I think that we should help that white one. Hino asks, surprised, huh? Lifa says, it's just not fair. The humanoid one is just a big bully and the white one doesn't have a chance to defend itself. Kirito, we need to help it. Kirito asks Lifa, seriously? Lifa says pleadingly, Kirito, it can't defend itself. Usagi says, well, the four-armed freak is being a bully. Hino asks, annoyed, seriously, Usagi? Usagi says, a bit nervously, well, it is. Usagi tells Kirito, "Something tells me that we should help it, Kirito." Kirito says with a nod, "Okay, I don't want to make Leafa sad, and I trust your judgment, Usagi." Usagi says, "If the rest of you want to stay behind, I understand." Chibayuase says, "No way, Meatball Head. Besides, I think that it is kind of cute too." Tamo asks, curiously, "Really, Chibayuase-chan?" Chibayuase gives a blush of embarrassment, and soon enough, the others agree to come along, in which they head down and quickly get the attention of the humanoid giant, which turns towards them. Mamoru shouts out, "Everyone run!" Soon enough, the group runs off with the massive humanoid giant at their heels. Yui says, pointing in one direction, "That way, everyone! Hurry!" The group runs across a frozen lake, and the weight of the massive humanoid giant crashes through the ice layer and sinks under the water, in which the animal-like giant leaps into the water, in which, shortly afterwards, there is a bright flash of what looks like lightning. Minako breathes a sigh of relief, and she says, "That was close." Hino tells Usagi, annoyed, "You and your desire to help out anyone in trouble." Mikaru says, "Don't be that way, Hino. It is the way that Usagi is." Just then, the animal-like giant comes out of the way that swims over to them, causing some of them to be nervous. Yui says, "I don't think he wants to hurt us." Mamoru says, "The cursor on him isn't turning red." Haruka says, "That means that he isn't aggressive." Makoto asks, "So, what does he want?" Just then, the animal-like creature then extends his elephant-like trunk out to them. Usagi says, "Call me crazy, but I think that it wants us to get onto its back." Leafa says, with a nod, "Okay." Leafa then climbs up the trunk and onto the back of the creature, in which Usagi and then Chibayuase follows. Kirito goes onto the back of the creature, with Mamoru following after, and then two more climb onto the back. But when an eighth person, Hino, tries to climb up, a massage prompt appears in front of her. Usagi asks, "What's wrong?" Hino says, "You have got to be kidding me. It says that it can only hold one party of players at a time." Leafa says, "That means that he can only hold 7 players at a time." One of the other two of the group that joined Kirito, Leafa, Mamoru, Usagi, and Chibayuase, Minako, says, with a smile and reassuring tone in her voice, "It's okay. Mako-chan and I will join with the others and find our own way out." The other of the two, Makoto, asks, surprised, "Huh?" Soon after, Minako and Makoto went off the animal-like giant and rejoined the other sailor scouts. Usagi asks curiously, "Are you sure?" Minako says with a smile, "Don't worry about us. We'll be with you shortly." Usagi says with a nod, "Okay." Leafa tells the giant, "Let's go." Soon after, the animal-like giant swims off into the distance. Makoto asks Minako, "Now what?" Minako says, pointing in one direction, "That." Everyone then looks to see another animal-like giant being beaten up by a 4-armed humanoid giant. Mikaru says with a smile, "Lucky us, Mina-chan." Hino says with a sigh, "Here we go again." On the meanwhile, Mamoru, Chibayuase, Usagi, Leafa, and Kirito are riding on the back of one of them until it stops at the edge of a void. Chibayuase says, "We stopped." Mamoru says, "It looks like we got to go from here on our own." Usagi says, with a nod, "It seems so." Soon after, the 5 of them get off the animal-like giant, only to find a group of players consisting of 5 undines coming towards them. The leader of the group says, "Get out of the way." Leafa asks, "What?" The leader of the undine group says, "You heard me. That creature is ours." Chibayuase shouts out, "We helped him first. Get your own ride." The leader responds, "What? We aren't here to ride it. We are here to kill it." There are gasps, and Usagi says, "Hey, this big guy didn't do anything to deserve getting attacked. It was just picked on by a 4-armed creep. Leave him alone." The leader of the Undine party shouts out, "Get out of our way, bitch." The leader of the Undines then pushes Usagi into the ground, in which Mamoru and Kirito glare at him, and when he looks at them, he is beheaded and cut in half by both Kirito and Mamoru, in which he turns into a remain light instantly. Mamoru says, with a deadly glare, "No one pushes my princess around." The other Undines are shocked, and another one says, "Bastard." However, when they prepare to attack, Chibayuase strikes another one in the head and chest with her daggers, causing another Undine to turn into a remain light, in which Leafa cuts another one in half with her katana, dispelling another Undine, in which the final 2 are shocked. but leap back and attempt to spell, however. Kirito is on them, and they are cleaved in half, instantly leaving only 5 remain lights where the Undine party once was. Mamoru asks Usagi, "Are you okay?" Usagi responds, getting to her feet and dusting herself off. "I'm okay, Mamoru-kun. What a bunch of jerks." Just then Usagi senses something, draws her swords, and throws them, in which they impale 2 more Undine, who is trying to get off attack spells, but they too turn into remain lights. Kirito says, "I was just about to get them." Chibayuase says, "Wow, Usagi, you are good." Usagi says nervously, "Habit, I guess." Usagi thinks in her mind, with a solemn sigh, old SAO survival habits, that is. Usagi then goes over, gets her swords, and just then animal-like giant gives out a roar, and everyone looks to see it sprout fairy-like wings and make a motion to say, "Please get on back." Chibayuase says, awestruck, "It grew wings." Usagi asks, "Why didn't it do that before?" Mamoru asks, "Could it be a quest?" Kirito says, "Maybe." Soon after, the 5 of them get back on the creature, and it takes off into the air, in which it flies all over the realm and circling at what looks like a crystal blue upside-down pyramid that's suspended on a ceiling by some huge tree roots. Usagi asks, "What is that place?" Chibayuase retorts, "You are asking me." Usagi then sees something at the bottom of the pyramid, and she asks, "What's that?" When the others look at what Usagi is looking at, they see that at the bottom of the inverted pyramid, there is a room with see-through windows in which they see a large golden sword inserted into a pedestal. Mamoru asks, "A sword?" Lifa says, amazed, "Oh wow, that's Excalibur." Usagi asks, surprised, "Excalibur?" Lifa says, with a nod, "That's right. It is a legendary weapon like the sword that General Eugene uses, and in fact, it is the only weapon that Graham can't pass through, and it is the strongest sword in the game." Chibayuase says, amazed, "Oh wow." Kirito says, awestruck, "Excalibur." As Kirito can't help to look at the sword in awe, Usagi waves her hands in front of his eyes. Usagi tells Kirito, Kirito, don't we have a tree to climb?" Kirito shakes his head, comes out of his stupor, and he says, "Right." Lifa says, "Even with the 5 of us being so strong, I think that it might take a full party to get it." Mamoru says, "And we have other concerns at the moment." Lifa asks, "The world tree, Mamoru-sama?" Mamoru says, with a nod, "Yes, and please call me Mamoru. It feels kind of weird with that kind of stuff." Usagi says, wrapping her arms around Mamoru's right arm, "That's my Mamoru-kun, always so wonderful humble." Mamoru says, with a sigh and blush, "Geez, Usaga-chan." Chibayuase giggles at this, and Lifa also can't help to giggle at this, while Kirito smiles and shakes his head, in which he can't help to sigh, in which he wants his beloved around his arms once more. Soon after, the giant animal creature takes them to the area of the spiral staircase that leads to Ulne, in which they give the creature the name of Tonkiai, before sending their new friend off, in which the others arrive on another creature that looks exactly like Tonkiai, and all of them head off up to Ulne. January 22, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Ulne. It is nighttime in Ulfheim, where we find ourselves at the base of the World Tree, where the central and neutral city of Ulne is, and at the gates of Ulne, we find Kirito, Lifa, Mamoru, and our sailor scouts in their ALO avatar forms. Lifa, Kirito, and Usagi look at the city, awestruck, as they see it light up brightly by so many lights. Lifa says, amazed, "Oh wow." Kirito says, awestruck, "It's amazing." Usagi says, with a nod, "I'll say Kirito." Lifa says, "It is. Welcome to Ulne, the central city of Ulfheim, and the largest city in this world." Kirito says, with a nod, "Yeah, we finally made it." Yui says, "This is so amazing. I never have been to a city this big before." Lifa says, with a nod, "I know, Yui. The aura lights are so amazing, like twinkling stars." Minako says, "This is your home now, Hino." Hino says, with a smile, "Yep, and a whole lot better than those stuck-up jerks." Just then a loud bell is heard and a female voice calls out, "Attention players, the server will be shut down today, January 22nd, from 4 a.m. to 3 p.m. All players are asked to log out 10 minutes before time." Lifa gives a yawn and she says, "Well, that's it for today, let's log out." Kirito says, still looking up at the World Tree, "Sure." Leafa gets concerned and Kirito says, anyway, let's turn in. Nothing too pricey through. I'm nearly out. Usagi tells Kirito, and why is that? Oh, right. Showing off by giving nearly all of it away to the leaders of Sylphs and Kate Sith. Usagi brings out her player menu and she says, here you go, Kirito. When a trade prompt screen appears in front of Kirito's eyes, he asks, are you sure, Usagi? Usagi responds with a smile, that's actually just half of what I got. Don't worry, I've got plenty more. Kirito says, thanks, I owe you. Makoto says with a grin, you know it, Buster. Minako says with a smile, that's our Usagi, always so giving. Kirito says with a smile, it looks like my money troubles are over for the moment. Let's find an inn. Kirito asks Yui, can you find a nice good place for us to turn in? Yui says with a smile, sure, follow me. As the group heads off to find an inn to check into and log out, Leafa looks up at the city in amazement and wondered what Kirito was looking at. Makoto shouts out, hey, Leafa-chan, hurry it up or we are going to leave you behind. Leafa responds, okay, wait for me. She then races off to join with the others to get to an inn to log out. January 22, 2025, Cherry Hill Shrine. Back in the real world, we find Darien and the Sailor Scouts assembled together in Ray's room in Cherry Hill Shrine, with some of them looking worse for wear. Lita yawns and she says, man, what a night. Michelle says with a smile, that's what you get for staying in too long. Ray says, well, we would have to with the misadventures of a certain princess of ours. Serena says, looking a bit tried herself, well, excuse me for getting on the bad side of powerful hungry player, Pyro. Mina says, anyway, we finally made it. Now we can plan our next move. Amora asks, how is everything on your end, Ami? Ami responds, well, I'm not sure about how to break into the world tree if the top can only be accessed by the administration, but I have found a way to join you guys quickly. Lita asks, how is that, Ami-chan? Ami says, I've managed to create a program that will generate an item similar to something like the corridor crystals of SAO. The instant that you activate it, you'll create a portal from my office to wherever you are. Mina asks amazed, really? Ami says, yes, but it is only a one-time thing. Amara says, so, it is best that we don't use it until we really need you. Michelle says, I think that you should download the program into the atmosphere of one of us. I think that Ray would be the best right now. Ray says with a plain tone, good idea. Mina yells out, hey, what about me? Ray responds, you really want me to answer that, Mina-chan? Mina gives a pout while Michelle, Amara, Rinny, and a few others smirk at Mina's embarrassment. Hataru says, well, at least we are one step closer to ending this nightmare. Serena says with a weak nod, yeah. Ray says, anyway, the next time that we should talk about is a certain princess of ours going bonkers on us. Serena yells out, hey, I never have. Just then realizes what Ray is talking about and she asks nervously, oh, you mean that? Ray yells out sternly, of course I mean that, meatball head. You going hog wild on your opponents and not even remembering the fight aren't usually normal for plenty of people. Serena says nervously, okay, so maybe I went a little overboard. I just got myself a little stressed out. Ray responds sternly, stressed out. Someone stressed out doesn't attack like a berserker in a virtual fight and cut over half a dozen enemies into pieces and doesn't remember the fact at all. Ami says nervously, she has a point, Serena. Luna and Artemis leap up onto the table and Luna says, we're sorry about this, Serena, but we just worry about you. Ray tells Serena, look, meatball head, we don't expect you to go back to the innocent, bubby meatball head. After such a nightmarish experience we don't expect you to. How can anyone completely go back after such an experience? It's just. Hataru says, we don't want you to completely lose who you are. Serena asks, lose who I am. Amara sighs and she says, you know that we said that we feel that you are suffering more than you will admit, and that's why we want you to get some form of counseling, Heim. Lita says, and before you say anything, you have to remember that Rinny told us about you shaking when you first took your nerve gear into your hands after 2 long months, and it is still hard for you to pick it up. Luna says, you have those nightmares constantly, Serena, and you have such mood swings that are extreme for any person. Ray yells out, and you avoided the Crown Arcade, Serena? Avoided it. It was like your favorite place on earth before that horror. Darien then hugs Serena and he asks her, Serena, my love, please talk to me. Do you feel guilty of surviving SAO? Serena's eyes widen and she looks solemn with tears starting to flow in her eyes, in which he says, Seer, I shouldn't have asked. Serena says, shaking her head, no, it's all right, I guess that I have been keeping a lot. Serena says, with tears in her eyes, to be honest, yes, I do feel guilty. I just ask myself, why did I live? Why did so many good people have to die and I had to survive? These were good people that had good lives, friends, family, and loved ones, and they loved games, and then they were trapped in a nightmare when the game became real. And the look on their faces. Oh, God. Serena's breathing starts to quicken as she remembers those who died in SAO, Dievel and Kobats, for example, and Darien, seeing her start to panic, hugs her even tighter. Darien says, Seer, calm down, please. Serena's breathing starts to slow as she hugs Darien tighter, and Rinny looks at her future mother with shock and horror. Lita says, damn it, we shouldn't have opened our big mouths. Serena says, no, it's all right. Serena says, shaking her head, like Kirito and I said, I never really became Serena Tsukino, again, and remained Usagi, the white Valkyrie of SAO. It is just so hard to get them off my mind, and I worry about Asuna and the others all the time. I can't help to think what a monster like Sugu is doing to them, and knowing that he wants to use them in mind control experiments like they are. Lita says with a smile, don't worry about it, we'll rescue them. We're the Sailor Scouts. Trista says, just being the Sailor Soldiers doesn't mean that we will actually succeed. It is our actions and choices that will dictate how things we go. We got to have that need and act on it with all of our strength. The others nod their heads in agreement, and Serena says, sorry to be a real pain. Ray tells Serena, hey, what have we told you, meatball head? No more of that pity party stuff. Darien tells Serena, you have to know that physical wounds heal quickly, but the wounds to the mind and heart as well as the spirit take much longer to heal, and they may never heal completely. When Serena looks at Darien, he says, since Ami and I are studying to be doctors, we're also studying human psychology, and you have to know that you aren't unusual in this. You went through a nightmarish experience that's close to as horrible as the horrors of war itself. Plenty of your fellow SAO survivors are suffering through similar things as you are. Meatball head. Ami says with a nod, there are hundreds of cases that I have gone through. Mina asks Ami, you have? Ami says, since I'm studying to be a doctor, the SAO task force wish for me to assist in that regard. Darien says, the same with me. They wish for us to assist in the counseling of the SAO survivors, and that's the job that I told you about, Serena. Serena says, with a nod, I see. Well, to be honest, I'm glad that you are doing something for them, Darien-kun. They need it more than ever. They need help to get back the lives that Kayaba took from them for the past 2 years. Darien tells Serena, and so does you, Serena. Serena says, with tears in her eyes, I don't know if I can. Every night I see their faces, Dievel, Kobets, and so many others. I've seen so many people die in there. It may have been different than what happens here, but I know Kayaba's work, and I know all too well with Ami-chan's help, I know that it was truth death. The look in their eyes, the look before they die. Serena then starts to cry on Darien's chest, and Darien hugs her as she does so. Michelle asks, how many people do you think that she saw die? Amara says, a lot, hundreds I guess. Lita asks shocked, you're joking. Amara says, I'm just guessing, Lita-chan. However, her reaction tells me that she saw much death in SAO. It is a miracle that she is holding together and hasn't gone into complete depression. Her determination to save someone precious to her and all of us are the glue that's holding her together. Hataru asks, do you really think that it is a good idea for her to go to the school for SAO survivors that they are setting up? Ami says, the government has issues about her safety, for one thing, in which while they believe that a lot, if not all of them, think of Usagi as a hero along with Kirito in completing the game. The family, friends, and loved ones of the ones that died in SAO may not think so, and even those members of the families of those that lived. Mina says, just because she is related to Kayaba, that's dumb. Amara says, that's human nature and there is plenty of stupid in it, Mina-chan. Lita says, banging her fists together, I will never forgive that man for what he did to her. If he is still alive, he better hope that he is dead. I don't care if it is against the rules, if he is alive and I find him, I'll kill him. Ray tells Trista, and don't give us any crap. Kayaba is no longer human in any sort of the world by committing this horror. He puts no value in human life, even members of his own family. Amara says, I'm agreed, but if he is still alive, I want to bring him in. Killing him is just too good for him. I would love to see him in a court and sent to death row. Serena stops crying and she says, please, girls, let's just forget him. When they look at Serena, she wipes her eyes and she says, our main concern is finding a way into the top of the world tree and saving Asuna and the others. The others nod their head and Ray says, okay, meatball head, but when this is over, you are going to talk to all of us. We are going to beat this together. Serena says with a smile, right. January 22, 2025, OSAP Jewelry. Within Molly's jewelry store home, Molly is rubbing some cream all over her right arm as Aurora is looking at her. Aurora asks, are you okay? Molly responds, I'll be fine, just a minor burn. Aurora tells Molly, you got lucky on that one, Molly. Molly responds, I know, Aurora. Aurora says, the others are going to get suspicious soon, and things will get worse. Molly says, Serena isn't ready. Even after she gets this mission done, she has a lot of healing to do. Aurora says, the enemy isn't going to give her that time, you know that. Molly says, I know, but if she fights the way that she is. Aurora says, I know that, Molly. However, I can sense that universe knows this and has prepared reinforcements. Molly asks, what do you mean? Aurora responds, I can sense Trivia may have found her charge. Molly gives a gasp of shock and she asks, you mean? Aurora says, yes, I do. Molly asks, do you really think that it is necessary? Aurora responds, with the situation forming as it is, she may be necessary especially until Princess Serenity can recover enough from her ordeal of SAO in body, mind, and spirit. Molly asks Aurora, what is the truth about Kayaba and the Silver Millennium? Aurora's eyes widen at this and she says, you must keep this idea to yourself, Molly. Molly asks, does Trista know? Aurora responds, she suspects this like she suspected you to be Sailor Nebula. Molly shouts out, in an angered tone that's not like her, why didn't you tell me this? Aurora replies, because you would react this very way, Molly. You are the sailor soldier of life of the stars and star seeds. You are as vital as Sailor Moon, her, and the counterpart of Sailor Moon. Molly asks, counterpart to Sailor Moon, wait, you mean? Aurora says, when nighttime passes, the sun must take over for the moon in shining light for the world. Molly tells Aurora, you know how I don't like you doing this to me. Aurora then says, follow me to the commander center, Molly. I will give you the location of Sailor Sun's reincarnation as well as the Solaris Prince. Molly then heads off with Aurora downstairs to the basement where they have their secret base. January 22, 2025, Ulfheim Online, Ulne. In the center city of Ulfheim, at the base of the world tree, Ulne, we find ourselves within an excellent inn-room where Lifa wakes up and sits down on her bed, and she then hears a knock on the door. Kirito's voice says, Lifa, it's me. Lifa says solemnly, come in, Kirito. Soon after, Kirito enters the room and he looks to see Lifa with tears in her eyes. Kirito asks curiously, what's wrong, are you okay? Lifa says with tears in her eyes, I'm not okay, I just got my heart broken. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We just met and I know that it isn't cool for players to drag their real-life problems into the game. Kirito says, sitting down by her, it's cool, you can cry, there is no rule against it. Even in a game, you can show your true feelings if you want. Lifa says weakly, Kirito. Lifa then starts to cry as the others enter the room. Haruka asks, what happened? Kirito responds, real-life problems in the form of a broken heart. Minako says weakly, oh. Makoto tells Minako, Mina-chan, please don't get any ideas. Minako responds with a nervous smile, wasn't thinking it. Hino retorts plainly, why do you have your hands behind your back and crossing your fingers? Minako yelps and Lifa says after she is done, I'm okay now. Thanks for the pep talk, Kirito. You are really sweet, you know that. Kirito says, nervously rubbing his head. Well, other than Usagi, you are the only person that thinks that about me. Kirito tells her, anyway, you want to log off for today? Usagi and I can make it the way there with all of her friends. Lifa says, no, I've come this far, might as well come all the way. Haruka thinks in her mind, I was hoping that she would log off. Lifa says, getting to her feet, come on, let's go. When Kirito stands up, Yui appears on Kirito's shoulder, and after she yawns, she says, good morning, I hope that you slept well. Lifa says, good morning, Yui. Makoto asks Yui, can a pixie like you sleep? Yui responds, not really. When Daddy logs out, I shut down my input circuits and process the data that I acquired. You could call it similar to human sleep, but it isn't. Usagi asks, then why did you yawn? Yui replies, oh, well, it is what humans do when they boot up and when Daddy does it. It usually takes 8 seconds. Kirito says with a sigh, please keep the word trivia to you alone, Yui-chan. Mikuru asks with a giggle, not a morning person, huh? Usagi says with a smile, not typically. Hino says, not surprising that you made friends with him, meatball head. Usagi yells out annoyed, and what's that supposed to mean? Usagi glares at Hino and Tamo whispers. Kirito-san and Usagiheim seem to be a lot like brother and sister. Makoto whispers, no kidding. Soon after, the group heads outside, and in the streets of Ulne, they can see a huge mixture of players from all of the fairy races of Ulfheim in here. Usagi says, amazed, wow, this place is really the center of Ulfheim. Hino says with a smirk, got that right. Yui says, all of the races of Ulfheim are here, and they are getting along. They notice that plenty of the players are looking at them. Usagi asks, a bit nervously, why are they staring? Kirito says, probably because of your friends, Usagi. Lifa says, the meeting of a large amount of the great nymphs of Ulfheim is going to create a stir, and if Lady Mizuno was here, it would be a bigger stir, especially with Sir Mamoru too. He is one of the few players other than Flare and General Eugene that rival the great nymphs. Well, until you and Usagi came along, Kirito. Soon after, the group stops in front to look up the world tree. Usagi asks, anyway, I heard that there was a city at the top of the world tree. What else? Lifa says, well, Oberon the Fairy King along with the Light Fairies, the ALF, are supposed to be up there, and the race that makes it to the top first and meets him also becomes ALF. Kirito asks, has anyone attempts to climb the tree itself? Makoto says, nope, the tree itself is off limits and a player can't get close enough to try. And if you tried flying up, the flight limit of your wings would expire before you even got halfway. Kirito asks, I heard about a group of players attempting to fly up piggyback style. Hino says with a smile, yeah. They caused a real panic with the GM, and they fixed it by putting a barrier up in the clouds. Usagi says with a sigh, that means that the only way up is through the base, and through the Grand Quest. Mamoru says, exactly, Usagi-chan. Hino asks, well, what are we waiting for? Soon enough, the group heads off and they find themselves at a gate in which Hino says, that gate is the marker to the center of Ulne, also known as the world's heart. Once they go through the gate, Yui pops out of Kirito's pocket with a start and Kirito asks, concerned, what? Is something wrong, Yui? Yui says, Mommy. There are gasps of surprise and Yui says, it's Mommy, she's here. Kirito asks, are you sure? Yui says with a nod, I scanned again and I sensed Mommy's player ID. Minako asks, how can you be so sure? Haruka says, a child would know their parents the best. Yui says, her coordinates are above us in the tree. Usagi thinks in her mind, it was her. That was Asuna in the picture and in that cage. Kirito gains a snarl, his wings deploy, and he flies into the air in which Usagi says, oh, crap. Usagi brings out her wings and she follows Kirito with a burst of speed. Lifa yells out, wait, Kirito. Hino smacks herself on the forehead and she thinks, this is what I was afraid was going to happen. Mamoru takes flight after them when he spreads his Spriggan wings. He yells out, we need to follow them. Makoto says, no kidding. Soon after, everyone else, including Lifa, takes off after them. Lifa thinks in her mind, why are you acting like this, Kirito? Is this person really worth all of this trouble? As Kirito goes through the clouds, Leafa yells out, "Watch out, Kirito, you are going to hit the barrier." However, it is too late because close to that instant, Kirito gets through the clouds, hits the barrier, hard, and hitting the barrier causes him to be thrown back and Yui to fall out of his pocket. Usagi yells out, shocked, "Kirito." Usagi immediately grabs Kirito and he immediately rights himself, in which she asks, "Are you all right?" The others arrive on the scene and Hino shouts out, "More like, are you crazy? Is the question that you should ask Meatball Head." Kirito then charges again, slams into the barrier, gets thrown back, and he prepares to charge again before Leafa grabs him and stops him. Leafa says, "Stop it, Kirito." Haruka says, "Charging into the barrier isn't going to get you anywhere." Kirito yells out, "I have to try." Yui is at the barrier and she is shouting out, "Mommy, I'm here, Mommy." Inside of the world tree and within her cage, Asuna, with her face down on a table thinking about her next move after her first attempt to escape failed, hears Yui's shouts out and she looks around. Asuna says, recognizing Yui's voice, "Yui." Asuna goes to the bars of her cage and she yells out, "Yui, I'm here, I'm up here." Asuna then says, "Think, I've got to figure out something to drop to let them know that I'm here." Back down, Kirito bashes at the barrier again and he fails. Kirito yells out, irritated, "Why can't I bust through it?" Usagi confronts Kirito and she says, "Kirito, stop it. Mindless bashing against this stupid barrier isn't going to help get to the world tree and her. I want to get up there as much as you do, but this isn't the way." Yui, in Chibayuza's hands, says, "I used warning mode to try to contact her, but I don't know if it worked." Kirito prepares to attempt to bust through with his sword, but he then sees something. Kirito asks, "What's that?" Everyone looks to see a glint as something is falling, and Kirito catches it, in which it looks like a card, causing him to ask, "A card?" When the others look, Usagi asks, "Does anyone know what it does?" Minako says, shaking her head, "Haven't seen a card like that before." Kirito pushes on it to try to bring up an item prompt screen, but nothing appears and Kirito says, "I can't get an item prompt on it." Yui puts her hands on it and she says, "Let me see." She then gasps and she says, "I got it. It is a system administration access code." There are gasps and Kirito asks, "Can we access the GM controls with it?" Yui responds, solemnly, "No, you need to write console for it to work. And the only way is through the system menu, and even I can't bring that up." Hino says, "Then it is worthless." Setsuna says, "Not necessarily." Mamoru whispers, "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?" Setsuna responds, with a nod and a whisper, "I believe that we have found a way into the world tree." Mamoru whispers, "Contact Mizuno in the Undine capital and try to use a coded message." Setsuna nods her head and starts to do so, in which Kirito says, "I see, Yui. However, I doubt that something like this would fall out of the sky." Yui says, "It must be from Mommy." Kirito thinks in his mind, "Asuna." Usagi thinks in her mind, "Asuna must have gotten her hands on this, and when she heard Yui, she must have dropped this to help us get to her." Kirito says, "Leafa, I need to know where the gates that led up to the world tree are." Leafa responds, "Well, the gates are at the dome at the base of the tree." Leafa then gasps and she yells out, "You aren't thinking of taking it on yourself?" Hino shouts out, "That's insane. The biggest raiding parties couldn't get through." Haruka says, with a nod, "The place is guarded by NPC, and we need to figure out a plan to get by them." Kirito says, with a serious tone, "There isn't time." Kirito tells Leafa, "Thank you, Leafa." Kirito tells Usagi, "Usagi, you and your friends follow me as quick as you are able." Kirito then blasts off back to the ground at top speed and lands with a powerful crunch, much to the surprise of other players around, in which he takes off for the base of the tree. Usagi says, "Oh geez." On the ground, Yui asks, "Are you sure that you want to do this without Auntie Usagi and the others?" Kirito responds, "They'll be able to catch up, Yui. We have to try. We don't have much time." If what we believe to be true, the head of the company of ALO, who has Mommy and the other SAO players trapped here, is getting close to completely his horrible research and he will use it on Mommy. And that's something I will not allow. Besides, we won't really die if we fail. If we fail, we can regroup with Usagi and the others, and using what we learned, we can make another attempt. Yui says solemnly, "Yeah, I guess so." Kirito says, "If I wait around any longer, I'm going to lose my mind, and I know that you want to see mommy just as badly." Yui says, "I do." Kirito says, "And your auntie wants to see her one of her best friends, while she suffered in that nightmare of SAO really bad too." Yui asks, "Mommy and Auntie Usagi were close, huh?" Kirito says, "Usagi was gone from her friends and her family, mommy, daddy, and brother for over 2 years. All we had was each other and the few friends that we had together. Without mommy, we can't have closure from SAO, Yui." Yui nods her head as Kirito goes to the gates at the base of tree, agrees to take the challenge, and seeing the entrance to the top, he charges forward as NPC Nightlight Guardian comes out of one of the mirrors, and Kirito beats him. But more and more come out of the mirrors, and the more that he beats, the mirror NPC Guardians appear to fight him, and they wearing him down more and more. But after getting impaled by over half a dozen blades, his health drops to 0 and he turns into a Remain Light. In his spirit form, Kirito sees a 10-minute timer, which longer than the usual time to revive before one is sent back to his race's hometown to revive, and he thinks, "I died? I always believed that deep down that this world is just a game. Is this my punishment for thinking that? My strength in the game is just a lie, nothing more than just skills and stats. I didn't give a damn about its rules and limits. I felt that I could do anything." As Kirito goes over his battles in SAO and ALO, he thinks, "Asuna." Kirito then notices NPC Guardians turning to face something, and when he looks at where the NPC Guardians are looking, he gasps to see Lifa, Usagi, and the others flying through the air towards him with Usagi at the lead. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland starts. Usagi yells out, "Everyone, cover me as best as you can. I'll get Kirito's Remain Light, and then we are getting out of here. The instant that I get it, get out of here." Chibayuase shouts out, "No way, Meatball Head." Makoto says, "We are not leaving you behind." Usagi says, "But." Mamoru says sternly, "We aren't leaving you, I am not leaving you." Usagi sees the determination in Mamoru's eyes, she nods, and she thinks in her mind with a warm smile, "Thank you, Darien-kun." The NPC Guardians swarm in on them and Kirito shouts out, "Stay back, get away." However, the others can't hear him in his spirit form, and Usagi gains a powerful and determined look in her eyes, like the one that she sported as Sailor Moon against Heathcliff, as she draws her 2 swords. Usagi then cuts through several NPC Guardians, and when a half a dozen try to swarm her, she cuts them through like a knife through butter without suffering any damage at all. The others are stunned and Makoto says, "Whoa, she is on fire." Hino yells out, "Stop gabbing and cover her." Soon enough, Leaf and Mamoru cover Usagi, while the others unleash various attacks to take out dozen upon dozen of NPC Guardians, but more and more are being produced in which Usagi is heading for Kirito's Remain Light, and cutting through any NPC Guardian getting in her way. Lifa yells out, "Hurry, Usagi." Usagi says, putting her swords away, "I got it, Lifa." However, before she gets to Kirito's Remain Light, an NPC Guardian appears in front of her, and she bashes through its chest and destroys it, in which she grabs Kirito's Remain Light, before Mamoru and Lifa cut through 2 NPC Guardians try to cleave her in half. Mamoru says, "Let's go." Usagi responds with a nod, "Right, Mamoru-kun." Soon after, they head back to the door as NPC Guardians try to stop them with NPC Guardian archers unleashing a barrage of arrows at them, in which Mamoru winches as he gets hit by 3 arrows. Usagi yells out, shocked, "Mamoru-kun." Mamoru says, "I'm all right. Keep going." The others unleash spell attacks at the archers to destroy them and or keep them busy, but plenty of them got arrows off, in which Usagi gets impaled in the leg, causing her to yelp. Mamoru yells out, shocked, "Are you okay?" Usagi replies, "I am, keep going." Haruka yells out, "Hurry." As Mamoru, Lifa, and Usagi got closer, the others start to withdraw, and Lifa pushes Usagi out of the way, causing her to take an arrow to the back. Usagi says, "Lifa." Lifa responds, "I'm okay." Soon enough, everyone gets to the ground, and they start to get out of the base of the world tree one at a time. But before all of them leave, Mamoru, Usagi, and Lifa take another arrow to the back each, in which Mamoru uses an illusion spell to create a smokescreen at the right moment, in which he takes Usagi's right free hand to make a big leap out of the dome. Usagi yells out, "Grab onto me." Lifa, managing to hear Usagi, grabs onto her shoulder, and she, Usagi, and Mamoru are the last ones to make it out of the door in which, outside, the doors close behind them in which the arrows also dispel. Sword Art Online music, Swordland ends. Usagi puts Kirito's, remain light on the ground and she yells out, "Mikaru-chan." Mikaru says, with a nod, "I understand." Mikaru then uses a revival spell and Kirito is restored to his physical form. Hino then bashes him on the forehead and he yells out, "What was that for?" Hino responds with a glare, "What did you think, you idiot?" Haruka says, "We told you that we had to form a plan first. You just charged in there and just got your butt kicked, in which we had to save your ass before you get sent back to your race's home territory." Kirito says with a sigh, "Sorry about that. Thanks for helping me out." Minako retorts with a smile, "No problem, what are friends for?" Kirito then steps forward and Usagi says, "Kirito, you aren't going back there again. Since you died, your stats are weaker than before. It is going to end the same way." Kirito tells Usagi, "I know, Usagi. I know that you want to save her as much I do, and that's why we need to keep trying." Usagi tells Kirito, "We may have the key, but what's the point if we can't get it to the door?" Makoto tells Kirito, "Listen to Usagi, Kirito." Lifa says, grabbing Kirito's right hand, "Kirito, please stop. Go back to how you were." Kirito tells Lifa, "Lifa, sorry, I can't. If I don't get up, nothing will end. And nothing can begin for Usagi and me. Our nightmares will never end because we will still be tied to a hell that we had both escaped from with her, or so we thought." Lifa asks, confused, "What are you talking about?" Usagi tells Lifa, "Lifa-chan." When Lifa looks at Usagi, Usagi says, with a sigh, "Lifa-chan, we haven't been completely honest with you. It isn't Kirito and I lied to you. We just didn't tell you the whole truth." Lifa asks, her expression showing great confusion, "What do you mean?" Hino asks, "Hey, meatball head." Usagi makes a motion for Hino not to say a word, and Usagi says, "You see, Kirito and I never used an atmosphere at all, and we just started the game with the account that we made recently. I started this game 5 days ago, and Kirito only 2 days ago." Lifa gives a gasp of shock and she asks, "But how?" Usagi says, "It is too complex to explain, and it kind of has to do with that other VRMMO that we told you about. It is true that we were busy with another VRMMO, but we weren't telling you the complete truth about it. That VRMMO? You have already known about it for the past 2 years since it has been the dominant force on the news, Lifa. It was Sword Art Online." Lifa gasps in shock and horror and she yells out, "Sword Art Online? The infamous death game that had 10,000 people trapped and nearly 4,000 people died. That means you are." Usagi responds with a nod, "Kirito and I are SAO survivors, Lifa." Lifa gasps and Haruka thinks in her mind, "So much for keeping this a secret." Lifa thinks in her mind, "Kirito and Usagi are survivors of that horrible game that nearly took my brother from me. That he was trapped in for 2 long years, and I could only watch his body while he struggled for his life in that game. Wait, no way." When Lifa looks at Kirito, Usagi says, "And it is the reason that Kirito and I are here. I know that you heard about 300 SAO players that are still sleeping. I can't go into details, but they are here, Lifa. They are being held here in ALO against their will." Lifa asks stunned, "What?" Usagi says, "I'm sorry, Lifa. I'm so sorry to keep this from you, but we couldn't risk you getting hurt because of Kirito and I are doing. The man that runs the company that runs ALO is behind this. I know him. He is pure evil. He is doing who knows what to those people and we need to stop it. And the person that Kirito and I are looking is a fellow SAO player that's being kept here. To me, a precious friend that kept me from going insane during those 2 terrible years, which have yet to fade from my heart and mind." Kirito says, "And who is Yui's mom, Lifa? We need to save her and end this. As long as this goes on, Sword Art Online can never be finished for us. We need to find her. I need to find her. I need to save Asuna." Lifa's eyes widen at that final sentience and she asks, stepping back, What did you just say?" Haruka asks curiously, "Lifa." Kirito says, "Her name is Asuna. She is the SAO player that Usagi and I have been looking for, and we need to save most of all." Lifa says, but then, you are. Makoto asks, surprised, Lifa-chan do you know that name? Everyone looks at Lifa in shock as she looks at Kirito, and she then sees Kirito's real-life form of Kazuto Kirigaya. Lifa then asks lowly, Kazuto, is that you, Kazuto? There are gasps and Usagi asks, stunned, Lifa, how do you know Kirito's real name? Kazuto asks, realizing, Sugyuha. Hino asks, Sugyuha. Lifa says, I can't believe it. No, it's not fair. Lifa then brings up her player menu, and she logs out, causing her to vanish. Kirito yells out, Sugo. But it is too late, and Lifa is gone, leaving plenty of the others confused. Usagi asks Kirito, you know who Lifa really is? Kirito responds, yeah, she is my sister. There are gasps and Makoto yells out, surprised, Lifa is your sister. Kirito tells Usagi, please inform your friends about Sugu. Her full name is Sugyuha Kirigaya. Usagi says, with a nod, okay. Kirito then uses his player menu to log out and return to the real world. Chibayusa asks, what's going on? Usagi says, it's a bit of a story. Hino says, I think that we have enough time to hear it. Usagi then tells the others about what happened during her adventure with Kirito and Silica to revive Silica's partner monster, Pina, in which Kirito explains about his adoptive sister cousin. When Usagi is done, Minako asks, so his sister is actually his cousin? Usagi says with a nod, yeah, you see, Kirito's real parents, his biological ones, died when he wasn't even a year old. They were in a horrible accident and only he survived. Mamoru says, with a nod, I see. I doubt that he could even remember anything of his biological parents. I can relate. I can't remember anything about my family in this life or my parents in my past life either. This causes Mamoru to feel more of a connection to Kirito since he has a similar background. Usagi says, later on, Kirito told me everything in which he learned the truth when he was 10 years old, and he asked his aunt and uncle, his adoptive parents, about it. He told me that it gave him identity issues, and it is part of the reason that he went to online gaming. Mamoru says with a nod, I understand. Mamoru says with a sigh, it must have been a big shock to his young mind. All that he thought and knew may have been a lie to his mind. Most likely, he felt that he didn't fit into his own family. To him, it must have been, who are they? Do I fit in with them? And you may be right about this driving him to online gaming. He must have felt that in the virtual world that no one really knows about anyone else. Minako says, amazed, whoa, and I thought that Hino-chan had family issues. Hino glares at Minako and Haruka says, and to meet said family members after being away from them for 2 years like this. Usagi says, with a sigh, Kirito told me that he was trying to rebuild the bonds between them after we had gotten back from SAO. Makoto says, I've got a bad feeling that this just damaged his efforts big time. Usagi says, I wish that I could help. Mamoru tells Usagi, with a warm smile, you can't, meatball head. This is a problem that they have to deal with on their family. This is between them, and anything that we try might make it worse. Usagi says with a nod, I know, Mamoru-kun, I know, I really want to help. But then again, I'm in no condition to help them. Hino tells Usagi, okay, not that again, you hear me. Usagi responds, nervously, okay. Mamoru hugs Usagi and Usagi hugs him back, in which she thinks, with a warm smile, even in virtual reality, he is so warm. Soon afterwards, Kirito reappears in front of them and Usagi says, Kirito. Kirito tells Usagi, I'm going to meet with Sugu. I mean Lifa at the Northern Terrace. Usagi asks, you don't mind if we come along? Kirito says, with a sigh, actually, I'm going to need your help a bit. Usagi nods her head, and all of them head to the Northern Terrace, in which Kirito explains what happened between him and his adoptive sister back in the real world. Haruka asks, she found out, huh? Kirito responds, yep. Most likely, she found out during the first month of SAO when 2,000 people died. Usagi says with a nod, I see. Mamoru says, it must have caused her a similar identity crisis like you had. All that she thought that was true wasn't, or something close to that. And she had probably the same questions like you did. Who is he? Do I really know him? If we aren't brother and sister, then what are we? I believe that those are the question that she was asking. Kirito says with a nod, I believe so, Mamoru-san. Haruka says, and at one point she felt that it didn't mainly matter because you are someone that she loved and cared about, but the problem is, what kind of love is it? That's probably the big problem, and when Asuna came into the picture, she wanted to banish those feelings from her heart and probably wanted to for you and her to truly be biological brother and sister. When she met Kirito, she wanted to move on away from that, but now, those hopes and dreams are crushed. Usagi asks Kirito, what will do Kirito? Kirito responds, we'll see what will happen, Usagi. Soon after, Kirito and the others arrive at the northern terrace and they wait around for a while until Lifa arrives on the scene and lands in front of all of them. Lifa says, here I am. Kirito says, Sugu. However, Lifa makes a motion for Kirito to stop and she says, Kazuto, let's have a rematch. I want to finish what we started. There are confused looks and Kirito says, she is talking about a kendo match that we had a few days ago. Hino asks, seriously? Mikuru tells Hino, this might be their way of working things out, Hino. Lifa asks Usagi, but before we do, Usagi, I need to know something, are you? Usagi says with a nod, yes, I am. I'm the niece of Akihiko Kayaba. Lifa's eyes widen in surprise and Usagi says, I guess that it is hard to believe. That someone would be so monstrous that not even your own life or even your family lives means so little to them. I never thought that Kayaba would be one of them, but I was wrong. Nearly dead wrong. I remember that day like it was just yesterday. I logged onto Sword Art Online expecting to be a new world full of fun and adventure, but I dragged into a nightmare that would last over 2 long horror-filled years. I couldn't believe that this was happening. It had to be a nightmare, I thought, but then I realized that it was cold, hard reality. I was stuck in a virtual prison of death, and it was a person that I had once beloved, and I had trusted with my heart and spirit as well as thought could do no wrong that trapped me and everyone else in there. I completely broke down and locked myself away for 3 whole days since the nightmare started. I was all alone in there. No family, no friends, and not even the man I loved. A member of my own family that I once beloved as a second father stripped me of them and my life. Lifa says, shocked, Usagi. Usagi says, looking up to the virtual sky, I'm not sure if you can understand how I feel, Lifa, but then again, I never want you to ever experience how I feel. Lifa asks curiously, why? Usagi says, the pain in her virtual eyes evident, because if you aren't strong enough, the experience could very well destroy you. Lifa gives a surprised look and Usagi says, sometimes, I wonder how I was able to survive in SAO. However, part of it was the people that I had waiting back home that loved and cared for me. I knew that they were hoping for my return and I can't explain how, but I could feel them by my real body giving me strength. The other part was the few friends in SAO. Kirito, Asuna, and the few others that I could have as friends in that nightmare. Due to the awkwardness between me and the other players, I remained a solo player, which wasn't me. Having friends and being part of group, but I couldn't cause any more pain to the other players that my family already caused, so I remained alone. Those few friends were very precious to me and my times with them were the only happy, or at least, close to happy times that I spent in that nightmare. Lifa asks, so, it is why you are determined to save Asuna? Usagi says, with a nod, I am. She was my best of friends in SAO with Kirito. I can't just abandon her, especially not to that man. And I also can't abandon any surviving SAO players. As long as they are not home with the people that they love and care about, Sword Art Online will never be over for me. Lifa says, I see, Usagi. Lifa looks at the others and she asks, you knew the whole time? Makoto says, scratching, yeah. In fact, it was the reason that we started playing this game. Lifa asks, really? Kirito tells Lifa, Sugu, this world is running on a complete duplicate of the Sword Art Online server. Lifa asks, shocked, it is. Kirito says, with a nod, it is, Sugu. Other than the ability to log out and dying here, doesn't mean you die in real among a few other minor details. It is an exact duplicate. It is the reason that they were able to get the game out so fast after the Atmosphere came out, and ALO came out exactly 1 year after Sword Art Online started. Lifa says, I always thought it was weird. Kirito says, this man, Sugu, designed this game to be the perfect cover for his evil experiments. There is no grand quest. It was just a cover to allow his inhuman experiments using the SAO players other than Asuna. Leafa gasps and she asks, stunned, all a lie? Leafa thinks in her mind with tears in her eyes, so, the dream of flying as high as I wanted and as far as I wanted. The dream was based on a lie. Makoto says, we're sorry, Leafa-chan. We didn't want you to get hurt. You really loved flying here in ALO, and it was your dream to gain the ability to fly as long as you want and as high as you wanted, but we feel that you have the right to know the truth about who we truly are and why we are here. We came to this game since it was so similar to SAO. We wanted to figure out this game, so we have a better idea of how SAO worked and figure out what causes the nerve gear to fry the wearer's brain. Setsuna says, Mizuno and I were and still are part of the task force that was created to deal with what is known as the SAO incident. Leafa asks surprised, Lady Mizuno. Setsuna says, she and I became the experts on the nerve gear through we never could figure out a way around Kayaba's machine before Usagi, and the others returned from SAO. Hino says, however, while our meatball head came home in body, but her spirit lied somewhere else, and that's why we are still in this game. We had a feeling about it ever since we learned about the scumbag, Sugu, and turned out that we were right. Haruka says, that's why we need to go to the World Tree, and we don't have much time left. Kirito tells Leafa, Sugu, I can understand if you want to leave. Leafa says, interrupting, no, Kazuto, I want to have that rematch. Hino yells out, stunned, really? Mamoru tells Hino, this is something that they have got to solve on their own. Kirito says, everyone, please stand back. Usagi and the others move out of the way as Leafa and Kirito draw their swords, and after half a minute of staring at each other, the two of them start to fight, they clash blades, and then they take their battle into the air in which Leafa stands on a floating island while Kirito prepares to clash. But when Leafa goes forward, she drops her sword in which Kirito drops his in which Leafa falls into his arms. Kirito asks Leafa, surprised, what are you doing? Leafa asks, that's my question, what are you doing? Kirito says, look, I wanted to apologize, but I didn't know how, so I planned to throw the fight. Leafa asks, surprised, you were? Kirito says, I'm sorry, Sugu. Leafa says, I'm sorry too. Hino says, well, it is about time. Kirito and Leafa look to see the others with Usagi holding Kirito's sword and Haruka having Leafa's sword. Kirito says, I know that my real problem is that I never came back to the real world after SAO. I can never come back until she wakes up. In a way, the game hasn't ended for me, and it hasn't ended for Usagi. Leafa asks, looking at Usagi, really? Usagi responds with a nod, my friends and my beloved know this already, but it is true. SAO hasn't ended for me. Until I bring everyone that survived SAO home, especially my best friend from there, the dark legacy of my family still continues on, and I, or my real-world self, can never come home. This is the real me right now, even though it is a modified for this world. Leafa asks, confused, what do you mean? Usagi says, when we logged into ALO, all of the data from our SAO avatars possible was downloaded into the new ALO, because the way of saving data in SAO and ALO are practically exactly the same. So, all of the stats and skills from SAO as possible are in these forms. Leafa asks, stunned, really? Kirito says with a nod, that's right. This is basically Kirito, the black swordsman of SAO, and she is Usagi, the white Valkyrie of SAO, just in brand new ALO-style forms. Leafa gives an amazed look and Usagi says, this is who Kirito and I really are right now. I know that it sounds crazy. Hino says, completely crazy if you ask me. But then again, that nightmare was anything but sane, so none of us can blame Meatball Head for not feeling herself. Usagi gives an annoyed look at being interrupted, and Hino says, with a smile, however, it doesn't mean that we aren't going to keep going until we bring the real Meatball Head home where she belongs, and this time, we're not going to stop until she is back home, in body, mind, and heart and spirit. Usagi says with a warm smile, thanks guys. Haruka says, that's our mission, Leafa, to save those final SAO players and to end their nightmares once and for all. And hopefully, we can all reassemble the shatter pieces of our lives. Kirito says, I'll find my way home someday. Lifa says with a smile, I'll wait for that day, Kazuto. No matter how long it takes for you to truly come home, and until then I'll help you in here. Kirito says, thanks, Lifa. Soon after, Usagi and Makoto give back Kirito and Lifa their swords, and they return to the entrance of the World Tree where Rikon was waiting for them, in which Lifa explains how he got there. When she is done, Makoto says with a sigh, Rikon. Haruka says, with a smile, you have to get to give him points for determination. Mikuru says with a giggle, indeed. Rikon asks, anyway, what are you doing again? Hino says, you heard us. We are going to challenge the World Tree. Mamoru says, from our last attempt, the NPC guardians individually aren't the real problem. With our high stats and skills, it is easy to beat them one-on-one, but the problem is the quantity of opponents. Kirito asks, Yui, are you there? Yui appears on Kirito's shoulder and she says, hi, Daddy. Kirito says, Mamoru-san says that the number of the opponents is the real problem with those guardians. Yui says with a nod, that's right. Their stats aren't too high, but the sheer numbers is the real problem. Hino says, yeah, for everyone that we defeat, about a dozen take their place, and the numbers continue to increase the higher that we get up. Yui says, that's right, but since your stats are really high, a burst of speed might help you reach the top. Kirito says, well, it is the best plan that we have got. Mamoru says, with a nod, I agree. We need to get to the top as fast as possible before their numbers completely overwhelm us. Kirito says, hey, everyone. Kirito says, I'm glad that you helped Usagi and I get here, but this fight is our fight and our mission. You don't need to get more involved than you do. Hino tells Kirito, don't even bother with the speech. We are going and that's final. Makoto says with a grin, no kidding, wouldn't miss it for the world. Lifa says with a grin, you already know my answer. Lifa asks Rikon, what do you say? Rikon responds, where you go, I will go, Lifa. Mikuru tells Lifa, he really has a thing for you, Lifa. Lifa tells Mikuru with a sigh, please don't, Lady Mikuru. Mikuru responds, please call me Mikuru, Lifa. I think that we are friends now. Lifa smiles as Lifa, Rikon, Kirito, Mamoru, and the Sailor Scouts prepare to make their assault up the World Tree to get to the top, rescue the SAO players, and stop Sugu once and for all. Usagi thinks in her mind, determined, don't worry, Asuna. Kirito and I along with all of my friends are coming, and we won't stop until we bring you home and end that sicko's evil ways once and for all. Kirito whispers to Usagi, Usagi, are you sure that you are ready for SAO's true final battle? Usagi whispers back, I am and I know that we'll win. Kirito nods his head as our group goes through the doors to challenge the Grand Quest, once more and put a stop to Sugu Nabayuki's sinister plans and rescue Asuna and the other SAO players to put a final end to this, and in the minds of Kirito and Usagi, sword art online once and for all. Chapter 14. The Final Battle SAO Heroes vs the Fairy King Thief. January 22, 2025, Ulfheim Online, the World Tree. Within the base of the World Tree, a vast legion of the NPC guardians are out in force, and facing them are Usagi, with both of her swords drawn, Kirito with his giant long sword at the ready, Chiba with her twin daggers, Tamo with her large scythe-like weapon, and Mamoru also wielding his sword. Behind them, Lifa, Rikon, Minako, Makoto, Haruka, Mikuru, and Setsuna were preparing their spells to attack NPC guardians. Usagi says, nervously, there are a lot more than I remember. Chiba asks, with a sly smile, chickening out. Usagi responds sternly, never. Mamoru says, remember the plan, everyone. We need to get up there fast. Usagi says, I know, this is going to be tricky. Chiba asks, when is anything we do easy, meatball head? Usagi says, good point, squirt. Chiba yells out annoyed, I'm not a squirt. Usagi says with a smile, you are to me. Usagi then says, in a serious tone that's not usually like her in the real one, now, focus, Chiba. Chiba responds, right. Chiba thinks in her mind, man, I never thought I would see the day that I agree with Serena. Soon after, all of them attack and cut through the NPC guardian forces one after another in quick fashion. Rikon says, amazed, incredible. I knew that Sir Mamoru and Lady Tama were powerful, but I never thought I see 3 more players just as powerful. Haruka says, don't count your chickens before they hatch, kid. Makoto says, we're not close to being done yet. Lifa says, Makoto is right. There are more coming down and in to attack. To prove Lifa's point, more and more NPC guardians come out of the mirrors that line the inside of this dome. Usagi yelps out, annoyed, oh man, this is annoying. The group continues to cut through them until they gasp to see a huge wall of NPC guardians in which they barrel rush them, in which they manage to hold them off. But all of them are throwback hard. Mikuru says, now. Soon after, Minako, Makoto, Haruka, and Setsuna unleash powerful attack magic that destroys a good-sized group of them, and Lifa, Rikon, and Mikuru use healing spells on Kirito, Usagi, Mamoru, Chibayusa, and Tamo, causing them to be healed. But then some of the NPC guardians focus their attention on them. Minako yells out, everyone, it looks like we have been brought to the center of attention. Rikon asks, but why? Lifa says, my guess is that they have different targeting programs than other bosses in the game. Haruka says, most likely, they know that they can overwhelm opponents with their sheer numbers, but if they keep getting healed, it is going to be a constant war of attrition that they might have a chance to lose. So, if they see any healers, they target them too, since without them, there is no chance for the others to regain their health. Lifa says, it looks like we are going to have to do something fighting after all. Rikon then says, look, I don't know what's going on here, but this raid must be important to you, however, I don't get why. Hino says, we don't have time to explain, Rikon. Haruka says, you don't know the dark truth behind this place, but all we can say is that ALO isn't just a game, and it never was. Rikon asks, what do you mean, Lady Haruka? Makoto says, we don't have time to explain, Rikon. Minako yells out, they are about to get swarmed again. Minako, Setsuna, and Makoto unleash more magic attacks against the swarms of NPC guardians, against Tamo, Chibayusa, Usagi, Mamoru, and Kirito, giving them some breathing room for a brief moment. Hino says, this is insane, they can't get an opening at all. Rikon then gets a serious look and he flies off into the distance. Makoto yells out, surprised, hey, what are you doing? Lifa says, idiot, stop. However, Rikon doesn't stop and he plows through the enemies and gets into the middle of a swarm of them. Hino asks, confused, what does that guy think he is doing? When Rikon starts to chant another spell, Setsuna says, that's a dark magic spell and a powerful one. Makoto says, stunned, he's insane, that's a self-destruction spell. Soon after, Rikon is engulfed in a massive explosion of light along with a huge amount of the NPC guardians. Lifa says, he used it knowing that the penalty is going to be worse than a normal death. That dummy. Mikuru says, with a smile, got to say that his determination and devotion are admirable. Hino says, yeah, and it might be the lucky break that we needed. Makoto yells out, Usagi, this is our chance. Without hesitation, Usagi, Kirito, Tamo, Chibayusa, and Mamoru head for the break created by Rikon, but the NPC guardians regroup and block them with their bodies, sending them back, in which all of them yell as they are hit by multiple strikes, while Usagi takes one in the back meant for Mamoru. Mamoru asks, concerned, are you okay? Usagi asks with a winch, do I look okay, sweetie? Mamoru smiles, while Mikuru uses a healing spell on all of them. Chibayusa says, this is insane. Every move that we make, they seem to have a counter for it. Tamo says, no matter how many holes that we make in their defense, they recover quickly. On the meanwhile, Mikuru is getting attacked by multiple NPC guardians as she tries to heal the others. Makoto yells out as she bashes one in the face, back off. Minako's pet dragon unleashes small faces that burn the face of one NPC guardian, in which she slices it apart, and she yells out, they just keep incoming. Haruka says, we can't give up, there has to be a way to beat this. And just then there is a loud cheer and everyone looks to see a whole army of armored sylphs just rushing into the dome. Lifa says, no way. Makoto says, it's the sylph army. Soon after, a legion of dragons with Kate Sith riders on their backs also appears inside of the dome. Minako yells out, oh wow, it's the Kate Sith dragon riders, they made it. Soon after, Sakuya and Alicia Rue, riding a dragon, appear and Sakuya says, sorry we're late. Alicia Rue says, it took us a while to get ready, but we're here. Lifa says, Sakuya Alicia. Alicia Rue shouts out, dragoons, get ready to waste them. Sakuya yells out, Sylph, prepare to engage the enemy. The dragons that the Kate Sith were on unleash fireballs, while the Sylph warriors unleash wind attacks from their swords that are devastating to the NPC guardians. Makoto says, hey Sakuya, thanks for joining the party. Minako says, thanks for the help Alicia. Sakuya says, there is no need to thank us. We can't help to repay for what your Spriggan and Undine friends have done for us. Alicia Rue says, Sakuya is right, Minako. The only reason that we are here is because of all of the money that he gave us. Sakuya yells out, warriors forward to battle. As the Sylph warriors rush in to join the fight, Chibayusa says, it's amazing. Tamo says with a nod, I know, Chibayusa. Usagi says, I feel kind of guilty about this. Mamoru says, with a smile, they are showing how thankful that they are to you and Kirito for all of your help, and I think that it is only proper for us to show how thankful that we are for their help. Usagi says with a nod, yeah, and I just know how to do it. Usagi says, everyone stand back. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland starts. Usagi then starts to chant a spell and Kirito, Tamo, Mamoru, and Chibayusa to fly away from her, and this causes Kirito asks, confused, Usagi. Soon after the spell is done, and both of Usagi's swords are glowing in which she connects them, and she leaps forward in which she sweeps her swords in a massive arc as a massive blade of light comes from her swords, causing massive amounts of the NPC guardians to vaporize nearly instantly and surprising everyone. Lifa says stunned, no way. Alicia Rue says awestruck, incredible. Hino asks, where did Meatball Head learn that kind of powerful light spell? Minako asks confused, you are asking me. Sakuya shouts out, now, everyone. This is our chance. Encouraged by this turn of events, the Sylphs and Kate Sith charge in hard and fast, but the legions of NPC guardians manage to recover, and when Sakuya gives out commands to her forces, the NPC guardians seem to recognize her as a leader and prepare to attack her, in which she prepares to draw her katana, but Lifa beats her too and cuts down the NPC guardians that attempt to strike her, in which Sakuya smiles at this. Soon after, Lifa, Minako, Makoto, Hino, Haruka, Mikuru, and Setsuna join up with Kirito, Chibayusa, Mamoru, Tamo, and Usagi. Haruka asks, are you okay, Firefly? Tamo says, I'm fine, Haruka Papa. Hino says, this is it, everyone. We have to hit them hard and now. Makoto says, got that right. Kirito says, Sugu, watch my back. Lifa responds, you got it. Soon enough, they start to fight hard and fight fast, in which our group, aided by the Sylph and Kate Sith forces, is beating the NPC guardians, but the mirrors continue to produce more and more despite the guardians being hard-pressed. Another opening is made and Kirito, Mamoru, and the Sailor Scouts head for it, and the NPC guardians attempt to block it. Haruka says, not this time. Mamoru says, Kirito, Usagi. Mamoru extends his sword out, in which Kirito over his with Usagi put her on theirs, and Haruka creates a wind barrier, in which all of them charge up with Kirito, Usagi, and Mamoru leading the way, in which the NPC guardians try to stop them. But Kirito's, Usagi's, and Mamoru's combined powers and efforts allow them to bust through the NPC guardians and get through their blockade, on their way to the top of the dome, with the rest of the Sailor Scouts in their group following quickly behind. Sakuya smiles at this and she commands, we're pulling back. All of the Sylph and Kate Sith forces withdraw, with Lifa joining them in the withdrawal. Lifa thinks in her mind, keep flying, brother. Good luck to you and Usagi, Kirito. On the meanwhile, at the top of the dome above the clouds, Kirito, Mamoru, and the others are standing at the door, aka the top of the dome. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland ends. Kirito asks, now what? Mamoru says, we had a feeling that this could happen. Kirito says, hey Yui. Yui comes out and asks, yes, Daddy. She touches the door and she says, Daddy, something strange is going on. This door isn't locked by a quest flag. It's locked by the system administrator. This door was never meant to be opened by a player. Kirito and Usagi gasp and Hino says, we knew it. Soon after, new NPC guardians were coming from the mirrors near the door and preparing to swarm. Usagi asks nervously, now what? Haruka says, the card that contains the system administration code. There are gasps and Setsuna asks, remember the card that Yui mentioned contained a system administration code? Kirito says, you're right. Kirito takes out the card from his pocket and he yells out, Yui, use this. Hurry. Yui flies up, absorbs the card into herself, and she goes over to the door. Yui says, I'm going to input the code right now. She inputs the code into the door, and the door starts to open immediately. Minako yells out excitedly, it worked. Makoto says excitedly, awesome. After they fly up a bit after the door opens, Yui says, everyone, we're going to teleport. Hang on to Daddy. Daddy, hold on to me. Kirito extends his hand in which Yui grabs it. Usagi and Mamoru grabs onto Kirito's back, and everyone else holds onto Usagi and Mamoru directly or indirectly, in which all of them are engulfed in a bright light. Yui calls out, Daddy, Daddy. Everyone opens their eyes, and they look to find themselves inside of some kind of corridor, while Yui is back to her regular form of a little girl with a simple white dress. Kirito asks, what is this place? Yui responds, I don't know, there is no mapping data. Kirito asks, do you know where Asuna is? Yui says with a nod, yes, she is very close in fact. Hino says, good, but hold on before you run off. Hino then activates her player menu and creates what looks like an SAO corridor crystal. Usagi says, that looks like a corridor crystal from SAO. Hino says, didn't Ami-chan mention that meatball head? Anyway, let's hope that she isn't doing anything important right now. Hino activates the crystal, and it creates a portal in which, after a few seconds, Mizuno goes through the portal which closes behind her. Minako says with a sly grin on her lips, welcome to the party. Makoto asks, hope we didn't interrupt anything important. Mizuno responds with a smile, not really. Mizuno asks, what is this place? Makoto says, showing a proud smile, welcome to the inside of the world tree. Mizuno asks, shocked, you made it. Minako says with a smile, yep. Mamoru says, okay, everyone, we have got plenty of work to do. Everyone's faces become serious and he says, we need to split up. Some of us need to go with Kirito to find Asuna since he is Sugu's prime prisoner, while the rest of us go find the rest of the SAO players. Most likely, they are in some kind of lab since he is using for who know what kind of inhuman experiments. Plenty of the others sneer at this, and Mamoru says, I think that Mizuno and Setsuna should be in the group to look for the other SAO players and get them out of there. Setsuna says, wise idea. Usagi says, I'm going with Kirito and Yui to find Asuna. Chibayuase says, not without me you aren't. Mamoru says, same here. Tamo says, I'll go with you. Mikuru says, Haruka and I will join you. Hino says, it means the rest of us find that lab wherever it is. Minako says, pointing to a map, I think that could help. Everyone looks to see a map nearby, and Mizuno looks it over to find the lab. Mizuno says, I've found it. I know how to get there from here. Kirito says with a nod, okay, we'll leave the other SAO players to you. Usagi asks Yui, Yui, do you know where your mommy is? Yui responds, nodding her head, yes, Auntie Usagi, follow me. Soon after, Kirito, Mamoru, Usagi, Chibayuase, Tamo, Haruka, and Mikuru take off to find Asuna while the others use the knowledge from the map to head for the lab where they believe, correctly, the other SAO players are being held. With Kirito's group, they race across the hallway in which Yui creates holes in the walls to allow them to pass through and lead them outside, where they see the skies and clouds from the road-like branches of the world tree. Kirito asks, is this it? This is the top of the world tree. Haruka says, with a sneer, thought so. This was just all one big facade to cover up his sick actions. Mamoru says, with a sneer, the players are just pawns to cover his evil tracks. Kirito says, with an angered sneer, there was never any grand quest. That lying manipulative freak is going to pay using all of the players of this game for his sick ends. Yui gently tugs on Kirito's sleeve and he says, yeah, we need to save Asuna first. Haruka says, and then we can kick his ass. Mikuru says, hopefully, Ami-chan can gather enough evidence to get Sugu arrested. Usagi says, I know so. Ami-chan can do anything. Now, let's go. Soon after, the group runs along the path to the bird cage, and when they get there, at what looks like late afternoon, they stop at the edge of the cage where Asuna is lying her head down on her bed. Yui shouts out, "Mommy." Asuna's head perks up and she looks to see Yui, Kirito, Usagi, Mamoru, Chibayuase, Tamo, Haruka, and Mikaru, in which Asuna starts to shed tears of joy as Yui breaks the bars of the cage and she yells out, leaping into Asuna's arms, "Mommy." Asuna shouts out excitedly, "Yui." Asuna hugs her daughter and she says, "Yui, it's really you." Yui says excitedly, "Mommy, mommy." The others enter the room and Usagi asks, with a smile, "It seems like you are still living the high life, Asuna. Through I doubt that this is what you meant." Asuna says, wiping her tears, "Yeah, I know, Usagi." Asuna says, looking at Kirito, "Kirito." Kirito says, with a warm smile, "Hey, Asuna." Kirito goes over and embraces Asuna with Yui in between them, in which the others smile warmly. Kirito tells her, "Sorry that I took so long." Asuna responds, warmly, "No, it's okay. I knew that you and Usagi would come for me. I knew that you, too, would never stop." Usagi replies, with a warm smile, "I would never abandon a friend, Asuna." Tamo says with a warm smile, "It's wonderful." Haruka says, "We should get going." Kirito says, "Good idea." Kirito asks Asuna, "Ready to go home?" Asuna nods her head and Kirito asks, "Can you log Asuna out from here?" Yui responds, "No, I can't. Her status is locked by complicated codes." Mamoru says, "It shouldn't be surprising that he would want to keep his prime prisoner here." Usagi asks, "Is there anything that we can do?" Yui responds with a nod, "Yes, we need to find a system console." Asuna says, "I found a console in the lab." But then there is a humming sound and immediately, Kirito, Mamoru, Usagi, and Haruka get on guard, in which a vortex forms at their feet and everyone groans as they are being forced down to their knees. Kirito grunts out, "Yui, what's happening?" Haruka says, "It feels like something just increases our weight, from pounds into tons." Yui has violet sparks coming all over for her form and she yells out, "Mommy, something bad is coming." Chibayuase asks, "What happening to her?" Mamoru yells out, "Yui-san, get back to your father's nerve gear. Hurry." Yui responds, "Right, be careful, Mommy. Daddy, I'll be all right." Yui vanishes in a flash of light and Asuna and Kirito yell out in unison, "Yui." Kirito tries to reach out for Asuna and the others try to struggle to get to their feet. Usagi thinks in her mind, "I feel like someone put an elephant on my back." Usagi and Mamoru try to reach for each other, but all of them are forced to the ground on their hands and knees. Just then a sinister male voice says, "What a surprise. The last thing that I suspect that I find in my birdcage is bugs." Usagi thinks in her mind, surprised, "That voice." Kirito says, "You have got to be kidding me. It's Sugu." Everyone looks to see Oberon, Sugu's avatar in ALO, looking down on them. Oberon waves his hand and he says, "I would prefer it if you wouldn't call me in this world. I am His Highness, Fairy King Oberon." Oberon then kicks Kirito down, much to the shock of the others. Usagi yells out, shocked and concerned, "Kirito." Oberon looks at Usagi and he says, "You look familiar to me." Usagi responds, plainly while glaring at Oberon, "I get that a lot." Oberon says, "If I don't remember you, then you are a bug not worth remembering." Mamoru, Chibayuase, Haruka, and Mikaru sneer at him for saying that to Usagi. Oberon steps on Kirito's head and Asuna shouts out, horrified, "Kirito." Oberon tells Kirito, "How do you like that? Wonder why you all can't move. It's a little thing called gravity magic." Haruka says, "Gravity magic. There is no such thing in ALO." Oberon responds, "Not yet, my dear, but it is due in the next update. Think the players will go for it?" Chibayuase replies, sarcastically, "Yeah, it really sticks to you, jerk." Asuna yells out as Oberon steps on Kirito's head, "Leave him alone, you are coward." Oberon asks, taking Kirito's sword from his back, "Tell me Kirigea, or should I call you Kirito instead? How did you get here? I saw a strange program running, is that how you got here?" Kirito says, "I flew up here with my wings." Oberon responds, "Okay, if that's how you want to play it, Kirito. If you don't want to tell me yourself, then I'll ask your mind." Kirito asks, "What?" Mamoru says with a sneer, Then it's true, you are experimenting with mind control technology. Oberon responds, mind control, ha, not even close. I have 300 former SAO players under my thumb, and thanks to their cooperation, so to speak, my research is 80% complete. My thought and emotion control technology is nearly perfected. I'm not going to control the mind. I'm going to do the impossible and control the human soul. It is the power of a deity. There are gasps and Haruka shouts out, "You're insane." Usagi says, "You can't. The human essence can never be controlled by an outside human force. There is no way that you can do that." Oberon says, "I'm not surprised that such a non-enriched mind as people like you has no idea the true depth of my work." Mamoru says with a sneer, "We understand clear enough, Oberon. You are monster, a fiend." Asuna says with a glare, "You aren't going to get away with this." Oberon says, stepping over Kirito, "And how is going to stop me? Maybe a kami could help you, but there is none other than me." Haruka says, "You're no deity. You are just a worthless coward." Usagi says, "You need a computer system for any power, Sugu." Oberon says, "Stick and stones, and they can do nothing for you." Oberon says, "Before I tinker with your souls, let's have a little fun." Oberon snaps his fingers, and two long chains with cuffs at the end of them come down, in which Oberon snaps them onto Asuna's wrists. Kirito says with an enraged sneer, "You bastard, get away from her." Asuna is lifted up and Oberon leers at her, in whom he then increases the gravity on her, causing her to gasp as she is pulled down while held up by the chains and cuffs around her wrists. Tamo thinks in her mind angrily, "That monster." Chibayusa thinks in her mind angrily, "That wretched fiend in fairy outfit. We have to stop him, but how?" Oberon says with a sinister smile, "Excellent, that's perfect. You can't make NPC girls make expressions like that." Haruka says angrily, "You sick son of a bitch." Oberon sniffs her hair and he says, "You smell lovely. How to replicate how you smell in real life was a challenge, and don't tell me how hard it was to get an analyzer into your room undetected." Mamoru thinks in his mind, "That's just sick." Mikuru thinks in her mind, her face showing a rare bout of anger, "That sick fiend." Kirito struggles to get to his feet and he yells out, "Get away from her, Sugu." Oberon scoffs and he says, "Give me a break." Oberon then shouts out, "Why don't you stay down and grovel like a good little doggy?" Oberon then kicks Kirito in the face and impales him with his own sword. Asuna and Usagi shout out in unison, shocked, "Kirito!" Usagi and Mamoru struggle to their feet and try to attack Sugu, but the gravity field makes them sluggish. Oberon yells out, "Worthless bugs." Oberon then ruthlessly beats Usagi down, and enraged Mamoru manages to draw his sword, but he knocks it out of his hands and knocks him to the ground with Usagi. Usagi says weakly, "We can't give up." Usagi takes Mamoru's hand and he says with a nod, "I know, love." The two of them try to struggle to their feet, but Oberon knocks them both down again. Oberon takes one of Usagi's swords and he says, with a sinister smile, "How sweet. The two of you can enjoy your pain together." He then impales their connected hands with Usagi's sword, and he shouts out, "System command, set pain absorber level from 10 to 8. Kirito yelps out in pain from his sword, impaling his virtual body, and Mamoru and Usagi yelp in pain from Usagi's sword, impaling their hands. Chibayusa shouts out, horrified, "No." Haruka says, shocked, "Dumpling." Mikuru says, stunned, "No." Oberon says, "Hurts, doesn't it? I'll increase the pain slowly so you three will have something to enjoy in the future. By the way, once it drops below level 3, it will start to affect your body in the real world." Oberon then starts to touch Asuna's body, in which the others look angered at this. Kirito says weakly, "Stop it, Sugu." Asuna says, weakly with fear evident in her eyes, "It is okay, Kirito. Whatever he does, he isn't really hurting me." Oberon laughs evilly and he says evilly, "I was hoping that you would say that, but I wonder how long your pride will last, my dear. 30 minutes? An hour? Let's see how long you can hang on to it." Oberon then rips off Asuna's top, and Mamoru looks way out of respect while the others sneer at Oberon. Oberon says, "Once I'm done with our fun here, I'll head to the hospital to visit the real you, and I'll set up a real big monitor to play back a recording of this. We can enjoy ourselves all over again, and this time with your real body." Pure fear appears in Asuna's eyes and Haruka shouts out angrily, "Don't you dare." Usagi shouts out with an angered tone, "Leave Asuna alone." Usagi yelps as the pain coming from her impaled hand with the pain absorber reduced in level. Mamoru says with an angered sneer, "You are no god, you are monster, a beast. No matter what look you have, you are a fiend in the purest of sorts, Sugu." Oberon asks, "What was that? Was that a flea I hear?" Oberon then licks Asuna's face and he says evilly, "Yummy, how sweet." Kirito yells out, enraged, "Sugu, you bastard, you are a fucking bastard." As he continues to lick Asuna's virtual face evilly, Usagi thinks in her mind, "There has got to be a way, we've got to stop him somehow. Some way, somehow, there has to be a way to beat him in his own game. There has to be." Oberon laughs evilly at Kirito and the others as they look on helplessly as Oberon molests Asuna. Kirito shouts out, enraged, "I'm going to kill you, you sick bastard. You hear me, Sugu, I'm going to kill you." As Kirito looks on helplessly, Usagi shouts out, "We can't give up, Kirito. There is a way. There is always a way, Kirito." Oberon responds, evilly, "You keeping telling yourself." Usagi thinks in her mind, as she looks on helplessly while she remembers everything from her first day as Sailor Moon to end of SAO, no matter what the odds, no matter what happened, I, with my friends and loved ones, always found a way to come over the odds. Even those precious to me couldn't be by my side physically. They always helped me find a way. Just because he is the creator of this world doesn't mean that he can't be beaten in it. Just then a male voice shouts out in her mind and Kirito's mind, "That's right, my moon princess." Usagi and Kirito gasp at the sound of the voice as everything seems to fade, and there is only the two of them as the familiar male voice says, "This is just a system. You and Kirito have taught me the power of human will is superior to any computer system and the possibilities for the future." The two of them then look to see none other than a Kihiko Kayaba right in front of them. Kirito says stunned, "You are." Kayaba tells them, "Now, Serena. Sailor Moon, you must get up. Get up, both of you." Oberon prepares to tear off the pieces of clothing that cover Asuna's legs, but he then hears a yelp as a sword is being removed in which he looks to see Usagi helping Mamoru to his feet along with herself. Usagi says, "Come, my love, we can do it." Mamoru is surprised, but he nods his head as he uses his own strength to help himself and Usagi get to their feet, and Oberon's eyes grow wide, while Kirito also struggles to his feet with his sword in his own chest. Kirito says, "You are weak, Sugu, and the swords in SAO hurt more. Way more." Soon after, Kirito's sword falls out of his virtual body and clatters to the floor. Oberon says, "Unbelievable. I've got a few bugs to deal with." Oberon tries to swat Kirito back down, but he is shocked when Kirito grabs his wrist. Usagi says, "Bug, now I'm a virus that's about to give you a system meltdown." Usagi says, "System login, ID Heathcliff." Just then multiple menus appear around Usagi much to Oberon's surprise. Oberon asks stunned, "What? Whose ID are you using?" Usagi says, "System command. Activate administrative privileges and set Oberon to level 1. Oberon glows and a menu screen appears saying that Oberon's administrative access has been restricted. Oberon says in disbelief, "An ID that outranks mine. I am this world's creator. It's king. It's God." As Oberon is ranking, the others get to their feet and Mamoru gets his sword. Usagi says, "Wrong-o, jerk face." When Oberon looks at the others, she says, "You stole everything in this world, including the players that play it. You are only a king of thieves and sitting on your stolen throne." Oberon yells out angrily, "How dare you, little wench? You dare to talk to me like that? You dare." Chibayusa retorts with a smirk, "She dares. What are you going to do about it?" Oberon responds strongly, "System command, generate object, ID Excalibur." However, nothing happens and Oberon ranks out, "Do as I say, you piece of crap. System, your deity is ordering you to comply." Haruka asks with a smirk, "Does the words access denied mean anything to you?" Chibayusa asks, with a sarcastic tone and smirk, "Look at the supreme ruler of ALO now." Mikaru says, with a giggle, "He looks more like a commoner to me." Oberon shouts out, "How dare you mock me?" Mamoru says, "Excuse me." Oberon looks at Mamoru only for him to punch right in the nose and knock him to the ground. Mamoru says, with a deadly glare, "No one hurts my bunny ever." Usagi says with a smile, "Mamoru-kun, you're so sweet." Mamoru bows in front of Kirito and he says, "After you, Kirito." Kirito responds with a smirk, "With pleasure." Oberon sneers as he rubs his nose and Kirito tells Usagi, "Hey, Usagi, His Majesty wants his royal sword. Let's give it to him." Oberon gives a confused look and Usagi shout out, "System command, generate object, ID Excalibur." Just then the golden sword that they saw in Jotunheimer, Excalibur, appears in front of Usagi and she takes into her hands, much to Oberon's shock. Kirito says, "A simple command generates a legendary weapon." Kirito and Usagi look at each other, and Usagi throws him the sword in which he manages to grab in shock, while Kirito brings his sword back to his hand. Sword Art Online music, Swordland starts. Kirito says, pointing his sword at Oberon, "It's time to settle the score. The big match, the King of Thieves versus the Gilded Hero." Usagi says, "System command, set pain absorber to 0. Just then, the menu showing the pain absorber program appears and the scale goes from number 8 right down to 0. The others, minus Kirito, are surprised by her actions and Oberon says weakly, "No, not that." Kirito asks, "Is that a flinch?" Cause the other guy never flinched no matter how bad it got. Usagi says, "You should remember him. My uncle, Akihiko Kayaba." Oberon yells out, stunned, "Oh my god, Kayaba." When he looks at Usagi, he sees a childlike Serena Tsukino in front of her and he says with a gasp, I know you now. You are his meatball-headed niece, Serena." Usagi responds, "I would say nice to see you again, but I would be lying through my teeth, Sugu. You are the same as ever, Sugu. The same weasel that always watched my uncle with jealous and spite in his eyes and always wanted a chance to outdo. Now, I see you trying to copy him, but bad news, Buster. You just gave me the way to send your divine might crashing to earth thanks to my uncle." Oberon then realizes what she meant and he yells out, "I see, I get it now. That was your uncle's ID? Why, you are supposed to be dead. Why do you keep haunting me?" Oberon swings in the air wildly and he yells out, "You were always like this, acting all high and mighty, taking everything that should be mine." Usagi replies drolly, "Really, you piece of mega scum?" Oberon looks at Usagi angrily and she tells him sternly, "What was rightfully yours? None of this is rightfully yours, jerk. He earned what he had gotten, good and bad. He was the one who developed the nerve gear, no thanks to you. He was the one who started the era of full-dive VR gaming. You were just jealous that he always smarter than you and always one step ahead of you. And that's what you are, Sugu. Always one step behind and a brain cell short of an idea. None of this is your idea in the first place. This is a copy of Sword Art Online just given a makeover. You had never had an original idea in your own life, and that's what you are second best to my uncle. And once we expose you for the wretched little schemer that you are, it is what you are going to be. The second Akihiko Kayaba." Oberon yells out, pure rage in his voice and glaring at Usagi with the same rage, Damn you, you little meatball head wench." Oberon charges right at Usagi, but Mamoru blocks his first sword attack, and Mamoru then blocks another sword attack with a disinterested and irritated look in which Mamoru bashes Oberon in face again, and he yelps out, in pain, "My nose." Mamoru says, "That was for attacking my princess." Oberon tries to attack again, but Kirito gets in the way, blocks the sword attacks, and then Kirito cuts Oberon's face in which he yelps as he feels the same since the system isn't blocking any pain sensations at the moment. Kirito asks in a deadly voice, "Hurts, doesn't it?" Oberon winches in fear and he says in a deadly tone, "But is nothing compared to the pain that you made Asuna feel. Not even close." Kirito then charges in, and when Oberon tries to block his sword attack, Kirito cuts off his virtual hand, causing it to shatter into data polygons, and the sword clatters to floor. Oberon yells out in pain, My hand! My hand!" Kirito then cleaves Oberon in two, causing him to yell out in pain as his lower body and legs shatter into data polygons, in which Kirito grabs Oberon by his hair and lifts him to meet his face, in which Oberon gives a look of pure fear in his eyes. Kirito then sneers, throws Oberon into the air, and then impales him in the head through his right eye, causing the rest of his virtual body to shatter apart into data polygons, while Chiba USA and Tamo close their eyes to this sight. Sword Art Online Music, Swordland ends. When Chiba USA and Tomo open their eyes, Chiba USA says with a winch, "That had to hurt." Haruka says, with a snort, "Good riddance to bad rubbish." Mamoru says, "The atmosphere won't kill him, but due to the pain not being absorbed by the system anymore, his body will most likely be suffering from the pain stimulus overload, and his body might have actually gotten injured." Haruka says, with a sly smirk, "Couldn't have happened to a better slime ball." On the meanwhile, Kirito cuts Asuna down, and she falls down to the ground on her knees and into Kirito's arms. Kirito starts to cry, and Asuna says, "I had faith in you and Usagi, Kirito. I knew that you could save me, but I knew that both of you would save me. I always have faith in you. Always have and always will." Kirito says weakly, "I don't have any power." Usagi tells Kirito, "That's not true, Kirito. True power comes from the heart, not some kind of special powers or some kind of system. I'm not a hero because of my powers, but because of the power of my heart. That's what gives me power, Kirito." Mamoru says with a nod, "And that's what gives all of us power." Asuna says, "Usagi and her friends are right, Kirito. You have great power because you have a strong heart." Kirito says, "I'm not as strong as you and Usagi think I am, but I'll do my best." Mikuru says with a smile, "And quite the humble hero." Usagi says, bringing up a system administrator menu, "It's time for you to go home. Everyone has been waiting long enough." Kirito says, "I'll not too far from the hospital. I'll be there as soon as I can." Asuna tells Kirito, "I want you to be the first person that I see when I wake up." Asuna tells Usagi, "However, I want you to be the next person after Kirito, Usagi." Usagi says with a smile, "I'll be there, promise." Asuna says, "It's finally over. We're finally going home to the real world." Kirito says, "That's right, but much has changed, so try not to freak out." Asuna says, "Let's go places and have fun. Let's make it just the two of us, Kirito." Kirito says, "Yeah, real good." Asuna hugs Kirito with tears of happiness in her eyes, and Usagi then uses her system administrator menu to log Asuna out, causing her to vanish in particles of light. Tomo says with a smile, "We did it." Mikuru says, shaking her head, "No, Usagi and Kirito did it, Firefly." Usagi says with a smile, "I had a little help." Mamoru asks, "How did you do that?" Usagi says, "I believe that he can answer that. I think that it is time for you to come out, uncle." There are multiple gasps, and then a Kihiko Kayaba appears above them and floats down in front of them. Kirito says, "So it is you. You are alive." Kayaba replies, "You can say that I'm alive in a way. Ultimately, I'm just an afterimage that's the mind of a Kihiko Kayaba. An echo, as you can say." Kirito says, "And I have no idea what you're talking about." Mamoru says, with a sneer, "You have some nerve to show your face to us, and to my beloved after what you did to her." Kayaba says, "You must be Darien Shields. You truly have shown that you care for my princess with all of your heart. It is an honor, but I doubt that you would agree." Haruka says with a sneer, "Got that right, you ass." Kayaba says, looking at Chibiwase, "This must be your daughter from the future, Rinny." There are surprised looks, and Kirito asks, "Wait, daughter." Kirito looks at Usagi and she says nervously, "Hef, long story." Chibiwase responds nervously, "Real long story." Kayaba says, with a smile, she gets her lovely looks from her mother despite how both mother and daughter deny it. Usagi and Chibiwase yell out in unison, with an annoyed tone, "There is no way that I look like her." The two of them look at each other, and when she looks at her Kayaba, Usagi asks plainly, "Why did you help me, uncle?" Kayaba tells Usagi, "I didn't do it for free, my dear. There is always a price." Mamoru shouts out angrily, "You have some nerve, Kayaba." Everyone looks at Kayaba and Mamoru goes over and he says, glaring at him, "You have some nerve to ask something of her after what you did to her. You owed her, Kayaba. She absolutely trusted you and loved you like a second father. She truly believed in you and believed that you were going to make a new frontier for all of humanity. And how do you repay her faith, trust, and love? By betraying her in the worst way possible, you monster. You trapped her in a virtual prison while we, the people that love her so much, had to anguish and fear every day that she could die right before our eyes. You made her go through a nightmare that has scarred her forever. She saw who knows how many people die right before her eyes, and that netherworld was created by a person that she once beloved. You, You Kayaba, do you know or even understand how she felt? The pain, grief, anguishes, and sorrow that you gave her. Every single death torn into her heart and soul, and even I doubt that I could ever truly understand her pain despite being the love of her life. And who knows if the wounds in her mind and heart will ever heal? They may never. And now, you have the gall to call on a favor. She owes you nothing and you owe her everything. And if you have a shred of decency, then you know that I'm right. Mamoru glares at Kayaba and Kayaba looks back, in which Kayaba says plainly, "And you are exactly right, Darien-san. And this is the start of my repayment." Just then, a golden light comes from the sky, and an egg-shaped transparent object floats into Kirito's hands. Kirito asks, "What is this?" Kayaba responds, "The start of a brand new world. I call it the seed." Usagi asks curiously, "The seed?" Kayaba says, "Once it sprouts, you and Kirito will know what to do with it. You can delete it if you want, but if you and Kirito have any fondness left for the virtual world, you will take care of it. And now, there is this, my princess." Kayaba then creates a planet-shaped orb which goes over to Usagi and he says, "I have developed many things in my quest to perfect sword art online and the full dive system. In fact, my dear sister, Ikuko, and your friends, Ami and Trista have already completed one." Haruka asks, confused, "What do you mean?" Kayaba says, "You will realize it in time." Kayaba tells Usagi, "This is the rest of my legacy. It is now your legacy to do with as you please. Call it the payment of my debt, but I doubt that it covers even half of what I owe you, my dear." Usagi asks, "Kayaba, what were you to me in the Silver Millennium?" There are surprised looks and Mamoru asks, "What do you mean, my love?" Usagi says, "He knew about the silver crystal. It can only mean one thing." Mikuru asks, "Are you saying that Kayaba also?" Usagi says, "I believe so." Kayaba says, "You may have more calculating mind that you gave yourself credit for, my princess. However, it is a story for another day. We will see each other again. Farewell for now." Kayaba then leaps into the air, vanishes, and everyone covers their eyes as a light engulfs the room, in which when they open their eyes, they find themselves back in Asuna's prison. Kirito asks Yui, "Are you okay? Where are you?" Yui appears and she yells out, "Daddy." Yui goes into Kirito's arms and he says, "You're safe." Yui responds, "It is like Mamoru-san told me to do. I hid myself in the local memory of your nerve gear." Mamoru says, "I figure that since he stored her program in his nerve gear, she would be able to go there." Yui asks, "Where's mommy?" Usagi says, "She is safe in the real world." Kirito says, "Your aunt is right, Yui-chan. Mommy is back home safe and sound." Yui says with a smile, "Mommy's back home, thank goddess." Kirito says, gently stroking his daughter's hair, "I promise that we will be back soon. However, I don't know how this world will last." Yui says, "Don't worry, Daddy. My core program is in your nerve gear, so we will always be together." Usagi says, with a smile, "In fact, my best friend Ami-chan can create a VR program special for her. She is one of the smartest people on the planet." Makoto's voice responds, "Got that right." Everyone then looks to see the others arrive on the scene. Usagi says, "Hey guys." Tamo asks, "What happened?" Hino says, "We found the lab and the trapped SAO players. A pair of slugs tried to stop us, but..." Minako asks slyly, "Extra fried monster slug anyone?" Usagi says, a bit disgusted, "I think that I'll pass Mina-chan." Mizuno says, "Mako-chan and Hino-chan managed to force them to confess everything, in which I was able to hack into the GM console in the lab room, where I was able to free the other SAO players." There are gasps and Usagi says with a smile, "Way to go." Makoto says, with a grin, "And we also got some sweet information about his pet project. It is real sick to the core and guaranteed to send him to prison for life and beyond." Haruka says, with a sly smile, "Perfect. Usagi and Kirito sent that sleaze back to the real world with his tail between his legs, and we got Asuna-san logged out." Minako yells out, "Great. That means that we won and it's game over." Usagi says, with a nod, "Yeah." Usagi then rests her head on Mamoru's chest and he gently strokes her hair. Kirito tells Yui, "Okay, we're going to log out now." Yui responds, "Okay, Daddy, I love you." Kirito prepares to log out, looks out into the skies of ALO, and he logs out after he kisses his daughter on her left cheeks as he vanishes. Haruka says, "We had better follow him just in case." Hino says with a nod, "Good idea." Mizuno says, "You go first." Usagi says, bringing up her player menu, "Okay." Yui tells Usagi, "Thank you, Auntie Usagi." Usagi responds with a warm smile, "No problem, Yui-chan." Yui hugs Usagi, and she smiles as she hugs Yui back before she pushes the log out button, causing her to vanish in a bright light. January 22, 2025, Crown Arcade. Under the Crown Arcade and within the high-tech command center of the Sailor Scouts, there's a line of bed-like platforms in front of a massive supercomputer where Darien, Ami, Mina, Rei, Lita, Hataru, Amara, Michelle, Trista, Rinny, and Serena are lying down with Serena using her nerve gear, while everyone else, minus Rinny, are using Amispheres with Rinny using her neurolinker around her neck, while Luna and Artemis look as they see Serena slowly wake up and take off her nerve gear. Luna says, "Thanks goodness." Artemis asks, "What happened?" Serena responds with a smile, "We won." Luna asks, "So it means?" Serena responds with a warm smile, "Asuna and the other SAO players are free." Soon after, the others start waking up one and after another, in which they take off their Amisphere, but Rinny keeps her neurolinker around her neck. Ami says, leaping to her feet, "It will take me a minute to get the data loaded into my computer." Darien says with a serious tone, "We should get going to hospital." Lita asks, "How come?" Darien says, with a plain tone, "Sugu isn't a madman that will take defeat so easily." Amara says, nodding her head in agreement, "He has a point." Serena says, "And I agree." When everyone looks at Serena, she says, "It would be just like him to take petty revenge since everyone else around him is nothing." Lita asks, "Then what are we waiting for?" Serena says, "No, wait. Before we get to the hospital, I think that we should let Sugu's boss see what's going on." There are surprised looks, and Ray asks, with a smirk, "Whoa, meatball head, what has gotten into you?" Serena says, "I'm not going to just sit around and let the people that I care about be pushed around, not anymore." Darien tells Serena with a warm smile, "We understand, Serena. Just don't push yourself. We don't want to lose the meatball head that we love deep down." Serena responds warmly, "Thank you, Darien-kun." They share a kiss and Serena says, clutching her brooch, "Ready, scouts." Amara responds with a grin, "Need you ask?" The other scouts hold up their transformation items, and Darien holds his transformation rose as they prepare to transform and head out to make sure that Kazuto sees Asuna again without any problems. January 22, 2025, Takurazawa. At the hospital of Takurazawa, as the snow falls, Kazuto arrives by the gate of the hospital and goes into the parking lot, in which, as he runs, he sees a figure come out, and he moves to left, in which the sounds of metal hitting flesh is heard, in which we look to see Kirito's right arm dripping blood from a slash wound, causing him to hold the area of the slash and stumble to the side of a van. Someone comes out of the shadows and says, in a familiar male voice, "You're late, Kirito." Kazuto asks, "Who's there?" The figure responds, "I was waiting so long that I thought that I would catch a cold." The figure is then revealed to be Sugu, in which both of his eyes are red with the area around his right eye looking scarred. Kazuto says, shocked, "Sugu." Sugu tells Kazuto, "You did a very bad thing, Kirito. I can still feel the pain." Kazuto tells Sugu, "You had better turn yourself in. You're finished." Sugu says, "Finished? Hardly. There are plenty of people that would kill to have my research, and once it is complete, there won't be anyone or anything that will stop me. I will be the god of this world. But first, I'm going to kill you, Kirito." Sugu charges at Kirito. Kirito leaps away to avoid the attack, but collapses to the ground. However, before Sugu can strike, a familiar female voice shouts out, "Sugu!" Sugu turns only to get rammed by Eternal Sailor Moon's kneecap to his face, causing his head to slam through a window, in which he slumps down and dropping his knife. Sailor Moon goes over to Kirito, in which she helps him to his feet, and she asks, "Are you okay?" Kazuto responds, "I'm okay, you Sailor Moon." Sailor Saturn then appears and goes over, in which she uses her healing powers to heal Kazuto's arms. Sugu manages to regain some of his senses, and he asks groggily, What hit me?" Just then a female voice responds, "Maybe you should ask who hit you, pal." Sugu then regains his full senses and gasps to see all of the sailor scouts in front of him with glares of different degrees on their faces, in which he reaches for the knife that he had with him. But a rose slashes his head, causing him to pull back his hand and yelp in pain. A male voice responds, "I don't think so, scum." Everyone looks to see Tuxedo Mask escorting an elderly man with wrinkles and brown hair in which he is wearing a brown business suit. Sugu yelps out when he sees the man, and Tuxedo Mask says, "Sugu-san, I believe that you remember your boss, Shuzu Yuuki, who is Miss Asuna Yuuki's father." The elderly man, Asuna's father, Shuzu Yuuki, has an angered expression on his face, and he says, "How dare you, Sugu? How dare you do this to me and my family? My family has turned your family and you for our lives, and you do this to repay us. By committing such inhuman experiments under my nose and holding my daughter against her will. I thought that my children were just blowing their distrust of you out of proportion, but I can see that they saw you for who and what you truly are, Sugu. The Sailor Scouts and Tuxedo Mask have showed me your research, and I know that this is your work with your signatures on everything. You nearly destroyed the reputation of my company and my family, and all for what? To create a horror similar to the horror created by Akihiko Kayaba." Sugu yells out angrily, "Don't you dare compare me to that fool of a man? That fool only used his knowledge for his stupid game. He was too scared and too foolish to realize the full potential of the full dive system. I didn't. I knew the full potential of the system. And soon I had achieved something that Kayaba-sensei could never have. He may have been master of sword art online, but I will be the god of this world." Shuzu says, shaking his head, "You truly are insane." Sailor Moon says, "You are no god, Sugu. You are just a jealous little man that lives forever in the shadow of Akihiko Kayaba." Sugu glares at Sailor Moon, and Kazuto says, "She's right. You think that I'm scum? I'm trash. Guess what, Sugu? Then you are less than trash and less than scum. You are worthless worm that's going to where he belongs, in the dumpster to be forgotten." Sugu shouts out, "Damn you." Sugu then charges at Kazuto, but a 1-2 punch from Sailor Jupiter slams him into the van and he slumps to the ground, unconscious. Sailor Uranus says with a sly smirk, "Night loser." Shuzu says with a bow, "Thank you, Sailor Moon. You and the Sailor Scouts exposed this man for what he truly is." Sailor Venus says with a grin, "You don't need to thank us. We have some friends to thank for that." Sailor Moon says, pointing to Kazuto, "You can thank this guy. He and his friends, who we are well acquainted with, found out what happened and stopped him from inside of ALO." Shuzu tells Kazuto, "Kirigaya-san, it seems like I am in your debt." Kazuto says with a nervous smile, "It was nothing, Yuki-san." Sailor Moon says, "Anyway, I think that Shuzu-san's daughter is waiting for you, Kazuto-san. Tuxedo Mask and I will escort you inside just in case Sugu has got any of his henchmen waiting." Sailor Mars says, "The rest of us will wait for the police with this piece of trash." Shuzu says, "As much as I would love to see my lovely daughter again, I think that it is best that I wait here to make sure that this scum is picked up by the police." Kazuto says, "Okay, but I think that Asuna would love to see you again, sir." Shuzu says with a nod, "I know, Kazuto-san." Sailor Moon, Tuxedo Mask, and Kazuto then enter the hospital and journey up into Asuna's room, in which when they arrive, they see Asuna, sitting up and with the nerve gear off her head, looking up into the clear moonlight sky. Kazuto says with a smile, "Asuna." Asuna says with a smile, "Kirito." Asuna manages to lift up her hand despite being so weak, and Kirito goes over to her, takes her hand, and gently hugs her. Tuxedo Mask says, "Careful, she is weak as you were when you first woke up." Kazuto tells Asuna, "It's over, Asuna. Usagi and I fought the last boss and the battle is over." Kazuto starts to shed tears of joy, and Asuna says, "Sorry, but I can't hear too well right now. I think that I know what you said. I know it's really over and I get to finally meet you." As Asuna sheds tears of joy, Sailor Moon goes over to a pen and paper on a noteboard, and she writes out something in which when Asuna and Kazuto release from their embrace, Asuna looks to see the words, "Good evening, sleepyhead," written on the board. Asuna says with a giggle, "Oh, Uzaga-chan." Asuna tells Kazuto and Sailor Moon, "Anyway, I'm Asuna. Asuna Yuuki, I'm finally home." Kazuto says, "I'm Kazuto Kirigaya. Welcome home, Asuna." Sailor Moon writes down on another piece of paper, and when Kazuto and Asuna look, they see it says, "And I'm Serena Tsukino, we're all finally home." Kazuto says with a smile, Yeah, we are, Serena." Kazuto then goes over and kisses Asuna on the lips, in which Sailor Moon puts her head on Tuxedo Mask's chest, in which she looks at the window, and in her mind's eye, she sees herself as Usagi, with her SAO outfit including her special white hooded cloak, causing her to look to see her SAO self, give a kind smile before putting on the hood, turning around, and walking away as she fades away from her mind's eye. Sailor Moon says with a low smile, "Goodbye for now, Usagi." Tuxedo Mask asks, a bit surprised, "Huh?" Sailor Moon says, with a warm smile, "I'm home, my love. Usagi, the White Valkyrie of Sword Art Online, can finally rest for now, and Serena Tsukino has finally come home." Tuxedo Mask warmly smiles at those words, and the two of them share their own kiss, in which he knows that Sword Art Online, at least for the moment, is truly and finally over for his princess, and that the true healing process can finally begin. Chapter 15, Epilogue. A whole new world and a whole new adventure to come. January 22, 2025, Kirigaya Residence. Within the Kirigaya residence, Kazuto is lying on his bed with his nerve gear on his bed while his sister, Suguha Kirigaya, the real-life identity of Lifa of ALO, looking over him and yelps as she sees him wake up. Suguha says nervously, "I'm sorry. When you didn't log out right away, I got worried." Kazuto sits up, takes off his nerve gear, and he says, "Sorry that I took so long to come back." Suguha asks, "Is it really over?" Kazuto says, "Yeah, it is. That monster has been defeated, and Usagi and her friends have gathered enough evidence put him down for good." Suguha says with a smile, "That's awesome." Kazuto then sees Lifa's image poses over Suguha for a moment, and he looks in surprise. Kazuto says with a smile, "Sugu, thanks for all of the help that you gave me and Usagi. You were a great help." Suguha hugs Kazuto, surprising him, and she says, "You don't have to thank me. I'm just glad that I could help my big brother in his world." Kazuto hugs his sister, and she blushes from the hug. Suguha asks Kazuto, "What happened with Asuna? Did you get her back?" Kazuto says, "Yeah, Asuna is back in the real world. Sugu I." Asuna says, "No way, you get going. She is waiting for you." Kazuto looks at his digital clock on the wall and he says, "Yeah, you're right." As he gets to his feet, Kazuto says, "Sugu, I know that you love ALO for flying and all. However, with what's going to happen, it may suffer the fate of SAO." Suguha says with a sigh and weak smile, "Yeah." Kazuto says with a grin, "But then again, who knows? There are so many players that like it, and since it isn't a death game, all you need to do is retool it and probably give it a new and better Grand Quest, and it can stay on." Suguha says with a grin, "Yeah." Suguha then asks, "What about yours and Asuna's friend?" Kazuto gives a smile and he says, "Let's just say that she can finally spread her true wings, fly away leaving to return to her real self, and finally and truly come home. She and I can finally and truly come home." Suguha says with a nod, "That's wonderful." However, the images of her dressed up like a princess, the kingdom on the moon, and image of the silver-haired queen and the blonde-haired princess other than herself in these dreams pops into her mind, but Suguha shakes them off for now. Outside, Kazuto, wearing cold weather clothing, is pushing out a bike with Suguha following. Kazuto says, "Wow, cold." Suguha says, "Look, Kazuto, it's snowing." And it is starting to snow, and she says, "Be careful out there, and say hello to Asuna for me." Kazuto says, "Will do, and I can't wait for you to meet her and Usagi in for real." As Kazuto bikes off into the distance to head to the hospital where Asuna is, Suguha gently sighs, but she holds her head as the images appear in her mind again. Just then a female voice says, "Do you wish to protect him and all that he loves?" Suguha gasps as she looks around, and she then sees the gray cat with a silver crescent moon sigil on top of its forehead looking at Suguha. Suguha says, "What a weird cat." The cat then replies in the female voice, "And while you are quite the looker yourself, it doesn't mean that people won't say that you aren't weird." Suguha yelps out and she yells out, shocked, "A talking cat." Suguha shakes her head and she says nervously, "Okay, I must have been full diving too." The cat then says, "I can assure that this isn't an illusion or a dream." The cat leaps onto Sugyuha's head and slams her tail into her cheek, hard, causing her to yelp. Sugyuha yells out, flinching greatly in pain, "Ouch!" The cat leaps off Sugyuha's head and she yells out, "What was that for?" Sugyuha then realizes that felt real and the cat responds, "My name is Trivia, and I've been searching for you for a long time, Sugyuha Kirigeya. I've been watching you since your brother's 16th birthday when you visited his motionless form in the hospital. However, your power has been greatly suppressed, and the time wasn't right." Sugyuha asks, "My powers?" The cat, Trivia, responds, "You have great power, my dear. I'm sure that you have heard of the Sailor Scouts." Sugyuha responds, "Of course, who hasn't heard of them?" Sugyuha then asks, "Wait, are you saying?" Trivia replies, with a nod and a smile on her lips, "You are indeed very perceptive, my young Sugyuha-san. If you think that this is a joke or gag, then why are you having the dreams about the mysterious kingdom on the moon, or the strange princess and queen with the crescent moon sigils on their forehead?" Sugyuha asks with a gasp, How do you know about that?" Trivia says, "I know more about you than you can believe, my dear. I can completely awaken the power that's inside of you. I can help you unlock the power that can help you protect your brother and all that he and you care about." Sugyuha can't believe her eyes and ears, but she asks curiously, "Really?" Trivia says with a nod, "I can, Sugyuha. However, you must know that once you accept this power, you will have chosen your destiny and your future will be set. With this power comes a great responsibility like with any sailor soldier, but there is a war coming and your power will most likely be needed." Sugyuha asks, surprised, "A war?" Trivia responds with a nod, "Yes, and you will have a great mission. While you will be working and fighting with Sailor Moon and other sailor soldiers, you have your own great mission to perform, but I warn you, accepting this power and performing this mission will cause you to find ancient secrets of the past, dark ones as well, in which I can guarantee you that you will never be the same person again." Trivia tells Sugyuha, "If you choose not to accept this, then I will never return and you can go on with your regular life. However, I believe that you will make the right choice." Sugyuha can only look at the talking female cat, Trivia, and close her eyes, remembering the images, dreams in her mind, and what happened in SAO from her point of view, and ALO, in which when she opens her eyes, there is a determined fill look in them. March 2025, Japanese countryside. In the mountainous regions of Japan, there is a wooden cottage in which Sailor Moon and the Sailor Scouts, along with Tuxedo Mask, appear via teleportation in front of it. Sailor Jupiter asks, "Is this it?" Sailor Moon says with a nod, "It is Jupiter. I should have remembered about it." Sailor Mars tells Sailor Moon, "Hey, Meatball Head, you were just a little girl back then." Tuxedo Mask asks Sailor Moon, "Are you sure about this love?" Sailor Moon responds, "More than anything, Darien-kun." Soon enough, the Sailor Scouts and Tuxedo Mask approach the cottage and prepare to see if the door was open, in which the door opens, in which a petite young woman in her late 20s with short, straight black hair is front of them. Sailor Moon thinks in her mind, stunned, "It's her. What's she doing here?" Sailor Uranus yells out, sternly, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The young woman responds, "I'm Rinko Kujiro." The young woman then tells Sailor Moon, "But you already know that, don't you, Serena?" There are multiple gasps and Sailor Moon asks, "So, he told you?" The young woman, Rinko, responds, "Yes. He also mentioned in a message to my website that you would be coming here one day. I couldn't believe that he would do such a thing and trap you in the game." Sailor Moon says, "We were all fooled, Rinko-san." Sailor Mercury asks, "You know this person?" Sailor Moon responds, "She used to be a friend of the family. Her name is Rinko Kujiro, the woman in love with Akihiko Kayaba." There are multiple gasps of shock and Sailor Neo Moon says, stunned, "No way." Sailor Moon tells Rinko, "The police are going to be here any minute." Rinko replies, "I won't resist." Rinko then steps backwards inside and to the side to allow Sailor Moon, Tuxedo Mask, and the Sailor Scouts to enter into the cottage, in which they look around to see it simply furbished, in which they look at the fireplace, see multiple pictures, in which one of them is a child Serena wearing a play helmet and sword with her mother and Kayaba, in which Akiko is painting a picture of something that looks like Aincard. There is a painted picture of Aincard on the wall and on a nearby table. There is an old-fashioned RPG game known as wizardry, with a go board on it. Sailor Saturn says, you wouldn't think that the first great VR criminal in history would be here. Sailor Uranus says, as they say, it is always the quiet ones. Sailor Neptune tells Sailor Mercury, you and Firefly excluded, of course, Mercury. Sailor Mercury kindly smiles at Sailor Neptune, and Sailor Mars calls out, I found him. Everyone then looks at Sailor Mars, who is at the door leading into another room of the cottage, and she says, with a sigh, or what's left of him. Everyone then assembles into the room where they find a simple, but good-sized bedroom where there is plenty of high-tech equipment with a mini supercomputer connected to a powerful satellite with wireless and non-wireless connections. And in the bedroom, there is a bed with something or someone covered by a blanket. Sailor Venus winches, thinking what it really means, and Sailor Uranus goes over to the bed and covers the form under the blanket in which the motionless body of Akihiko Kayaba is revealed, obviously showing that he is dead, but it looks like he just died recently. Tuxedo Mask says, it's him. Sailor Neptune says, amazed, it looked like he died yesterday. Sailor Mercury, using her visor and computer, says, there is some kind of strange compound in his body that's preserving his body and preventing any decay. Rinko says, he had found the compound on one of his trips, and he says that it can preserve bodies down to the smallest of cells like they died recently. It can prevent decomposer for over a year based on what his message said. He told me to use it shortly after he died, and I am completely sure that he is dead. Tuxedo Mask says, he knew that we would be here sooner or later. Sailor Pluto takes a look at a vial on a nearby table. Sailor Pluto says, it is a special preservation compound for biological matter used in the Silver Millennium. It was used to preserve the bodies of heroes and heroines that fought bravely in protection of their homes, families, and kingdoms. It was also used in scientific matters with samples. Sailor Mars says with an angered snarl, I doubt that he qualifies. Sailor Moon asks Sailor Mercury, can you find out how he died? Sailor Mercury activates a computer along with the other hardware in the room and he says, yes, I can. However, I can theorize on one thing. Sailor Mercury then displays a modified nerve gear and she says, I believe that it has to do with this modified nerve gear. It looks to be specially modified with this computer hardware, possibly a part of it. Tuxedo Mask says, please get to work, Mercury. Sailor Mercury says, of course. As Sailor Mercury gets to work, Sailor Moon's right hand turns into a fist and she asks, why? Everyone looks at Sailor Moon and she looks at Rinko in which she yells at him with an angered tone that's typically not like her. Why didn't you stop him? You knew where he would be, so why? Rinko responds, nervously, I didn't know that he was going to do this and I really didn't know that you. Sailor Moon says with tears in her eyes, it didn't matter if I wasn't trapped. Do you know how I really feel? Can you understand the betrayal in my heart? This was supposed to be a wonderful new adventure, a new frontier for everyone, and instead, he turns it into a nightmare. It was a hell that I had to suffer through for 2 long years, and I had to see hundreds of good people to die right in front of my eyes. People with friends, family, and people that they loved and cared for in which they did so in return. Their lives just snuffed out, and for what? A game, a stupid game. Rinko responds, yes, Serena, I am a coward, a wretched coward, but you can't say that you would kill the man that you love. Sailor Moon gives a look of surprise, but then Sailor Uranus as she grabs Rinko by the throat and slams her into the wall. Sailor Uranus yells out, angrily, you self-righteous prick, how dare you? Don't you think that those people had people that loved them with all of their hearts and souls? Can you ever understand the anguish, pain, and the sorrow that they are feeling that they will never see them again? This isn't about love. This is about doing what's right. You don't fucking understand our pain. Every single day, we had to watch our princess in that bed, and only having a somewhat idea of what's going on in that fucking prison that she is trapped in. Every single day, we had to watch her wasting away in that bed, and always afraid that one day, we would find her a corpse. How do you think that the loved ones of those that died felt when that fear came true, huh? Sailor Uranus then violently slaps Rinko and knocks her down to the ground. Sailor Jupiter says, surprised, whoa, Uranus. Sailor Moon says solemnly, please stop, Uranus. Sailor Neptune says, grabbing Uranus' left arm, yes, Uranus, stop, that's enough. Tuxedo Mask says, embracing his love in a loving embrace, Neptune is right, Uranus. There has been enough blood shed already. Sailor Mercury says, incredible. Everyone looks at Mercury and Sailor Venus asks, what's up? Sailor Mercury says, based on what I can find out, when Sword Art Online ended, this modified nerve gear did a high output scan on his brain. Tuxedo Mask asks, a high output scan. Sailor Mercury says, with a nod, yes, he was basically trying to transfer his mind onto the net itself. There are gasps and Sailor Venus says, stunned, no way. Sailor Mercury says, however, the aftereffects is much like what happened to other SAO players that died. His brain is completely destroyed. And this type of thing is usually 1 in 1,000 chance of succeeding. It is most likely that he destroyed his brain and the scan completely failed. Sailor Uranus asks, when did he scan his brain? Sailor Mercury says, exactly on the day that Sword Art Online ended, November 7, 2024. There are gasps and Sailor Neomoon asks, then who was that we saw in ALO after Kazuto and Sailor Moon beat Sugu? Tuxedo Mask says, we met Kayaba in ALO on the day that we defeated Sugu. So, we talked to Kayaba in ALO 2 months after he died. There are gasps from the inner Sailor Scouts and Sailor Mercury says, that means, it worked, he actually did it. Sailor Moon says, with a nod, if anyone could make it work, he could. Sailor Jupiter yells out angrily, that coward. He knew that he was facing justice, so he ran away like a coward. Rinko didn't want to face the wrath of Sailor Uranus, and she can't help to feel that Sailor Jupiter is right, in a way, so she keeps her mouth shut. Sailor Moon responds, shaking her head, no, it wasn't cowardice that he did this. Everyone then looks at Sailor Moon and she says, he is trying to find his castle, and he didn't want justice to stop him from finding it despite knowing that he will never find it. There is silence for a moment and Sailor Mercury asks, what do you want to do? Sailor Moon doesn't reply for a second and she says, make 2 copies of all of the logs, programming, and whatnot. 1 for us and 1 for the police, then delete all of it. I want nothing that anyone could ever use and then turn off and take this all apart, but leave intact for the police. The others are a bit surprised by her reply, but Sailor Mercury says, okay, Sailor Moon. Sailor Mercury then starts to get to work as Sailor Moon starts to head off. Sailor Jupiter asks, where are you going? Sailor Moon says, gather up his personal items here. He doesn't deserve it, but I'll give him a bit of dignity and not leave anything that could be used as a trophy. Tuxedo Mask asks, do you need any help? Sailor Moon says, with a nod, thank you, Tuxedo Mask. Tuxedo Mask and Sailor Moon then head off and start gathering the various items in the room in which Sailor Moon looks at the picture of her as a child with her Earth mother and Kayaba in which she thinks, with tears in her eyes, Baka. Sailor Moon puts the items into her subspace pocket, and she looks to see Rinko with a letter in her hands. Rinko says, this is a message for you. Sailor Moon takes the letter, shakes it to hear something inside, and she takes out a flash drive, but she then throws the letter to Sailor Mars, who has come out of the room. Sailor Mars asks, confused, what? Sailor Moon says, with a plain tone and solemn expression on her face, please burn it. There are gasps and Rinko asks, surprised, why? Sailor Moon responds, in a plain tone, there is nothing that he can say that he will make me feel anything for him. I can't forgive him. I may one day, but not today and especially not now. Sailor Moon says, I learned some harsh lessons. Before SAO, I always believed that everyone can be changed and can be redeemed if you reach out for them, but Kayaba taught me that not everyone can be saved and redeemed. No, they have to be stopped and defeated before good and innocent people can suffer. I learned that how naive I truly was. Tuxedo Mask tells Sailor Moon, no, Sailor Moon, you were not naive. When Sailor Moon looks at Tuxedo Mask, he says, you were kind and caring. You had an open heart and mind. You believed in the best of humanity and the best in people, but what Kayaba did shattered that faith and that hope. And that's something that I can never forgive him from doing. He damaged your heart and mind in ways that I will never forgive, but I believe that we can mend your heart as long as you let us in. Sailor Moon sheds tears of happiness and cries on Tuxedo Mask's chest, in which he motions to Sailor Mars to burn the letter, in which she does so without hesitation. Later on, the police arrived on the scene, and Sailor Moon, Tuxedo Mask, and the Sailor Scout cooperated with the police, in whom they assisted in removing the body of Kayaba and giving them one of the 2 copies of the data on computers and other hardware while assisting in removing it from the cottage. Rinko was taken into custody and charged with an accessory to Akihiko Kayaba, and his crimes through she would let out on bail and later acquitted when there was a microbomb found inside of her body which the authorities, as well as the world, believes that she was another of Kayaba's hostages, though she was in the real world, and made to help him during the whole of SAO incident, in which the entrapped of Serena and the other nearly 10,000 other players in Sword Art Online. However, later on, Sailor Mercury would determine that this bomb was never real, and it was made to deceive everyone that she didn't help him out of her own free will. But Sailor Moon and the others decided to leave that fact out. March 2025, Crown Fruit Parlor. Later on that month, we find Serena Tsukino with Darien, Ami, and Trista inside of the Crown Fruit Parlor with none other than Seijiro Kikuoka, the member of the government's VR division that was the head of the SAO Case Victims Rescue Task Force, namely Ami's and Trista's boss during the whole SAO incident, looking like that they are going to discuss something. Darien asks, "So how is the case going?" Seijiro says, "It is what you call a slam dunk. With the evidence that you have gathered and the confession of Seijiro's employees, Sugu will be convicted for his illegal experiments among other things including assault and battery and attempted murder, namely of Kirito." Darien says, "That's good to know, Seijiro Dono." Trista asks, "What will be the verdict?" Seijiro says, "There is not any permanent damage to the former SAO players that he had held captive for the past 2 months, but with so many actions, and with the experiments being heinous, I would expect multiple life sentences." Ami asks, "What about the data?" Seijiro says, "Trust me, it will be destroyed." Darien thinks in his mind, "We are going to make sure of that, Seijiro Dono. Let's just say that we aren't trusting of anyone connected to Kayaba anymore, even if they are in the government." Serena asks, "Are you sure that the final SAO players aren't suffering from anything?" Seijiro says, "They don't even remember anything about the experiments, and we have confirmed no permanent mental or psychological damage." Serena says with a sigh, "Thank goodness." Ami says with a nod, "They can go back to their regular lives." Seijiro says, "Up to a certain point, my dear. It is going to take them a bit longer since they were still held in virtual reality for a bit longer than the others, so their recovery might take a tiny bit more time than the others." Seijiro says, looking at Serena, "However, I have to say that her recovery is just astounding. In barely a month, you were up and about walking by yourself. Don't get me wrong, you still had a ways to go to regain your full strength, but not even your friend, Kazuto-san, recovered his full strength that fast." Serena says nervously, "What can I say? I'm stronger than I look." Seijiro says with a nod, "Yes, I have to agree, and I'll leave it that." Serena mentally sighs in relief at this, and Seijiro says, "Anyway, I believe that you wish to talk about that. Well, I can tell you that by next month, SAO Memorial Academy is going to be up and running and ready to go. At first, it was going to be just a temporary school for all SAO survivors that were in school at the time and to help complete their education. But your assistance has allowed us to rebuild it into a full-fledged permanent academy where not only SAO survivors can go for the best education, however. It will be a school where the next generation of people going into the technology connected with virtual reality can go and create a new generation of VR technology, as well as this might never happen again." Trista says with a smile, "We hope so, Seijiro Dono." Seijiro asks Serena, "But why aid in the creation of a school? I read your history and school and yourself don't exactly mix too well. So why help create a new school?" Serena says with a plain tone, "It isn't just a school to me, Seijiro Dono, it's a memorial." Everyone gets a serious and/or plain look, and Seijiro says, "I see. That's why you, if any of the SAO victims that died had children, that they could attend the academy as well." Serena says, nodding her head in agreement, "Kayaba owes much to the world, and I intend to make sure that he pays for it." Seijiro asks Serena, "Do you hate him, Tsukino-san?" Serena doesn't reply for a moment, and she then says, "Hate? No, I can't hate him. He became obsessed with his castle that he lost sight of the cast in front of his eyes, in which, in a twisted sort of way, he became a victim of his own obsession, and I can't help to pity him. However, despite that, I can't forgive him for what he did. The hurt won't go away so easily, and while I may forgive him one day, I'm not going to do it today. Seijiru says with a nod of understanding, I see. Seijiru asks, are you going to your school? Serena tells Seijiru, it isn't my school, Seijiru Dono, it is their school. Ami says, with a smile, however, I don't think that school and Serena mix even if it is a school that she helped create. Serena says, with a smirk, no kidding, Ami-chan. Ami and Serena giggle at this, and Darien smiles warmly at seeing his girlfriend's giggle. Darien asks, aren't you concerned about her safety? Seijiru responds, of course, Darien-san. However, not many people actually know her player name and face other than a few beyond her closest friends in SAO. Plus, it was a fact known in her original school that she is an SAO victim through her connection to Kayaba is completely unknown. Trista says, it would be a bit more suspicious if she didn't go to the school that she had help in creating. Seijiru says, with a nod, exactly. It is understandable due to her situation. Serena says, interrupting, I'll go. Everyone looks at Serena and Ami asks, are you sure, Serena? Serena says, with a nod, I am, Ami-chan. I had already missed 2 years of high school life with you, Rei-chan, Lita-chan, and Mina-chan. The 4 of you are going to college now, and I don't want you to lose out waiting for me, Ami-chan. Ami tells Serena with a warm smile, we'll be waiting for you, Serena. Don't make us wait too long for you. We can't wait to show you around the campus. Serena says with a smile, thanks, Ami-chan. Seijiru asks, so, what will you do with the rest of your inheritance? All of them become serious and Seijiru says, such technology can revolutionize other industries of entertainment, and more in which I know that Kaiba Corporation would love to get their hands on one piece of technology. Serena says with a nod, no kidding, Seijiru Dono. Seijiru says with a kind smile, please call me Seijiru. Ami asks Seijiru, why didn't you take away what was found in the secret account? Seijiru responds with a smile, despite us being in the government, we are only all too human, my dear. And believe me, there were plenty of us that could sympathize with the Tsukino family in this matter. The case on that is officially closed, and there is no record of a secret account. Darien asks Seijiru, and what do we owe for this favor? Seijiru replies with a smile, let's just say that we'll keep in touch. Just then a female voice shouts out, hey, meatball head. Soon after, Darien, Ami, Trista, and Serena look to see the other sailor scouts, including Rinny, walking up to them as Seijiru gets to his feet, puts some money on the counter, and prepares to walk away. Seijiru says, I shouldn't keep you from your friends. Good day. Soon enough, Seijiru walks away, in which Darien and Trista share a look in which Amara and Michelle also share. A look about Seijiru, and Mina asks Ami, wasn't that your former boss, Ami-chan? Ami says, well, I wouldn't call him my boss since I was just an advisor. Lita tells Ami, no way, Ami-chan. You were working just as hard Trista and Serena's mother during that whole mess. Rinny asks curiously, what was he doing here? Serena says, just to give me an update on what's going on, that's all. Ray tells Serena, anyway, I'm surprised that you had invested that into a school meatball head. You and school really don't mix and don't deny it. Serena responds, who's denying that, Pyro? Serena says, with a smile, anyway, like I said to Seijiru-san, it isn't just a school to me. It is a memorial. The other scouts nod their heads in understand, and Rinny says, with a smile, I'm shocked that SAO Memorial Academy was started by you, Serena. Back in my time, it is the #1 premier academy when it is about VR technology. And its motto is, to make games of new life, not of death. Amara says, good motto. Lita tells Serena, but man, girl, even with your investment, you still have plenty to live high on the throne, you know. Serena tells Lita, why do I need money? I have all that I need here. I have a wonderful hunky boyfriend and the 8 best girlfriends that a girl could ever have with some awesome new friends coming into the fold, Lita-chan. Serena says, with a smile, SAO and even my time as Sailor Moon made me appreciate that, Lita-chan. You never what you have until you lose it, even though it isn't forever. Ray says with a nod, "No kidding, Serena." Mina says, with a grin, "But if the favorite girlfriends in your life might need a little loan." Ray says with a groan, "Mina-chan." Mina asks, "What?" Serena says, with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll always remember my girls. And I will remember to spurge once in a while." Serena gives a wink of her right eye, and all of them share a good laugh. Andrew comes up and he says, "It is good to hear you really laugh again, Serena." Serena responds, "Thanks, Andrew." Hataru asks, "What about that, Amara Papa?" Serena asks, "What do you mean, Hataru?" Amara says, taking out a newspaper article, "She means this, Haim." When Serena, Ami, Trista, and Darien see a magazine with an article showing a shadowy figure that looks like an eternal-level Sailor Scout defeating a monster in which the title says, "Mysterious Sailor Scout, seen in Tokyo." Serena says, after taking a sip of her drink, "It's her, again." Ami says, "Molly and Aurora said that new Sailor Scouts would be appearing." Amara says, "She didn't say that if she knew who they are, Ami-chan." Serena says, "Come on, Amara. Molly is one of us, and if she has a good reason for keeping them a secret for us, then it is a good reason." Amara says, "If you say so, Dumpling." Serena says, with a sigh, "Trust me, I'm not as naive when it comes to trusting people anymore." Darien wraps his arm around her and he tells her, with a warm, loving smile, "No more of that, meatball head. You understand me." Serena responds with a warm smile, "Right, Darien-kun." Lita asks Serena, a bit nervously, "Serena, do you want to go to the arcade?" After a second, Serena responds, "Of course, Lita-chan." The others were a bit surprised, but this kind of warms their hearts as Serena kisses Darien and takes off to go into the arcade with Lita, Mina, Rinny, and Hataru, in which Darien knows that his princess is starting the process to truly heal. April 2025, Nishitako District, Tokyo. Within the Nishitako District in Tokyo, on the site of Metropolitan High School that was going to be demolished, there is a huge 5-story building in place of several 3-story buildings, with link bridges between, and it is well painted with a teal flat roof. There is a large open-air sports field, a massive Olympic-sized swimming pool, and in the center of the huge 5-story building, there is an open inner courtyard with good-looking wooden and concrete benches with a lovely flower garden. Surrounding the whole facility, there is a brown-colored concrete that's not too high, but not too short with an automatic sliding metal gate. However, the gate can be manually opened and closed if necessary. By the side of the gate, on the concrete wall, there is a golden sign that says SAO Memorial Academy. However, while it looks good, the school seems to still be under construction, since there are construction vehicles hidden from easy viewing in certain areas of the school, and there are areas that covered by white covers and yellow and black warning tape. At the opened gate, there is a good-sized legion of male and female students going into the new school, with the male students wearing a dark blue jacket with the school's insignia on the left side, a white, long-sleeve shirt with a collar that has 2 light blue lines forming an X on each side, and the same insignia of the school on its left side as the jacket, a red tie and dark blue trousers with typical shoes worn by guys in school uniforms. The female students are wearing a similar shirt, a cropped version of the male's jacket, a dark blue skirt. Their legs are mainly or completely covered by socks that are knee-high or even higher, a red ribbon instead of a tie, and shoes known to worn by females. In this throng of students is none other than our Moon Princess, wearing the female outfit that the other female students of this school are wearing with leg-long white stocks and plain black shoes, is looking at the school, and she has a solemn look on her face with Darien, on a motorcycle behind her. Darien tells Serena, "This is it, meatball head." Serena says, looking at Darien with a sad smile on her face, "Yeah." Darien asks Serena, "What's wrong?" Serena says, "Well, it is just going to be so lonely without the other girls. Other than Ray-chan, since she went to a private school, I always went with the girls from after the fight with Beryl up until that mess in school. I still don't like going to school, but it was always nice to be with the girls. Now it feels kind of lonely." Darien tells Serena, with a smile, "I know, but you still have your other friends, Serena. Make the best of it. However, you are going to have to still study if you want to join the girls in college." Serena responds drolly, thanks for reminding me, Darien. You really know how to make a girl's day. Darien gently pats Serena's head, smiles, and he says, "Good luck, but I know that you won't need it." Darien kisses her on the forehead, and after putting on his helmet, he drives off into the distance, in which Serena smiles as she turns around where she sees a group of students looking at her. She gives a look that just says, "What?" And the students immediately head off into the school, causing Serena to sigh. As she walks into the school, Serena thinks in her mind, "It feels weird to being going to school without the girls." But then a familiar female voice yells out, "There she is!" Serena then sees two people in the female uniform of this school coming towards her, in which one of them looks like Silica and the other looks like Lisbeth, but her hair and eyes are brown. Serena asks the person that looks like Silica, "Silica?" She responds with a nod, "That's right, Usagi, but my real name is Keiko. Keiko Yano. It's finally nice to meet you in real life, Usagi." Serena replies, "Nice to meet you too." Serena asks, looking at the other young lady, and the brown-haired and brown-eyed version of Lisbeth tells Serena, "Oh, come on, Usagi, it's me. Don't tell me that you forgot who gave you those awesome swords." Serena asks, shocked, "Liz?" The brown-haired and brown-eyed version of Lisbeth responds, with a grin, "You got it. But here, I'm Rika. Rika Shinazaki. Nice to meet you again, Usagi." This young lady, Rika, the real-life version of Lisbeth, tells her, I am annoyed that you didn't tell us about your little adventure to save Asuna." Serena says nervously, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about not recognizing you, Liz-chan. It is just well." Rika tells Serena, "Geez, despite us not being able to alter our avatars anymore, we could still change our hair and eye color. I had met Asuna before you saved me, and she was the one that suggested it along with my outfit that you know me with." Serena says, amazed, "Wow, I knew that you met Asuna before I met you, but I didn't know." Rika says, with a grin, "I wanted her to mind her own beeswax, but her ideas did improve my business, so I went along with it." Serena says, with a nod, "Well, I know that you aren't the type of girl to go for that kind of outfit without a good reason." Rika says, with a nod, "You got that right, Usagi." Serena replies with a kind smile, "Actually, my real name is Serena, Serena Tsukino." Keiko, the real-life version of Silica, responds, "Wow, it means calm of the moon. That's a pretty name, Usagi. Oops, I mean Serena." Serena tells Keiko, with a warm smile, "It's all right, Silica. Keiko, I think that it is going to still take us a while to calling each other by our real names, even though we've been home for 4 months." Rika says, "I know how you feel. I gotten so used to being called Liz or Lisbeth that I didn't respond at all being called Rika, despite me knowing that's my real name." Serena says, with a nod, "I hear you." The three girls giggle and they rush off to class when they hear the bell, in which Serena thinks in her mind, with a smile, maybe this won't be so bad after all. With the group of students, there are a familiar set of Digidstein that were trapped in SAO, Tai Kamiya, Matt Ishida, Takaru TK, Takashi, Yolai Anao, and Ken Ikijauji, along with Jun Matamiya, all of whom look healthy and ready to go. But Jun, Ken, Yolai, Tai, and TK are looking up in the sky. Tai thinks in his mind, "Davis, Kari." TK thinks in his mind, "Kari, Davis, where could you have gone?" Yolai thinks in her mind, "What happened to you and Davis, Kari?" Ken thinks, "Davis, being back at home isn't the same without you and Kari." Jun thinks in her mind, "Geez, Squirt, what happened to you?" Matt looks at them and he tells Tai, "We'll find them, Tai. The others never gave up on us and we won't give up on them." Tai says, "I know, Matt. It is just hard. We come home only to find them gone. I just think that I really didn't know how much they were hurt, Matt." Yolai says, "I thought that they were getting better and they saved lives that day." TK says, "We all know that, Yolai. However, the experience was immensely scarring for them. Davis is a really strong person, but even he has his breaking point. We should have been there for him and Kari. But we can't give up hope. We managed to survive the worst that the digital world and now a virtual world had to offer, and we beat the odds. We can't give up hope." Jun says, with a smile, "Yeah." The Digidstein nod their heads in agreement and head inside of the school, not knowing that they are sharing the school with a famous superheroine through they do know that she is the niece of the madman that trapped them in SAO. but to them and the majority of SAO survivors, she is one of the two heroes of sword art online other than Kirito, the Black Swordsman, whose real name is Kazuto Kirigaya. April 2025, OSAP Jewelry. At Molly Baker's jewelry store home, Sailor Nebula and Aurora are looking at trivia and an eternal Sailor Scout that's hidden in shadows. Sailor Nebula tells this Sailor Scout, "Thanks for your help in that." The Sailor Scout responds, in an oddly familiar female voice, "No problem, Nebula. I'm just glad that I can help." Aurora says, "You have done well even though you have been only active for a few months." Trivia says, "Unlike what Luna and Artemis threw, you couldn't blame them at the time. We made sure that you got enough training in your powers. But it seems like your kendo training and experience in ALO actually helped greatly." Sailor Nebula says, with a smile, "Speaking of ALO, it has been re-established under new moderators, a company known as Emir." The Sailor Scout responds, "I know, Nebula. You are one of the top investors in it." Sailor Nebula gives a surprised look and Aurora says, "I see that your charge is learning well." Trivia says, despite what she thinks, she and her big brother are more alike than they wish to admit. The Sailor Scout glares at Trivia and Sailor Nebula says, "Anyway, along with the old ALO data, there is plenty of copied sword art online data with it." The Sailor Scout asks concerned, "Are you sure?" Sailor Nebula responds, "Easy, Celestial. Ami is going to internee there and Trista is a top-level employee at Emir now." The Sailor Scout tells Sailor Nebula, with a curious tone in her voice, "Ami and Trista, huh? Aren't they Sailor Mercury and Sailor Pluto?" Aurora says, "Correct. And with them on the job, they are going to make sure that none of the bad stuff of SAO is going to be on the new Ulfheim online through the program with the nerve gear will be useless with the Atmosphere." Trivia says, "That's a good thing." Sailor Nebula says, with a nod, "No kidding, Trivia." Sailor Nebula tells the Sailor Scout, "Anyway, from what I hear, since the original Grand Quest was a major fake, they are making that players can fly as long as they like now, but they can't fly in dungeons like before." The Sailor Scout asks curiously, "Really?" Sailor Nebula says, "But there is still a flight limit, Celestial. However, it isn't the only VR MMO now." The Sailor Scout says with a nod, "Yeah, the World Seed." Aurora says, "Through it doesn't mean that all of the new VR MMO are going to be spit shine clean. One of them, Gun Gale Online, or GGO for short, is going to including a system where you can convert game money into real money." The Sailor Scout shouts out, stunned, "No way." Trivia says, with a nod, "Despite what happened with Sword Art Online and the original Ulfheim Online, it doesn't mean that there won't be CD VR MMO. But anyway, the genre has regained strength through it is going to take much longer for the effects of what happened in SAO and the original ALO to fade." Sailor Nebula says, with a nod, "Yeah, but thanks to the World Seed, it has been saved." The Sailor Scout says, with a sneer, "After what he did, he owed the world and VRMMO themselves for that horror that he committed. VRMMO only got a bad rap because he selfishly used them for his own sick purposes. While that ass, Sugu, nearly caused their collapse, it was Kayaba and what he did to my brother and his own niece that started it all. He has a major debt to pay, especially to his own niece, and I think that he will never pay it." Sailor Nebula says, "Be careful, Celestial. Who you were then and who are you now make who you completely are, but if you let your past life dominate who you are now in this life, it may destroy you. Please be careful." The Sailor Scout replies, "I will, Nebula, thank you." Sailor Nebula tells her, "You can fly higher in 2 worlds, Celestial. It's all up to you on how high." The Sailor Scout, Sailor Celestial, smiles, and after scooping up Trivia into her arms, she flies off into the distance. Aurora says, "One princess is trying to mend her wings, while the other has yet to truly spread them." Sailor Nebula says, "I know, I feel like a real heel not telling Serena." Aurora says, "It is best that she doesn't know for now. Princess Serenity already has been through enough, and to tell her now, she is still fragile and she is starting to rebuild herself again." Sailor Nebula says, "I know, Aurora, I know, but the bad blood between HIM and Celestial, it could mean the end of everything." Aurora says, "That's why we must be resolved and continue on in order to find him. You know the true reason that Kayaba downloaded his mind into cyberspace. He has knowledge that must not fall into the enemy's hands, and it showed his knowledge of the Silver Millennium with the dual-blade sword skill of sword art online. He managed to replicate his sword style. Sailor Nebula says, the style of the original Black Swordsman. Aurora says, Kayaba's version, the dual welding sword skill, was a mere imitation of his dual-blade swordsmanship style. He could move his two blades so fast that you were like being attacked by half a dozen blades, not just two. Sailor Nebula says, yeah, but if he and Sailor Sun are thrown into the mix with Celestial and Kayaba. Aurora says, with a sigh, I know. That's asking to produce a nuclear explosion in the center of Tokyo. Sailor Nebula says, with a nod, big time. May 16, 2025, Shield's apartment complex. Within Darien Shield's apartment complex home, Serena and Darien are sharing a very passionate and intimate kiss with him, just wearing a pair of boxers, and Serena wearing a pair of silver bra and panties, in which both of them have golden rings on their right ring fingers. When they release from the kiss, Serena asks Darien, are you really sure about me doing this, Darien-kun? Darien tells Serena, with a warm, loving smile, I already told you, meatball head. I will support you all the way with your choice. Serena says, Pyro was kind of mad. Darien says, I'm surprised that you were being nice and called it that. Serena says, with a giggle, she does have a point. Darien tells Serena, well, you are the leader of the scouts and you are their princess. It is your choice, Seer. Serena says, with a warm, loving smile, thank you, Darien-kun. Serena says, however, I was shocked to find that there. Darien says, same here. I guess that our combined powers on that day had more of an effect than we thought. Serena says, yeah, I know. Serena tells Darien, Darien-kun, in my heart, I have to tell them. Something inside of me just telling me to tell because I need to tell since it relates to their future as much as our own. Darien says, I know and understand. My feelings and dreams did lead me back to my princess after all. Serena says, with a giggle, oh, Darien. Darien and Serena then share another passionate and loving kiss in which Serena molds her body to Darien's body, and Luna comes over to see it. Luna thinks in her mind, with a sigh, they are at it again. However, Luna can't help to smile at that since she feels that they are returning to a sense of normalcy after what happened with SAO and ALO, but she can't help to be concerned about how long that will last with the enemies out there. May 16, 2025, Akachimachi. Right now, in the area of Akachimachi in Tokyo, Kazuto and Asuna, who is in a SAO Memorial Academy female uniform, is walking in front of Suguha, who is wearing her own female high school uniform with a red jacket, red skirt, long black stockings, and black shoes. Kazuto and Asuna stop and Kazuto asks Suguha, looking at her, oh, Sugu, did you meet Agile? Suguha responds, oh, yeah, we went hunting a few times in ALO. His avatar is really huge, big brother. Kazuto says, yeah, get ready because he is that big in real life too. Prepare to have your mind blown, Sugu. Suguha smiles at this, but what she and even Asuna and Kazuto didn't know is that all of them were going to have their minds blown in a big way. Soon enough, the three of them reach Dicey Cave, which is Agile's aka Andrew's cave business in the real world. When they open the door, they find Keiko, Rika, and a lot of their friends and associates from SAO in there. Asuna waves at them and he asks, drolly, hold up, weren't we supposed to be here earlier? Rika responds, when she comes up to them, we gave you a later time so everyone else would get here first. It wouldn't be right for the guests of honor to get here first. Rika then grabs Kazuto's arm and he says, come on in. Kazuto says, hey, wait. Rika then escorts onto the box on the floor and she says, into a microphone, since one of the guests of honor are here, let's get this party started. Everyone knows what to do. The others, minus Asuna and Suguha, show out in unison. Congratulations for clearing SAO Kirito. They pop streamers and Kazuto gives a stunned look as a sign saying, congratulations rolls down. Kazuto regains his senses and he asks, shouldn't you be doing this for her? She is the main reason that we got out of SAO, you know. Rika responds, well, we couldn't find her. But then a familiar female voice booms. Actually, I wanted to give my own surprise, Liz. Everyone gasps in shock, but before anything could be said or done, bright silver light engulfs the room, and everyone covers their eyes, in which when they open them again, they look around to see themselves standing in front of a gorgeous white palace. Keiko asks, "What's going on?" She then gasps to see herself dressed in her attire as Silica in SAO, and she asks, "Why do I look like my SAO avatar?" Everyone else looks themselves over, and everyone, minus Sugyuha, who wasn't a part of SAO, finds themselves in the same attire. Asuna asks, confused, "What's going on here?" Kazuto says, "I don't know, it looks like we are back in SAO. Klein, real-life name is Ryutaro Tsub, responds, looking up and pointing into the sky, "I don't think so, since SAO didn't include THAT. When everyone looks up, they gasp to see the earth and the sky above them. Rika, dressed in her SAO attire, but her hair and eyes remain brown instead of pink like they were in SAO, says, stunned, That's the earth." Kazuto asks, stunned, "Could that mean that we're on the moon?" Just then a female voice says, "That's correct, young Kazuto Kirigaya." Everyone then looks to see the spirit of Queen Serenity float down in front of them. Ryutaro gives a whistle and Andrew says, "You know that she is a ghost." Ryutaro says with a nod, "Yeah, but she is quite the looker." Kazuto gives a sigh and Queen Serenity says, with a warm smile, "Thank you, Ryutaro-san. My name is Queen Serenity and this is my home. It is known as the Moon Kingdom, and it has been recently restored after it was left in ruins over millennia ago." Kazuto asks, "A millennia ago? Wait, are you saying that there was some kind of kingdom here on the moon over 1,000 years in the past?" Queen Serenity says, "That's correct, young Kazuto. Allow me to show you." Queen Serenity then creates images in which she tells the story of her kingdom, the Silver Millennium, Princess Serenity, and Prince Endymion, and how the Silver Millennium ended due to the Negaverse, Queen Metalia, and Queen Beryl. When she is done, Keiko says, stunned, "That princess." Rika asks, shocked, "Yeah, she looks Usagi." Just then a familiar female voice says, "That's right, Liz." Everyone then looks to see Princess Serenity, Prince Endymion, and the Sailor Scouts come out into view. Asuna asks, amazed, "Usagi?" Princess Serenity says, with a warm smile, "Asuna, I'm glad to see that you are finally out of those crutches." Kazuto says, "So, you are Sailor Moon and a reincarnated alien princess." Keiko and Rika ask in unison, "Sailor Moon?" Ryutaro responds, "Yep. Believe it or not, our White Valkyrie is a real-life magical girl superhero. She transformed during the battle with Kayaba and then kicked the snot out of him." Rika grabs Kazuto by his collar and she yells at him, "You and Asuna knew? You knew that one of my best friends is a real-life superhero and you didn't tell me." Rika starts to shake Kazuto violently, in which Asuna, Keiko, Princess Serenity, Sailor Mercury, Sailor Jupiter, Sailor Neo Moon, and Sailor Saturn sweat drop nervously at this sight. Sailor Jupiter says, "Scary." Princess Serenity says, "Told you so." Sailor Venus says, "So like Sailor Mars." Sailor Mars yells out, annoyed and with an embarrassed flush, "Is not Venus." Sailor Uranus says, "A combination of Sailor Venus and Sailor Mars, huh? That's a frightening thought." Sailor Mars and Sailor Venus yell out in unison, "What's that supposed to mean?" Keiko tells Princess Serenity, "Usagi, I mean Serenity Dono, you look so lovely." Princess Serenity says, "Geez, Keiko, it's still me. I don't mind if you call me Serena or Usagi." Rika stops shaking Kazuto and she say, with smirk, "That's our Usagi all right." Kazuto dusts himself off and he asks, pointing to the silver crystal, "Usagi, Serena, is that the Imperium silver crystal?" Princess Serenity says, "Yes, it is one of the most powerful items in the universe, and it is the core of my powers as Sailor Moon. In terms of raw power, it has the power to destroy a star or a planet like Earth." There are gasps and Ryutaro shouts out, "No way." Andrew says, with a whistle, "That's why you were able to cut off Kayaba's access to the SAO server. A mere game server is nothing compared to the power of that gem of yours." Princess Serenity says, with a nod, "However, the strength of the crystal depends on the heart of the user. If my heart is weak, then the crystal's power is weak. If I'm strong, then the crystal's power is unstoppable." Kazuto says, and it would only respond to someone of your royal bloodline. Queen Serenity says, "My daughter was right to say that your perception abilities are top-rate." Kazuto can't help to look at Queen Serenity and feels that deep in her heart that he knows her, in which the scenes of the Silver Millennium felt more than just a story to him. He felt like they were a part of him that he can't describe. Rika asks Princess Serenity, "So, what's the idea for the big reveal?" Princess Serenity says, "I want to show you something." Soon after, Princess Serenity, Prince Endymion, and the Sailor Scouts lead the way to somewhere, and the group gasps to see a painted marble statue of Kazuto, as Kirito with Elucidator and Dark Repulsor. Asuna, in the same Knights of the Blood Oath outfit with her Sao rapier, lambent light, and finally, Princess Serenity as Usagi, with her hooded cloak with the hood down and both of her swords, Escalon and Lunar Excelsior, fighting against some unknown enemy. Asuna says amazed, "It's us." Keiko says amazed, "Oh wow." Queen Serenity says, "On the day that my daughter fought against Kayaba, the combined powers of the Silver Crystal and the other scouts, along with Prince Endymion, caused the whole Moon Kingdom to be rebuilt, in which this and another monument appeared in addition to my home being restored back to the way it was before the end of the Silver Millennium." Rika asks, "Another monument?" Queen Serenity makes a motion, and everyone gasps to see a large stone like the Monument of Life in the town of Beginnings in Sao right in front of them. Kazuto says, "That looks like the Monument of Life at Blackyearn Palace." Queen Serenity says, "Similar in looks, but not design. This is the Sao Memorial Monument, in which most of the 10,000 players that were trapped in the nightmare prison created by Kayaba have their avatar names engraved here." Andrew asks, "Most?" Queen Serenity says, "This is the stone for heroes and heroines, those that are known as criminal players or have committed a crime indirectly on Sao don't have their names on here." Ryuteru says, with a nod, "That's good." They look at the large stone where the avatar names of the players that were good players are written on the stone, in which avatar names for Asuna, Kazuto, and Princess Serenity, Asuna, Kirito, and Usagi, are also there respectively, in which there is a white star by those names of the players that died in Sao. Queen Serenity says, with a plain tone, "The white star means that this player is forever conquering the castle of Aincard forevermore." Kazuto says, "I see, Your Majesty." Kazuto then looks at Diavol's name, it lights up, and a perfect hologram image of him appears in which his story in sword art online is told. Rika asks, "Wow, that's amazing. Does it have the stories of all the players on here?" Queen Serenity says with a nod, "Yes, young Rika." Kazuto says, "That's good. These are people that should be remembered and deserve to be remembered. Their stories need to be told, so this tragedy can never happen again." Prince Endymion says, with a nod of his head, "Agreed, Kazuto. The lesson of Sao and what it means must be remembered, or this horror may repeat itself. Their memory must be preserved so that the world can remember and hopefully ensure that Sao can never happen again. One day, the whole of planet Earth can see this memorial and learn about what happened in Sao, so they will never repeat it. For now, this memorial will have to remain secret along with this kingdom." Rika asks, "For how long?" Princess Serenity responds, "For a long time, Liz. The world isn't ready to learn about the Moon Kingdom. You are seeing it today because I feel that you deserve to know the truth about me. The Scouts are more than my guardians. They are my friends. They are my second family, my sisters in 2 lifetimes. And when I was separated from them and the man that I loved in 2 lifetimes, I was crushed beyond belief. I felt their strength, but I was still all alone, not hearing their voices to laugh and enjoy life and enjoy dates with my beloved. I was completely alone. I was determined to get back to them and stop this nightmare, but the loneness still affected my heart. It is your friendship that I had with you, Kirito, Asuna, and the others that saved me from losing myself to the game, and for that I can never thank you enough." Asuna says with a smile, "It was nothing, Uzaga-chan." Kazuto says with a grin, "It was like you said, us outsiders had to stick together." Princess Serenity says with a smile, "I guess so, Kirito." Prince Endymion says to Asuna and Kazuto, "You were the ones that gave my princess the strength to carry on and helping her to return to all of us, and we can't thank you enough for that." Kazuto says with a grin, "As I said, it's nothing. Usagi is my first and best friend in SAO, and she is like a sister to me. Asuna says, of course, I cared about Usaga-chan. She risked her life to save my own back in the early days of the game. Back then, I didn't care if I lived or died, however. You showed that there is value in my life, and I should try my best to live. Kirito-kun just reinforced that belief that you started in me, Usaga-chan. Princess Serenity says, all life is precious to me, Asuna. I just couldn't stand to let you die, especially after what Kayaba put us through. I had to do what I can to save people's lives. Asuna says, it is because it is the way you are. It shows that you are a really good person, Usaga-chan. Soon after, Kirito's, Asuna's, and Usaga's names glow on the wall and holographic images of the three of them. Princess Serenity gives a look of surprise, and Queen Serenity tells her, my daughter, why do you seem so surprised? Like them, you are an SAO survivor and your story should be told. Sailor Mars says, with a sly grin, yeah, meatball head. You and Kazuto are the ones that finally completed the game. Queen Serenity says, anyway, we are sorry for interrupting your celebration and reunion. Andrew says, with a smile, I think that this qualifies for an incredible reunion with the other victor of SAO. Sailor Pluto says, with a smile, and I think to make this reunion complete, we have a small feast for everyone in the castle. Queen Serenity says, however, before we do, Queen Serenity looks at Suguha and she says, I think that you have a little secret to reveal, my dear. Everyone looks at Suguha and Kazuto asks, Sugu. Suguha gives a smile and she says, taking out a pearly white heart-shaped brooch with a rainbow-colored jewel shaped like the Milky Way galaxy and 4 rainbow wings attached. It is an honor to see you again. There are gasps and Kazuto yells out, surprised, Sugu. Celestial Eternal Power, Makeup. The brooch opens up, and a rainbow wave of power sweeps over Suguha as her clothing melts away, and is quickly replaced by a Sailor Fuku, in which when her transformation is done. A brand new Sailor Scout replaces Suguha Kirigaya. This new Sailor Scout had Lifa's hair color and hairstyle with a crown of small white feathers in the forward portion. But her eye color remains the same as Suguha's eye color. There is a rainbow-colored Milky Way with a golden crescent moon sigil on her forehead, deep, full, and lovely shimmering pink lips. Rainbow Milky Way galaxy-shaped earrings attached to her ears. A white cloth choker with a golden crescent moon sigil in the center. Her sailor collar is green. She has a white-colored bodysuit with the brooch that Suguha took out in the chest area of her bodysuit. She has circular and fluffy shoulder pads that are green in color. Her gloves are different from the other Sailor Scouts' gloves in which they are fingerless with green bands. She has a skirt that's green, silver, and rainbow-colored. Her boots are similar to Eternal Sailor Moon's high-heeled boots, but they have green bands with rainbow jewels in the shape of the Milky Way galaxy. And she has 4 rainbow-colored large feathered wings. Attached to the right side of her skirt, there is a katana like Lifa's katana inside of a sheath. There are gasps and Rika says, you have got to be kidding me. Sailor Mercury says, shocked, she is a Sailor Scout. The new Sailor Scout says, in Suguha's voice, that's right, Mercury. I am Sailor Celestial, the sovereign sailor soldier of all celestial bodies in the universe. Sailor Saturn asks, sovereign sailor soldier. Sailor Pluto says, an elite sailor soldier that's more powerful than any one of us, Sailor Saturn. A sovereign sailor soldier would be compared to a deity. There are gasps and Sailor Celestial says, nervously, geez, Pluto, I wish you wouldn't put it that way. Sailor Uranus asks, wait, are you saying that she is more powerful than Sailor Moon? Sailor Pluto responds, at her full power, leagues beyond Sailor Moon. Sailor Jupiter says, stunned, no way. Queen Serenity tells Sailor Celestial, I welcome you back, Sailor Celestial. However, I had wished some sailor soldiers like you and Nebula could have never been awakened and left to enjoy regular lives, but I fear that what's to come, the world and universe will need your power. Sailor Celestial responds, with a smile, I chose to accept this power in order to protect my brother, his precious friends from SAO, and to make sure that the horrors of Sword Art Online are never repeated again. Sailor Uranus says, wait, I know you. You are the new Sailor Scout on the news. Just then a new voice, a female one, says, that's right, Sailor Uranus. Soon after, Everyone looks to see Sailor Nebula, Aurora, and Trivia arrive, and Luna and Artemis then leap out from the shadows. Artemis says, "It is you, Trivia." Trivia says, "It has been a while, Artemis." Ryutaru yells out, shocked, "That cat just talked." Sailor Celestial says, a bit nervously, "This is my advisor, Trivia." Trivia says with a nod, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Rika says a bit nervously, "Okay, this is getting weird." Princess Serenity says with a grin, "Welcome to our world, Liz." Sailor Mars asks, "When has it been normal for us, Meatball Head?" Kazuto asks Sailor Celestial, "Sugu, you have been fighting monsters." Sailor Celestial says with a nod, "That's right, big brother. On the day that you and the others saved Asuna and the last SAO players, I was visited by Trivia, and she told me the full truth about your friend and the Sailor Scouts, and that I was a Sailor Scout too, Sailor Celestial. She told me of the battles to come and gave me the choice to accept this power within me or to go on to continue a regular life. I choose to accept this power and the destiny that comes with it." The others gasp in shock, and Sailor Celestial says, "You have to understand, Kazuto. For 2 long years I had to see your body waste away, but there is more. I never told you this, but I had seen the people, the family, friends, and loved ones of the players of SAO that died, along with their bodies." There are multiple gasps, and Kazuto says, stunned, "Sugu." Sailor Celestial says, "When I saw them, I couldn't help to see images and have nightmares about you being one of those bodies, their brain fried by the nerve gear, but I also remember the people that they left behind. The pain, the sorrow, the despair, and the futures that were cut short. Those are images that I never want to see and emotions that I never want to feel again. It is the reason that I choose to accept my powers and ensure that there will never be another SAO incident." The others, especially Kazuto, are amazed, and Sailor Uranus asks, "So, what's your mission?" Sailor Celestial gives a sigh, looks at Princess Serenity, and she says, "My mission is to find Akihiko Kayaba." There are gasps, and Ryutaru says, "Wait a minute, he's dead." Kazuto says, "No, Klein, he isn't exactly dead." Trivia says, "He used a modified nerve gear to do a high-density scan of his brain, and while he fried his brain in the process, he digitized his mind and transferred it onto the net." There are gasps from the people that don't know this information, and Andrew says, "That's right. Kirito told me when Ami-san, Trista-san, and I took a look at the world seed." Asuna says, "Kirito told me today." Princess Serenity says, "After we had saved Asuna and defeated Sugu in ALO, Kayaba appeared to us and gave us the world seed among other things. He had basically transferred his consciousness into the internet." Ryutaru says with a sneer and snort, "That coward. He knew that he was finished, so he decided to escape justice." Kazuto says, "Not exactly, Klein, but you aren't wrong either." Asuna asks, "Why do you need to go after him?" Sailor Celestial says, "You remember the last battle with him in SAO, don't you? He knew about Serenity and the Silver Crystal." Kazuto says, "You are saying that he has knowledge about the Silver Millennium, and he may have a history with it." Sailor Celestial says with a nod, "That's right, big brother. In fact, SAO shows his knowledge of the Silver Millennium. Aincard is actually based on a special arc that was created in the Silver Millennium, and even your dual welding skill is another sign of his knowledge. The dual welding sword skill of SAO is based on the sword techniques of a powerful swordsman of the Silver Millennium who is very good with 2 sword techniques." There are gasps, and Asuna asks, "A swordsman with Kirito-kun's dual welding?" Sailor Celestial says, shaking her head, "I hate to tell you this, big brother, but your dual welding sword skill is a weaker version of this swordsman's 2 sword techniques." More gasps come from the group, and Rika yells out, stunned, "No way." However, Kazuto gets an image of someone welding 2 swords, and Sailor Celestial says, "And he was one of 2 black swordsmen known in the Silver Millennium." Sailor Celestial then says, "However, right now, the main worry is Kayaba, and he contains an incredible secret. A secret so incredible that if evil forces get their hands on it, it could be a nightmare for the whole world and the universe beyond." Sailor Mars asks, shocked, "What kind of secret is it? And how is that fiend connected to the Silver Millennium?" Queen Serenity becomes a bit solemn, in which Prince Endymion notices, and Sailor Celestial says, shaking her head, "I'm not sure. I don't have too many memories of the Silver Millennium myself." Sailor Celestial is then silent for a few moments and she says, "Let's just say that Kayaba and I have a grudge that extends back many centuries." Princess Serenity steps forward and Sailor Celestial says, "I know what you are going to say. I'll try not to let that grudge and what happened for the past 2 years cloud my judgment, but no promises, Serenity. I will never forgive that monster for what he has done to Kazuto, the other SAO players, and you as well." Sailor Nebula says, "I've helped train Celestial in her duties, and she has done well so far." Aurora says, "I believe that the news shows that she has done well as Sailor Soldier." Sailor Venus says with a grin, "That's for sure." Sailor Mars says with a smirk, "Yeah, she has been taking away the headlights from our meatball head." Sailor Mercury asks, "But how will you find him?" Sailor Nebula says, "I've got some friends, and they can help me create a program to track him down. We can then modify Sailor Celestial's atmosphere to full dive her into that location in cyberspace." Kazuto yells out, "But that's..." Sailor Celestial says, "Big brother, please believe in me, I can do this." Kazuto says with his arms crossed, "I always believe in you, Sugu, but I don't have to like it." Sailor Celestial tells Princess Serenity, "Serenity, you still need to heal from what he did to you. Let me take over from where you left off." Sailor Nebula tells Princess Serenity, "Serenity, Serena, we have grown apart as we grew up in 2 different lifetimes, but please believe in me. I will do my best to guide and assist Sailor Celestial." Princess Serenity responds, "I always believe in you, Molly. You are my childhood friend, and I always regretted growing apart." Princess Serenity nods her head and Sailor Nebula tells Kazuto, "I know that you are worried for your sister, Kazuto-san. However, I will do my best to aid and guide her. She doesn't need protecting since she is a strong person. I just hope that you can trust in me." Kazuto says Sugu never needed protecting. She is a strong person in body, mind, and heart. Usagi trusts you, so I will trust you. However, Kazuto says, narrowing his eyes, "However, if anything happens to Sugu, I will hold you responsible." Asuna and Princess Serenity gain nervous looks and Sailor Celestial says, with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be just fine." Rika says with a smile, "Anyway, with stuff done and over with, let's get this party started." Soon enough, everyone goes into the Moon Palace where there is a good-sized feast of food and drink waiting for them, but as they partied, there are plenty of them that can't help to wonder what the future will bring. May 17, 2025, Ulfheim Online, over Kate Sith territory. Inside of the revamped Ulfheim Online, which has been taken over by Emir, a new company funded by former ALO players that had connections with people from venture companies, and more. After RECT Progress was disbanded from the negative press of Sugu's inhuman experiments on the captured SAO players became publicly known, we find ourselves over Kate Sith territory where we find Usagi, Mamoru, Mizuno, Minako, Hino, Makoto, Tomo, Haruka, Mikuru, and Setsuna in the skies, and looking at what looks like a golden version of Aincard, the floating castle that was the setting for Sword Art Online, floating in the skies. Tomo says amazed, "That's incredible." Mizuno says, "We found it in the data that we had acquired." Haruka says, "It shouldn't be too surprising since ALO was running on a copy of the SAO servers." Setsuna says, "However, we doubled and triplet checked the data to make sure that nothing like Sword Art Online can ever happen through it is doubtful with the atmosphere, but we didn't want to take any chances. We are going to need to work on the data, so only the first 10 floors are ready to go through. You would have to conquer the brand new bosses in this new Aincard." Mamoru asks Usagi, "Are you okay with this?" Usagi says, with a warm smile, "I am. This is a wonderful tribute to all SAO players and to honor the memory of those that didn't make it." Mikuru says with a smile, "I believe that you're right." Hino asks Usagi, "What about you, Meatball Head?" Usagi tells Hino, "I can't let SAO rule my life, Pyro. I won't let it rule my life. You and all of the girls were right to say that I need to overcome this, and this is the best way. Plus, like it or not, Usagi is a part who I am now. While her mission is over, she will always be a part of me now and forever." Mamoru hugs Usagi and he says, "We know, and we are beyond proud of you." The other Sailor Scouts in their ALO avatars nod their heads in agreement. A male voice shouts out, "Hey, Meatball Head, come on." Soon after, Chiba USA and a young teen Spriggan with black hair and dark eyes with his head shaped like Sammy's head, in which he is wearing a ninja-style outfit with 2 short katana. Chiba USA says, the others are already heading off. The male Spriggan says with a grin, let's go already, Usagi. And this time I'm going to beat you to the top. Usagi responds with a grin, we'll see about that, Shingo. Soon after, all of them, joined by Chiba USA and Sammy's ALO avatar, Shingo, race off to New Aincard, but what they don't see or sense is 2 people behind them. One of them looks to be a young salamander male with spiky red hair, dark red eyes. He has a tight-fitting black muscle shirt with an armored chest plate on top of it. He has a flame-designed jacket with a black fluffy collar, tight-fitting fingerless fighting gloves, tight-fitting dark blue jeans with silver armored knee pads, and black combat boots with armored toes. Strapped to his waist, there is a pair of swords. The other person is a young Undine female with short blue hair, blue eyes, and she is wearing a pink version of Asuna's SAO outfit, in which all of the areas that are white on Asuna's outfit is blue on this Undine's outfit, in which there is a symbol that means light, instead of crosses where there are crosses on Asuna's outfit. Strapped to this young Undine female's waist is a sheath for a rapier with a pink handle and a pearly white blade. The young Undine asks, stunned, is that? The young salamander responds, that's it, Kari-chan. The young Undine asks, but I thought that SAO was over and this is Ulfheim Online. How? The young salamander replies with a sly smile, got me. Anyway, this could help. The young Undine asks, how Daikun? The young salamander says, with a smirk, that fucking ass is still looking for his precious castle. I know that sooner or later, he can't resist, especially if this is based off the prison that he put Tai and the others in. The young Undine says solemnly, Tai TK. The young salamander says, hugging the Undine, I know, but they are safe, and if they decide to come back, we can always watch them from here. The young Undine nods her head, and the young salamander says, with a determined tone, anyway, we can make sure that what happened to them never happens again. The young Undine responds, yeah. The young salamander says, with a grin, anyway, it doesn't mean that we can have fun with all those VRMMO around. The young Undine says, with a smile, oh, Daikun. The 2 of them then head off to New Aincard themselves, not knowing of the role they have to play in the future. November 6, 2922, Crystal Tokyo. Within the walls of the Crystal Palace, Neo-Queen Serenity is looking at the picture taken at the Moon Palace during the celebration party known as the SAO Clearing Party, with herself as Princess Serenity. Prince Endymion, Kazuto, Asuna, Sailor Celestial, Rika, Keiko, Andrew, and Ryutaro. In this age, the rebuilt Moon Kingdom is now part of Crystal Tokyo, and it has become thriving, in which the SAO Memorial Stone and the statue of her, Asuna's, and Kazuto's SAO avatars, now known as the SAO Monument of Warriors, are sacred sites, to ensure that no one will ever forget the SAO incident, in which she and her fellow SAO survivors will make sure of that. In the history books, the SAO incident is the first great VR crime in world history, and one of the greatest infamous moments in the history of the 21st century, in which if one studies about the 21st century in school or goes into a job that greatly involves full dive and virtual reality technology, which plenty of jobs do in this day and age, studying on that subject is priority. There have been plenty books on sword art online, and a good amount of them are written by the survivors, including Neo-Queen Serenity herself, though she had help from her friends to publish the book, and she published under the name of her SAO ALO avatar, Usagi. Despite this, there are plenty of myths and legends that surround SAO and the people that they consider its heroes, mainly Kazuto, Asuna, and Neo-Queen Serenity herself. However, there is more than enough truth for people to get the message, and with VR technology an important part of everyday life in Crystal Tokyo, there are plenty of safeties in place to make sure that something like the SAO incident and what Sugu did in ALO never happened again. Akihiko Kayaba is known as one of the greatest villains of the 21st century, a mad scientist that used his talents for his own selfish and sick purposes, and sweet-talked the world as well as his own family into lowering their guard before he created a nightmare for tens of thousands of people, when he trapped 10,000 people in his death game. killed nearly 4,000 people over 2 years, and ruined the lives of so many others, including those of Argus, and smeared the reputation of his own family. He also known for nearly destroying a newborn industry in the entertainment department that has revolutionized the world, along with Sugunabuki, who due to his actions with ALO, is known as the second Akihiko Kayaba, in which Neo Queen Serenity and others know that he is screaming in madness in his cell, where he is still surviving his multiple life sentences. Kayaba is depicted as a monster, demon, and fiend of the worst kind, a sick and sadistic mad scientist, and plenty of other unpleasant things. But very few know at least some of the truth behind Kayaba, which includes Kazuto, Asuna, and Neo Queen Serenity, herself, along with her guardians being among the few that know the real Akihiko Kayaba, in which Neo Queen Serenity sighs at that. She is brought of her musing by footsteps, and she looks to see King Endymion coming into the room that she is, and she says, lovingly, Endymion. King Endymion says, with a warm smile, something is here to see you. Soon after, an adult Eternal Sailor Celestial walks into the room. Neo Queen Serenity says, Celestial Chan. Neo Queen Serenity then goes over and hugs Sailor Celestial. Sailor Celestial says, hey big sis, it has been a while. Neo Queen Serenity says, it has. I was afraid that you wouldn't be here. Sailor Celestial responds, I wouldn't miss this for the universe, Serenity. Soon after, Neo Queen Serenity, Sailor Celestial, and King Endymion walk through the halls. King Endymion asks, how was your trip to the digital world? Sailor Celestial says, very good actually. It is an amazing place as ever. Neo Queen Serenity says, that's good. Sailor Celestial says, with a sigh, anyway, I should have been here when those Negamoon jerks attacked. Neo Queen Serenity responds, you had an important mission to do outside of the solar system, Celestial Chan. Things could have been worse if you didn't do that. Sailor Celestial says, yeah, but you remember that they are actually descendants of Laughing Coffin, which is why they had tried to rebel against you and all of us in the first place. Neo Queen Serenity says, with a sigh, I know. I had hoped that dark legacy of SAO would have ended when that horrible death gun incident was over, but I guess not. Sailor Celestial says, yeah, we didn't know it, but Aurora and Trivia were right, and SAO and ALO were just the beginning. Neo Queen Serenity nods her head as she, King Endymion, and Sailor Celestial pass by a picture depicting a Spriggan that looks a lot like Kirito fighting against the two-sword welding salamander that the Undine called Daikun. The end. Preview for Sailor Moon Online, Shadow of Inkard. Narration, Suguha's POV. Sword Art Online music, Swordland starting. Hi, I'm Suguha Kirigaya. I'm a high school that loves to play kendo, which I have been doing since I was 8 years old, and playing Ulfheim Online, a VR MMO where you become a fairy that can fly through the air. And I love it. To fly as high as I want and as far as I want is the main reason that I love Ulfheim Online. Through I wasn't always such a big gamer like I am now. Over 2 years ago, my big brother, who is actually my cousin, Kazuto Kirigaya, became trapped in the first VR MMO to be ever created, Sword Art Online. He and nearly 10,000 others were trapped in the game by Akihiko Kayaba, the creator of the Sword Art Online and the full dive that allowed people to dive completely into the virtual world, the nerve gear, in which if they die in the game, they die in real life because when they die in the game, the nerve gear destroys the player's brain. It was a nightmare for me and other family, friends, and loved ones of the victims in which 2,000 people died in 1 month. This caused me to hate VR MMO because this one took my brother away from me, who I had learned from my family that he is the son of my aunt and uncle, who died when Kazuto was only around 1 year old, in which my mom and dad raised him as their own child and us as siblings. Later on, I got curious and I decided to find out for myself. Not by nerve gear, since all of the nerve gears were recalled and destroyed, minus the ones used to entrap Big Brother and the other victims of SAO, but by a new full dive system known as Atmosphere, which is a safer version of the nerve gear to make sure that no one can do what Kayaba did ever again. Then, with help from a friend, I found Ulfheim Online, and I couldn't help to fall in love with it and the ability to fly. Then I understood why my brother loved the virtual world. It is a place where you can make your greatest dreams and desires come true. Then I realized that it wasn't VR MMOs that are evil, It is the people that abuse them and the devices used for them that are truly evil. Kayaba could have brought the world into a new age that the whole world can enjoy, and instead, he twisted the technology and VR MMO for his own sick purposes, in which he took my brother away from me. Later on, I learned to despise that man even more when I learned that he had trapped a member of his own family, his niece, Serena Tsukino, who had once beloved him like a second father, inside of his own sick death game. She loved and trusted him, and he betrayed her in the worst way possible. Just thinking about that man and what he has done makes me so angry. To me, he is a sick asshole that twisted something that could be wonderful into a nightmare because of his own sick and twisted selfish dream. And what I learned so after makes me more enraged and brings back a fury that makes it hard to control. You see, Serena Tsukino is also Sailor Moon, the famous, magical girl superheroine that fights monsters and space aliens in Jubin, but please don't tell anyone that. There has been enough people exposed to that and her other secret already. But she isn't the only one with that kind of secret. I'm also a Sailor Scout, Sailor Celestial. I came to my powers a few months after Sword Art Online was cleared when my brother and Serena defeated Kayaba, who made himself the final boss of the game, and Kazuto exposed him long before they reached the final floor. However, Asuna and 3 other SAO players were trapped in ALO by the head of the company that run, Suguna Bayuki, who used them, except for Asuna, who he kept as his prize, in his sick experiments in mind control. Gah, what an asshole. He is just as sick as Kayaba in my book. However, Kazuto as Kirito and Serena as Usagi, with Serena's friends, the Sailor Scouts, Serena's boyfriend, and some help from yours truly, as Lifa of ALO, managed to stop him and save them. When Kazuto left to see Asuna in the hospital, I came by Trivia, who told me that I was a Sailor Scout, and I had a choice to accept my powers or continue on with a normal life. I had seen the horrors and the pain and agony caused by SAO with those that died, and those that died left behind, in which I never wanted to experience those horrible feelings or see people in such pain ever again. So, I accepted and became Sailor Celestial, one of the most powerful Sailor Scouts and Sailor Scout of all astrological bodies, which basically means that I have the powers of all the Sailor Scouts in our solar system and more. But the problem is that I have to activate each elemental power from each Sailor Scout, or I won't be at full strength. So far, I have been only able to access my fire powers from Sailor Mars, my lightning and wood powers from Sailor Jupiter, and my wind powers from Sailor Uranus, in which my time as Lifa and ALO helped in that regard since sylphs are expert in wind magic. But thanks to training from Sailor Nebula, who is Molly Baker, Serena's childhood friend, I've become a good Sailor Scout in my own right. However, I have a big mission. Find Akihiko Kayaba before the secrets of the Silver Millennium that he holds get into the wrong hands. After SAO ended and he was defeated, he used a modified nerve gear to scan his brain into the net. While it destroyed his brain, killing him, his consciousness managed to transfer to the net, and he lived on in the cyber universe. What a fucking coward. He knew that justice was coming and he chickened out. Well, I'm going to make sure that he gets his justice, whatever he likes it, or not, because of what I know about him and his past life in the Silver Millennium. That's another reason that thinking about Kayaba enrages me so much. He and I share a dark history, and that history is also connected to Princess Serenity, too. She suspects something, but she doesn't know the truth yet. I couldn't tell her because the whole thing with Kayaba and SAO has caused her enough pain, and she is starting to rebuild her life after this. There is no way that I'm going to let my big sister from my past life get hurt. Yes, that's right. Back in my past life, I was the younger daughter of Queen Serenity, Princess Selene Lifa Serenity, and younger sister to Princess Serenity, heir of the Moon Kingdom. However, I only first met my big sister again on the day of the celebration and reunion party of Kazuto's and Asuna's closest friends and associates from Sword Art Online, where Serena, as Princess Serenity, brought us to the recently restored Moon Kingdom. I didn't tell her of our family connection because the time wasn't right, but Serenity Mama and Pluto knew who I was and also knew that the time wasn't right. Pluto did ask me why I didn't say anything, and I suspect that she knows the truth about the Silver Millennium connection between Kayaba, Serenity, and I, in which she knows why I'm not talking about that either. At the time, as Serenity was still recovering from her ordeal, how could I tell her that Kayaba is the reincarnation of Queen Serenity's lover? How he is, our Silver Millennium father. Well, that was then, and this is now, and he has to pay for what he has done, in which he owes a great debt to Serena and I from the Silver Millennium, since it was his actions that allowed Metalia to get a hold on the people of Earth, causing the end of the Silver Millennium in the first place. Well, this time, his actions will not go unpunished. It is time for me to fight the final battle of Sword Art Online, and I intend to win. Sword Art Online music, Swordland ending. At the end,